guys, well, we're going to go into the game now. Knife round getting started here. So once again, for those of you that may just be joining us, it's Method versus Threes Up here in our first match of 6 this evening for the ESL, ESEA Pro League in North America. And it's going to be on train, so you know both of these teams are going to want to win it in order to get that CT-sided start. And especially with Threes Up, because, you know, they've been having all those problems here. But to be honest, I actually wouldn't be surprised if they ended up doing a lot better now that they're unfortunately going to end up losing this knife round. If they end up doing better in their first half anyway, just because for the factors that we talked about before, just looking specifically at some of their previous matches, their T-side overall, when you just look at the individual skill of the players, looked a lot more prominent because they weren't relying so heavily on people like Mo in order to make the big impact plays.
Yeah, and the funny part right now is if you're looking at this with Method actually winning that knife round, so they're going to start off on T side here. If you're looking at the Vulcan roster rundown, we got Ellie, Justin, Silent, Davey, and Super Saiyan Toy, but Davey still has the Threes Up little logo there. While on the other side we have Professor Chaos, Arya, Abe, Kiko, and Jason R. And the big challenge comes in, and already tight uphill battle for Threes Up starting off on T side.
And Threes Up already going into that inside yard. Davey, unfortunately, has to fall back by quite a bit, but he is going to try to peek out and get some return damage. That's going to go right back over there onto Abe as they try to connect some more, but for the time being here, that's such a quick inside take, and they're getting pushed down here too. Threes Up being so aggressive with this, but thankfully kills return. Method pick up 2 more over here, and Threes Up just getting absolutely cut down. Ari and Kiko both have now been pushed back here, and Kiko even taking some more hits, trying to dodge out of the way of that. Thankfully has a smoke to his board, but he can't finish off Davey. He's going to get back behind cover.
Nice.
If they roll back in, it's all into the hands of Arius. That's a great retake here from Method, provided the pressure, and they just finish it up there. Davey survives with 1 HP, and that'll be 4 left alive for Method as they pick up the pistol.
The funny part of that, too, is that Davey played inner by himself. Surviving with 1 HP, that's actually a great feature there. Because I was going to say, the advantage of having Davey right now for Method is he probably knows how Threes Up plays this map, and vice versa. And then they're going to play that mind game to say, okay, well, Davey's probably going to expect us to work outside. Let's just rush towards inner. And Davey on the other side knows that they're going to rush towards inner, all towards that lower ramp. He actually didn't even focus towards that upper side at all. And after he spotted a few guys, they played the retake for Method. So they were okay with Threes Up getting that bomb plant and going for the force buy here, because they have a lot of money to work with for this round as well for the CT side. But still a great call there for Davey and staying alive long enough for the rotate coming in from Method.
And they're going to slowly try to work this inside play once again here. No commitment to it just as of yet, but as we can see here, they're lining up to move towards it. Method, of course, not doing anything drastic as of yet. They split up their players nice and evenly for the time being. And as we take a look once again at how exactly they're going to pursue with this, not anything happening just yet. Just taking it nice and slow in case Method try to get aggressive and push into them here, because of course they got the big guns, so they could do it if they should choose to.
Yeah, and they're going with full Tech 9s. They're going to actually try to take advantage of the upper side as well, which is actually very tough, because with Tech 9's long range, that's it. They're going to count for the AK. Jason R to peek out first to see if he can get something done long range, but it's going to be Davey that gets the kill, moving towards this inner bomb side, finally traded out by Arya, who salvages that AK-47, but they have a great position to go for a double plants in a buy on the next round.
Alright, there takes some heavy damage, but he does manage to get the plant down here, but at the same time, coming back now around, now Abe's going to try to cut one of them off. Thankfully, Ari shuts it down anyway now with that AK. Justin also getting a response, so it's a 2-on-3 situation now. Ari trying to creep forward a little bit here, but he gets shut down by Justin, and now Silent's going to try to move in. He tops the bomb, trying to force Kiko out there, but he's got to be very careful as he's sitting at 28 HP, with the bomb getting lower and lower, and Justin again with another great scout shot, just finishes it off, and that's going to be another second round coming out for Method. Heavy cost, though, so that's not a bad round at all for Threes Up. They get the bomb plant, and they kill 3 players, but unfortunately, Justin just way too strong with that scout, and he's going to end up shutting down so many players.
Exactly like you said, Blue. At the same time, they lost a round, but they actually did a lot of heavy damage towards the CT side. Unfortunate to them, though, that the AK that they actually salvaged or they tried to use for the second round comes back in the hands of Method. So at the end of the day, it's Method's round that's actually more comfortable here, moving into the third round. Getting 2 plants in a row, going for a force buy for the second. They don't have enough money to buy in this round here for Threes Up, so they're just going to go for no armor push, and can it work?
Already Toy shutting down players left and right. He finds those 2 kills there. Jason R gonna pick up 1, but beyond that, nothing else really gonna happen here. Just an attempt to get very quickly onto that site to maybe sneak through with another plant, but it's not gonna happen. And Method get an easy third round.
That was definitely the plan there. And the round before, if we're going to look at round number 3, when they actually got that bomb plan for Threes Up, it was actually a great thing to do. At the same time, they kind of did what they did towards Pistol Round, where they actually pushed towards the CT side of the inner bomb train, which is actually a little bit more harder against Scouts and FAMAS's, and M4s as well against Method, when you only have Tech 9s on your back. So they maybe should have played a little bit more passively that round before and just play the bomb. But at least they hurt economy to get 3 bomb plants in a row. Now they have guns.
And again, they're going to try to play it nice and faster, but so far not going so well. They end up getting a 2-for-2 trade, but they already know the play's coming, so the rotations are going to be quick into here. And another player working down from ladder in there too. Toy picking up kills left and right, and he just shuts it down.
Yeah, and Toy has been basically the next North American ringer, aside from Desi, from things have been going, and now that he's able to play for Method, I think he was supposed to join Complexity at first. Now he's finding a good home in Method where they actually top frag and do a lot of work, and especially the way that 3Up executed that outside gave a lot of one-sided smoke advantage for Toy's side to just take advantage of 3Up. They had some nice smokes to start on the T side. They were just a little bit scrambled of how they want to peak the angles to try to work towards the outside. At the end of the day, Method was just a little bit stronger.
Yeah, and with all this extra cash, they're even going to be able to upgrade to a double op setup now, too. So they're going to try to work for that one, and there should be no reason why they can't go for it. Silent picking that up, and we've seen, of course, so many times how potent Silent can be when he gets this big gun into his hands. Same thing for Justin, and interestingly enough, Davey actually still sticking with the MP7 now as well, because obviously he knows 3Up are going to be on an eco, so why not try to stack up a little bit of extra cash, I suppose.
So Justin gets a nice op pick. So they're still playing for the save for 3Up, like you said, with the bonus money they're going to have as well. The money that's currently being saved in, if you're hitting tab and you're looking at the money situation for 3Up. Losing this round here, they're going to get $3,400, which is going to be definitely enough for AKs and AWPs. So they just want to play the pickoff game for now and play it a little bit less aggressively to see how actually Method is positioning themselves on the outside and inner, and then utilize the AKs and the AWPs in round number 6, basically.
They're trying again to try and work this pretty sneakily, but unfortunately with no utility at all here, no matter where they go. Silent there, not going to miss his shot as Professor Chaos is quick to get himself behind cover, but as he works out, unfortunately going to leave himself very overexposed, so they're going to be able to take him down, and now it's just Abe who doesn't actually even end up following Professor Chaos. He's fallen back now. But I think they've already got a pretty good feeling of where he might be trying to work towards here. He's going to work his way towards ladder, but again, he's not really going to be able to find anything. There's nobody waiting for him. They should have eyes on him pretty quickly as he starts to wrap his way over into the middle of these trains, and there you go. Ely shuts it down. So 5-0 now for Method, and again, another very clean round here, too, so this is only going to help the money situation. The past, 3 rounds have been very good for trying to build up the money situation on Method's side.
Well, this is the first round where they haven't lost anybody. If you're looking at the previous rounds, they lost about, on average, 2 people per round. That being said, that means the economy is not that damaged on Method's side, so at least 3Up's able to get a little bit of information of how the CTs are going to play, but they actually have to start doing a little bit more damage with these AWPs and AKs now, just to try to come back in this first half, and it's not working with Silent with the first pick at T-Con.
Yeah, again, unfortunately, he just tries to go out there and tries to catch a player before the smoke plumes, but unfortunately not going to be too good in dueling up with that op, but finally we see something coming after from 3Up before the damage comes in too heavily onto their own side. Professor Chaos picks up a kill, but
nice.
Justin creeping into the back halls there. They don't even know he's there. Professor Chaos now gets traded out. He's going to fall. Not just like that, we're down to 3 players left alive here for 3Up. There's going to be Silent shutting down yet another one, and this Tate coming out far too late here. They've got utility, but they're not using any of it to get into the yard, so they've got to be careful. Silent, though, tries to jump, and now that's going to allow Abe to take him down, so they do have a chance to sneak in, but got to be careful. They're Toy creeping in from Ivy. That plant going to come out from Kiko. Should be able to get that one, but the kill might get traded. Thankfully, though, Toy playing this very, very carefully, and now here we go. He's going to pick up one and the second one. And although they do get the plant, again, nothing else there post-plant, just far too weak of a situation for the players on 3Up to handle.
Yep, Method playing a double op setup, and at the same time, you saw the aggressive push from Justin playing the upper ramp. Thankfully for him, he saw the barrel of the cannon of the AK-47 on PC, and was able to take down Professor Chaos with that pick. That already nullified the bomb, so they had to try to execute quickly for 3Up. At least they got a bomb plant at the end of the day, but Toy is still one factor that they have to take down at the beginning of the round or mid-round if they're going to try to take the upper side. They're going to have a lot more chances to win the round if they take down Toy first, and Toy is just unstoppable so far. He's probably at Superside mode number 2.
And a little bit of team damage coming out there from Silent as he tries to connect that shot over onto Jason R as he attempts to make his way in outside T-Con. He's actually going to get up pretty clean, so unfortunately they're going to be careful with this one now. But Jason R moves out of the way and sees that smoke blooming, but actually Toy, for some reason, the call didn't come out as Jason R's position, so he's going to pick up the kill. But there's Davey again with the trade, shutting down Professor Chaos. That's another thing, too, is we're seeing him going down very early quite a lot, but at the same time, Ari moves out. Ely in a really good position here. They haven't spotted him just yet, and he could potentially get a really good flank going here. Pops out of the smoke, down goes the offer, spots a second one, so now he's stuck in that corner. He's going to have to be very careful with the peek, and again, also keep in mind this bomb trying to work its way into the outside yard, but Ely shutting down another one. Kiko with the trade, but now they know exactly where these final 2 players are. So the last 2 from Method could try to close this in. However, with Jason R, he picks up the kill over onto Justin, and now this makes that situation that much harder for Davey to work. especially with them being mollied out here, so we can't immediately try to come out and make a retake and stop that plant.
That's right, 6-0 is our score, and Davies going to try to peek out. At least the bomb's going to get planted. He makes it and narrows it down to a 1 versus 1, but definitely knows where Jason Arnold's position, or should I say Kiko's position right now, and gets a nice retake to take down Kiko. The score is going to be 7-0, which I think was a very good round for Method at the end of the day, and he has plenty of time to work with the salvage at AWP that Justin actually left the round before. What Method kind of did there, Blue, was he played more towards spawn this side, which is why you saw a little bit more of the scramble and better trades for 3s up. Because Toy actually, where he was playing more passively towards alley side and bomb train, pushed up towards ladder room. Justin, instead of opting towards inner, opt towards the outside. So they're comfortable with how they're aiming, so they're just going to play by spawns where they can catch 3s up off guard. At the end of the day, you saw it. It's a 2 versus 1, but Davey could still clutch that 2 versus 1 and bring the round back for Method. So they're okay with that, with getting the scrambles and getting the trades at the end of the day, because they still have clutchers in the team.
Now going into our next round here too, they're going to be back into enough of a money situation where they can afford that double op setup, so they'll split things up. Silent going back over here, and over on the A side, I should say, and then Justin as well going to put himself back over here in the back B halls, and they push pretty aggressively into this one too, so Davey's going to be in this position, a little bit overexposed, and Professor Chaos peeks him from the White Halls balcony, but not going to be enough in order to take him down, so he'll be happy with spawning out that one player. Decide to fall back here. Same story is going to be had for Justin, as there is a little bit of pressure being had over here, and they actually are going to predict this quite nicely. You can see the setup coming in from 3s up at this point. A lot of potential entries coming in here over towards that A site as they line up for it right now. They're getting ready to toss those smokes in. And they're also keeping Professor Chaos ready, just in case somebody tries to flank, but he's probably going to drop down inside of ladder room to try to make the entry onto the A site.
Yeah, they're playing very well, actually, from the CT side. They actually support towards the inside first, and once it's cleared, you have to be offered Justin, rotate back towards the outside, and focus for a 4-man stack. And this is exactly where the T's are actually walking into.
As they try to work their way in, Kiko and A picking up the 2 kills there from 3s up. Silent picks 1 up, but unfortunately he's going to drop, and Toy doesn't even see the bomb into play and finds it. There is no cover on him, and Toy picks up 1 and 2. Professor Chaos goes down, and now it's Jason R trying to sneak these. He's going to roll out, finds Toy, but now he's been revealed. Got to be careful. Justin down there with the op, and the blind peek comes out. He picks up the shot, and Method once again remain unscathed here, 8-0, with no kills, or no rounds on the board, I should say, for 3s up as of yet.
Exactly. It was a 3-3 on the outside. Toy did his job. He got a 2K, nobody covering, a little bit of miscommunication on 3s upside on that pre-plant. And him getting 2 kills, there's only one guy to focus on. Him dying is okay, because he did his part, like I said. Him dying gave away the position of where I think he was Jason R, and the last person that was remaining in the last round. So the last 2 guys on the CT side just focus it and close in on him. So it's just Method adapting throughout the whole round. You could see them moving around the whole map this whole time, and it seems to be working well for them.
Ariga's going to try to roll right down here as for 3s up. Unfortunately, they don't have a whole lot to work with this time. Davey already shutting down 1. There's a grenade kill coming out again. Although Jason R sneaks through with 1 kill, it's going to have very little impact on the overall outcome of this round, unfortunately, as now it's just Aria and Toy spots in the second that smoke goes away, so not too much action happening there, unfortunately.
Definitely. It was just a full save going in for 3s up. Their goal was to get a bomb plant. They almost had it, which would have given them a lot more money, $800 extra for the whole team. Suppose they would lose that round, which they did, to be able to get enough in the artillery. Of course, they would get enough in terms of artillery or utility needs, as I was trying to say, but just not enough for Arya if he goes for full armor here. So it's just a little bit harder for them there. They didn't get that plant like they wanted to, but Method is just because for the sheer fact that they're just confident with the way this half is going so far. They're not even waiting for the rotate. They're actually pushing through, trying to kill as many as they can, and let the other guys from the outside move in and go for the retake right after. And it works because they actually got no losses on that round except for 1 player.
And there's going to be Professor Chaos finding an opening there. Davey getting a little bit too aggressive. Abe also finding a kill there too, I believe, inside of T-Con there as they try to push him once again. So Toy's going to fall to that aggression. And now this is looking like Method might have gotten a little bit too much. They might have bitten off a little bit more than they could chew here now. And Ely's going to be pretty much alone here for the time being on the inside yard. But thankfully the push won't be coming from there. Silent. Aria catches Silent. Just stops a second too short of Silent picking up the kill. And now Justin, he's still in the play here. And he gets the double lineup on the Jason R and Kiko. But Aria, there to stop him before he can do any more damage. And now everything falls into the hands of Ely.
Yeah, just unfortunate. Ely was still walking slowly on that flank, so there's a plan coming through. Everybody has perfect positioning to hold this bomb on the outside, so I don't see Ely winning this one. He's about to come out towards ladder room, but PC is waiting for him just on the other side. Professor Chaos sees him. He gets the kill, so he might be able to get the clutch because he comes out pretty healthy.
So as he rolls out there, there's going to be a... Yep, shuts him down pretty quickly. It's always such a build-up, man. It's like, maybe, nah.
You would expect it, though. Like I said, since they've been on fire so far in terms of their aim and their rifle power for Toy and for Justin with the AWP. Look at the scoreboard right now. Toy's at 14-4, Justin's at 12-3. So they're not dying much. They're surviving, and they're the ones that are putting a big impact for inner and outside. You're able to take down these two guys at the beginning of the round. This is where you can actually win it, because Toy died early that round before. That actually gave a chance for Threes Up to plant on the outside and win that round.
And Davey here, thankfully, has that smoke to cover, but pushed pretty heavily into the back B halls at this point, trying to see if he can catch any aggression that would go down towards the ramp. But obviously, Threes Up, we're going to be aware that Davey's in here. He's been playing this angle a lot this half here, so wouldn't be surprising at all to find him camp it out over here once again. But for the rest of Method, once again, splitting themselves up fairly evenly for the time being. You've got Justin and Ely along with Silent in the outside yard, I should say. And there's actually going to be Davey, picks up a kill, but already finds a trade. Big thing, though, is he finds out that there's two other players actually moving in here at this point, so they can move in some more assets just in case the push comes towards here, which it does look like Threes Up may still want to commit to this.
Yeah, so we talked about it before. With Mo leaving actually the roster for Threes Up to play at Philadelphia with his older roster, Tort, because he has committed to that already a few months back, you'll see a lot more towards Arya, and Arya finally is starting to make an impact for the team. That's two actually entries that he started for this round and the previous respectively, and now you actually see PC with the AWP in his hand as well. So like I mentioned, PC, you see him less with an AWP these days, but when they need it, he's going to use it, and he's going to try to win it.
And Abe again finding another kill there. On the flank here too as he moves in, lurking a little bit. Professor Chaos also picking one up after Ely finds a trade, but Silent is still up and rocking at this point. He picks up that headshot over there into Professor Chaos, and now we're going to try to catch the lurker out while he waits for Justin to get into a good position. Abe baits him out a little bit there, so he's going to find a shot, but now he's got to deal with the pressure. Arya trying to escape, he legs him, but doesn't get the kill. The timing there, thankfully, Arya comes out luckily, but they push them off the site, so the only player that can stop this from happening, and oh no! Silent's actually going to miss a direct shot there onto Arya. He was sitting like a duck, but nonetheless, Justin, he's on that bomb, but he doesn't have a kit. Neither of these guys have a kit to work with. Silent is there covering, though. He shuts down Arya, but it's all going to be on him, as he's got to stick that plan at this point. Abe trying to creep through that smoke, moving in. He's got to kill the bomb, but it doesn't happen. No. Silent successfully defends it, and with just enough time left, Justin's going to get that defuse.
No pun intended there on Justin just in time. Gets the defuse, but I got to say, a lot of game sense and props given there for Abe. He actually went for the shoulder peek to force the op shot coming through from, I think it was Silent at Z, and then forcing him to keep on his toes. When we were watching flanks from the pop dock on the fuse, he was still focusing towards that Z-shaped hallway to see if Abe was going to run through there. But knowing that both of the guys didn't have kit, he ran back towards the ladder room and tried to play the time to his side. Unfortunately, it came down to a 2 versus 1 where he couldn't win it. If Arya was able to get one more kill there, that round would have definitely been 3s up. But it's just better for Method so far in the way that they're retaking these rounds, and they're just, again, just overpowering 3s up so far, despite their bad record on ESEA this season.
Speaking of 3s up once again here, unfortunately, obviously down 10-1 with only one round onto the board on the 12th round and a half. They're kind of in a situation where eco rounds almost aren't an option. They just have to try and win something, so they end up going for this broken buy here. They've got an op on play, and Arya about 2 Tech 9s and a Galil also sitting onto Abe with very little utility stacked up behind it, besides that they've already used. But here comes Abe, just rolls right out of ladder room here, joined by another teammate too. That's going to be Professor Chaos as they work their way in. Some good resistance, but Arya picks up the first shot. Toy and Ely though finding some more, but Abe also there to pick up another one. And then Toy still back over here by the Ivy tunnel. He's going to be able to find Arya. He rolls out, finds one more kill, but Abe's there for the trade, and now everything falls into the hands of Abe. Both the players still left a lot for Method, working inside of Connector at this point, but unfortunately Abe can't see any of them. Tries to roll down, looking for that headshot, but Silent training there on him. He's just going to take him down, and that'll be another round onto the board here for Method.
Well, like I said, I might sound like a broken record, but if there's 2 people you have to take down immediately in this first half to try to get a better side when you're going to switch on the second half, is taking down Silent, taking down Toy. Silent's still alive, and he was just able to hold it down. He got no bomb plant coming in for 3s up as well, which actually resets their money at the same time for this Canadian quote-unquote roster. And it's just unfortunate. They have to try to work a little bit stronger, but like I said, they've been moving around the whole map so far for Method, so they're being unpredictable of how they want to play the positioning for Method's side. So they can't be like, okay, Toy's playing outside towards the 6th train, let's just take him down. Justin's going to be pushing aggressively towards upper, inner. It's not, and let's try to take him down. And it's not the case, because it's just switching across all the time. You can see Justin, he's up and outside right now with Toy.
And speaking of Toy, he picks up the first kill, and Silent finds another one there. We're in a more usual position back over here, trying to watch for any push to come up through upper. Not going to find it, but now the pressure falls into Davey. Lights him up, but can't get any kills. Now going to pick one up. Looking for the second with the pistol. He's going to find it. And Silent comes in for the closer to shut down Jason R.
And yeah, again, they're on an eco, so the advantage or the objective is to just get that bomb down and not getting that $800. They'll be able to afford a case for sure, but you need that bomb plant. Getting that bomb plant ensures that you're able to get head armor and full nades after all. You're looking at it, yeah, they're able to afford everything, but look at the scoreboard so far. They're all at 0, 100, 250, and 450 respectively. They lose this round here, let's say, they're going to get $2,900. $2,900, you got nothing to work with.
Also, they've only got one molly here, too, which is going to get dropped before he can even use it, as Davey just gets that blind kill through the smoke on Professor Chaos. So, again, he comes out on top back over there in the back B halls. Justin also picking up a shot here, too. They're going to creep in. The plant's coming out from Kiko. I don't think he's going to get stopped, so at the very least, they can sneak through with that. But it's going to be last round here anyway, so maybe they can sneak through with another buy here. But overall, not looking at too much success coming out and actually holding the post plant. However, Jason R and Ari actually make a nice team play there. They're going to pick up 3 kills, so we're not done just yet. 3's up, Davey moves in. He's going to be able to find one over here on the Kiko. And Silent slowly creeping in outside the ladder room here too. He should catch an off-angle kill into Aria, which he will. And now again, everything into the hands of Jason Aria. The bomb already being defused. He pops up, picks up that kill, but Silent comes in for the trade. And there should, of course, be plenty of time left for the defusal. Nice damage being done for 3's up, but looking at their money, they should still be very good with the exception of maybe Ely, and Silent should have plenty enough to drop from anyway as we go into the final round.
Yeah, Nabe as well. He's only at 250, so they'll be able to go for AK armor if they wanted to, but again, not enough utilities. Thankfully for them, they're already able to get that bomb plant. Not getting that bomb plant, you possibly would have seen some guys with only Tech 9s or small armor with Galils. It would have been all over the place in terms of their buys, but getting that bomb plant at least gives them something, some glimpse of hope for this last round here, and maybe turn things around on the second half for 3's up. But Method has been playing so well in the CT side to start things off, and look at that kill.
Already, Justin picking one up on Aria. 3 players here from 3's up. We're going to try to roll right in through Ivy. It works out great as he picks up 1, but Justin, quick response from him as he picks up 1 and 2. Switching over to the pistol to find a headshot on the Abe. Finally, Jason R is going to be able to shut him down, but Ely and Jason R once again trade out kills, and Davey just rolls right in there. 14-1. An absolutely brutal halftime score. He is going to be the scorer at the end of the first half here, and to be honest, that does not leave really any room at all for 3's up to make a comeback here, especially if they drop pistol.
Again, there's nothing more that you could add there. They're just so strong for Method playing the CT side to start things off. Whether it be retakes, whether it be holds, whether it be knowing where the opponents are and actually set up for refrags, Method has been on point. Can 3's up do the same thing on the other side? Because technically, this map on training, despite all the changes, has come through this map from 1.6 to today, from 1999 to 2015. It's still somewhat a CT-sided map. The only reason why I say somewhat, sorry Blue, is because the way that the T's could execute these days for CSGO with smokes being a lot thicker than what it used to be in 1.6, if you're setting up nades from T-spawn or from the ladder room, you actually could set up a wall where you could actually plant outside and set up for post plant. But we've seen not a single round where 3's up has done that.
Alright, so here we go guys, the first round of our potentially final half. It is going to be our final half, of course, between Method and 3's up. Method, of course, having nothing to worry about here at this point. Just going to make a roll right over here into the ramp that goes into the inside yard, and they're going to go right in there. But Professor Chaos, he picks up the first kill. That'll get traded up by Justin, though. And also seeing some heavy damage going there onto Aria, so Toy's going to be able to pretty easily finish him off. Toy spots more coming in, but all these nades coming his way. Going to do a whole lot of damage. That plant's going to come in here. They're trying to hold, but it's kind of looking like the same situation that we saw in that first round of our first half, but going much, much better here for Method. Brings everything down to Jason R. 2 players are one-tappable, so this is definitely a situation he could win. He's going to get into a duel with Ely, but as we see Silent popping out, he's going to get dropped there as well. So this will give him a little bit of room to press forward. He doesn't have a kit, but I'm assuming one of his teammates, yep, there's going to be one he picks up right on the ground, but Ely is going to find that kill. Thankfully, gets into the higher health pool duel, so he's going to be able to shut him down, and that's pretty much GG right there.
Yeah, but to start the round, Professor Chaos had such an amazing position at the lower ramp. He got caught with the smoke in his hands to start things off, but at the same time, when they rushed down towards that lower ramp for Method, they focused on Z. Nobody was paying attention to Professor Chaos. He was close range with the CZ, and with 12 bullets that he spammed, he was only able to get 1 kill. That should have been at least 2, or even 3, but at the end of the day, he was only able to connect with 1, run out of bullets, and then gave the huge advantage for Method to overtake this this side, or for lower B. And that already puts him in a game point situation.
And now 3-Zip going to try to get a little bit aggressive here, at least on the outside yard. As we can see, Kiko, he's pushed all the way up here to electrical box, and Ari is sitting way inside of ladder room. Method pretty much have an idea of exactly how this is happening, though, as they're not making any sort of aggressive movements themselves. They're going to wait for 3-Zip to maybe get a little bit impatient to try to push into these guys, so they're just sitting back. They don't do it, of course, they go for the setup, but I think they're pretty much aware that this could be the situation, as 3-Zip, obviously, with them being only one round away from losing, they pretty much have to try anything they can in order to pick up a victory here. So a couple smokes and grenades get tossed over there into the outside yard, and it does look like by the current setup that they might commit to it, but the bomb is also being moved back over here to back B, so I think it could very well just be these two players making some noise, and then they're going to actually throw the bomb into the inside yard. Yep, which is going to be exactly the plan now as they move in, and they've already drawn basically 4 players from 3-Zip towards the outside yard, potentially a 5th too. Jason are sort of floating around connector at this point, but
Arya is playing ladder room, and he heard at least 1 or 2 footsteps, and with that smoke being thrown down in that nade, he knows that the action is going to be happening towards inner, and that's why you see our rotates coming through right now.
Toy, though, as you can see, look, Toy draws them all right back there as he tries to make that entry coming in from T-Con. He brings them all right back into this site. Abe's even looking back over there towards Ivy to see if there's something coming in there, but it doesn't happen. The only player that can make a big impact would have been Ari on that flank as he came up through ladder, but it doesn't happen. And now Abe along with Professor Chaos, they're just going to try to hold their own, but it's not looking too good. Professor Chaos finds one with a deagle shot, though, and keep in mind, again, low health pool. He finds a second on the Davy, so he's not done just yet, and now he's got a Mac 10 to work with, too, but he wants that deagle. Doesn't exactly know how low some of these players are just as of yet. So as he rolls right in here, he's got armor as well, so the aim point won't be a problem, but he can't pick up that kill over there onto Justin, so Justin's going to end up shutting him down, and that's going to end things very, very swiftly indeed. With a final score of 16-1, Method are going to absolutely run over 3-Zip here in our first match.
Imagine how that round would have ended if Professor Chaos switched over to that Mac 10 close range. I mean, he whiffed 4 or 5 shots there, and one other small mistake maybe that I would call was the way that Arya was playing. He played it well towards that ladder room, but when he came down on that flank towards that inner B bomb site, he actually got the first dink onto Ely at upper Brown Hall, and that's what we used to call it back in 1.6 between upper and lower ramp. He got the dink. He should have probably kept pushing to try to get that kill with the 5-7 and maybe give him a chance on that retake, but I think what was going on through his mind was he was at least trying to get or prevent a plant towards that inner bomb train. At the end of the day, though, you can't take anything away from Method. They just played lights out tonight.
Yep, an absolutely all-star performance, and I believe they might have 1 or 2 other games tonight, too, so that'll be a good precursor to that one. They've got another game coming up at about 8 o'clock, but before we get to that one, we've got another one coming up here in about 20 minutes. It's going to be Conquest versus WinterFox. Before we go, though, guys, again, keep in mind, we're here for about another 5 hours or so this evening, so in case you have to run out and do some errands or anything, be sure to go ahead and check out the Score eSports app, which you can go ahead and download over on the iOS App Store or Google Play. Got a great bunch of features there, including a good amount to keep up with the games. You got the scores, you got the stats from other players right there. You can keep up with it all on the app. Very convenient, very awesome to use. I use it quite a bit, and they've also got the latest news coming out from the Counterstrike community and plenty of other of your favorite esports games as well. So be sure to go ahead and once again check out the Score eSports available over at the iOS App Store or on Google Play. We'll be right back out though, guys, at about 7 o'clock Eastern Time with our next matchup, which once again will be between Conquest and WinterFox.
Matches that they've lost, but at the end of the day, they have actually played very well in terms of losing rounds because of a 1 versus 1 or 2 versus 2 or whatnot. So it's not them being fully owned, it's just them being able to hold or retake at the end of the day.
We are going to go live into the knife round, by the way, but still a little bit of time while we're waiting for that to conclude so we can bring up a couple other things, too. And a lot of the emphasis on how well WinterFox is going to end up doing when you consider the ping differential series is going to come down to the fact that it does look like, by the way, that Conquest are going to end up winning the knife round. It does pull a lot into those NA players when you look at just the pings right now on both Devilwalk and XP3. They're saying like 163 ping and 125 ping, respectively, for each of those guys. Thankfully, at least the matches that they played back over on Wednesday, which was the last time I casted, Lex and Anger were actually doing really, really well. So this does go well, and if we could see those two come out, along with Flowstick, of course, with him being added as another North American player, but if we could see those guys come in with a big performance, it could definitely look a lot better. But as for the other guys as well, they're definitely going to have a big trouble performing just due to the fact that, well, they're playing from Europe, and that pretty much speaks for itself. Oh, yeah, so we'll look at the match that's now live. We're looking at Conquest with Rush, Daps, Natfly, Rix, and Shazam versus WinterFox's Devil, Anger, XP3, Flowstick, and Lex. And this round, you see the decoys happening a little bit earlier on, and they're just going to try to have the low pingers try to get a little bit more advantage first and information. So Lex pushed all the way up a mid. He was fighting a little bit against Shazam, but he comes up on top of it with 100 HP while Shazam's at 82. So at least they know that maybe Shazam is going to be focusing more with the AWP for the rest of this game at middle. And they're taking it nice and slow once again here now as they slowly creep up. But there's Shazam, just the one tap there, shuts down Lex immediately as he tries to work through the mid choke point. So already one of these players from WinterFox, unfortunately, getting shut down, and they don't get a lot of intel off of that play either, as he just gets pretty much clothesline the second he tries to work his way through. So here they go now, trying to work that entry point, and there's going to be Nap getting shut down. And interesting enough, he's working with the dualies too, but they find a very clean way into this site. Daps is forced to push back because he's only got 12 HP, hugging this corner too against Anger. He does not want to poke out against that, so he is able to escape from that angle though, and he's going to be into a safe spot. But there's Flowstick picking up yet another kill, pushing forward, finds a second on a rush, and now they've got two of these players. They got one of them trapped over here. That's going to be Daps finally going down, and Rick's coming in from Banana. He's got nothing to do at this point, man. This should be an easy round for WinterFox.
Oh yeah, especially getting that first kill at the beginning of the round for Lex. You said there was no information that was given. Rix is going to try to win a 3 versus 1, but he invested in small armor here, so at that point, he might look to save this and utilize probably a little bit more economy to go with flashes and smoke on the second round. If CQ decides to go for a 5-7 armor kind of buy, he at least gets an exit frag, onto XP3. But at the end of the day, it's WinterFox's round. Why? Because, like I said, Flowstick got 3 kills that round, and what did he do? He actually pushed towards the CT spawn from the B side, got 3 kills, running around towards CT spawn, and also back towards construction. So, like I said, if it's T side, he's going to say, just go in, count on your sure aim, he gets the kills, he gets the victory.
The buy-ups now from WinterFox, taking a look at that one. Actually seeing not as many rifles as I generally would have expected. We've got quite a few SMGs still in the play, so it's the typical 2-3 split, obviously favoring a little bit more towards the SMG side of it, but XP3 still going with the P90 as well, has a little bit more solidity to it.
Oh, for sure. And especially with XP3, you're looking at the ones that have some machine guns. It's the one with the high pings, and that's Devilwalk and XP3. So all you gotta do is spam across, but Nafly gets 2 big kills, make that a third one ding onto XP3 at Banana, and that is everything that they invested in for WinterFox, totally denied.
However, he's going to get a little bit too aggressive, so Anger at the very least is going to be able to pick up that 1 kill. Now they've got to try to find a way to rally this, as Lex is kind of on his own here too. Back over here, coming outside of alt mid, trying to work his way into the mid choke point. But Conquest, they're getting investigative now, and he's actually going to be able to sneak through mid. Nobody's watching that at this point, but he's got to be careful because coming out here on the balcony, there's Shazam now. He jumps out through the window, shuts down Anger, and Rush as well is going to be able to take down Lex. So what a turnaround from Conquest, and they immediately strike back and tie things back up.
Oh yeah, and we talked about it at the same time. Flowstick and Nafly, guys that played for Liquid before, looking for new homes, and Nafly is looking very good with CQ so far. Those 1-dings were just deadly and totally denying what WinterFox is trying to do. What I was trying to say a little bit with the submachine guns for WinterFox's side is that they could just hold mouse 1, and with the submachine guns, it's a little bit more accurate spraying with the mouse 1 than an AK-47. A little bit recoil to control, less recoil to control, which gives them the advantage they have to go for close-range fights. Unfortunately, it didn't pay off because Nafly was just sick that round.
3 free big guns here too, so very minimal investment coming in from Conquest. You got the UMP sitting over here on Shazam, and AK on Daps, and then the MAC-10 as well over there under Rush, so they're going to get a lot of utility essentially without having actually invested in the guns. But now it's Devilwalk's turn to work with this Deagle a little bit here. He picks up 1, but there's Naf with the trade to take him out. That's my glory there. I'm only going to get that. However, Flowstick will also pick up an additional kill over here on the Naf, and now that leaves the B site completely open. Thankfully, WinterFox don't know this just as of yet, so they're still going to move a little bit more slowly into this site, and Shazam lining up, trying to connect a couple shots here to do some more damage, but doesn't really end up going all that well there. In fact, I don't think he hits a single shot, unfortunately. Now he's going to have to try to work his way back in, but there's a little bit of a fight happening. Anger picking one up there with the Deagle too, and now Lex chasing him down with the Tech 9. Rick's picking up 1 kill, but there's Lex finally getting the trade onto this one, and now it's just Shazam trying to sneak his way in there, but XP3 with the headshot takes it back, and we've got ourselves a game here, bouncing around back and forth and back once again, as now WinterFox steal around directly back from the hands of Conquest.
Oh yeah, but they'll have enough in the economy right now for CQ to just go for a forced buy if they wanted to and try to hurt the economy. It's worked before with Deagles. Why won't they try it again? And they will. So Nafly is going to go for another Deagle armor. At the same time, like I said, high pings, it doesn't matter for Devilwalk or for Pit with the Deagle. They could still land their shots. Great opening to give a chance for WinterFox to take over this B bomb site and get the bomb plant coming through. But the advantage as well from having Flowstick instead of Pit is because as a full roster for WinterFox, they actually have 3 guys with low pings instead of 3 guys with high pings.
Alright, so he ended with a little bit of a pause there, but it gets removed very, very quickly. And we'll go directly back into the match here at this point, as now things will get very interesting, of course. Delaying that actual gun round by quite a bit, but Conquest, as you already mentioned, they're going to go directly for the buy-up once again. And we'll just have to wait and see, essentially, how this one goes here and how WinterFox want to try to handle it. Devilwalk gets a little bit aggressive once again, trying to work his way down Banana there to get some damage in, but not going to be able to do so with the nade stack. Conquest not pushing out just yet, but there's Naf now working his way out. Unfortunately, the Deagle not going to do that work this time. Explosive gets the response and is able to take him out as the rest of the team slowly going to forge the way forward. Nothing else here. And this is good too because this was the mistake in the last round where they left the site far too open, and unfortunately Shazam was not able to rotate quickly enough to get himself into a position. There's Anger as well, working a little bit back over there towards T-spawn, catching somebody. Ricks, of course, trying to work a flank against these players. So now he's going to get eliminated, and this should be, again, pretty much a walk into the B site if they still decide to commit to it. They've given plenty of time to Conquest to rotate, however, so they might end up deciding to fall back and push A instead of try and throw them a fast one.
Yeah, I think what they're looking on so far is hopefully if it's not Lex getting the first kill to force a rotate through, it's actually him being able to lurk around post plant. But Rush wins that fight, so they have to execute towards his B bomb site. But a crossfire set up from Daps and Shazam towards the CT spawn, and it's working. P90 M4 are going to work, dropping 2 and XP3. Refrag, sorry, as they're trying to move inside the site, gets the second kill to Daps, so Rush will have to try win a 2 versus 1.
Rush is going to try to sneak in, but Anger almost connecting a couple shots to him already. The smoke goes away. He's going to try to catch one up, but he misses that player moving over there inside of New Box. So Rush sneaks in, checks the left, but Anger shuts it down. And WinterFox finally picking up 2 rounds in a row. Somebody, actually, I should say, picking up 2 rounds in a row. And they'll take the lead a little bit here, too. I do have to say that play there from Conquest, I'm not sure if it was Shazam or Daps to toss that flash, but you saw how much impact that flash had there. Everybody was completely blinded. If the aim had been a little bit more on point, or they committed a little bit more to that, that could have ended the round right there, essentially.
Oh yeah, definitely, and that's what you mentioned, it's all timing. Whenever Lex lost that fight, 1 versus 1 against Rush up mid, well, they had to commit towards this B bomb site, because they did at the beginning of the round. The amounts of flash and nades that were thrown to prevent that flight to peek out towards that car and get those 1-dings again was actually crucial for WinterFox, and they actually wasted a lot of utilities instead of working into B to take control of Banana first, and then just count on sheer trades to look into B. Thankfully for them, they had the better firepower against CQ, and they would have been able to win that round, to make the score 3-1 in favor of the North American/Swedish team.
So WinterFox, again, just going for a couple peeks here and there to see if they can find anything. They're actually getting drawn potentially into a trap here at this point, as Conquest unfortunately have to full save 4 players on the B site. And it looks like WinterFox at this point are going to try to commit everybody go over there. Lex, of course, still lurking back over there through the mid choke point, as he's pretty much been doing every single round so far. But as they roll in, Conquest sits back nice and patient. Ricks will find one trade after Devilwalk finds the opener, but there's Anger now with another one. He's going to be able to take down Rush. As they find their way in there, they're also shutting them down. They realize what's happening at this point, and WinterFox are going to take control very quickly after that. Shazam, the only other player on the A site, is going to be the last one alive now, and unfortunately with just that P2K and a Zeus, not a whole lot he can do, and he's already given away his position too.
Give me a Zeus kill. Maybe he's giving it away so he can lean back and get a Zeus kill, but at the end of the day, he re-peeks and Lex gets that frag. And Anger getting 3 kills that round, yeah, maybe it's not as cool because he got kills versus pistols only with no armor, but Anger has been a type of player where, for WinterFox, if he steps up, they're just unstoppable. If they don't, they have to rely on Pit to basically carry the team, and especially not having Pit right now and having 2 guys with high pings and 1 pugger, you really want to rely on Anger to try to get some more kills coming through. So it's working so far, but again, the first gun round, the real gun round, comes through in this first half. Can Anger prove a little bit more than what he can right now?
And now we finally go into that first gun round here as well. Here, the utility biops. It's where it needs to be here for everybody on Conquest. They do to avoid the head armor biops there, which in some cases is going to hurt a little bit when you consider there's still a FAMAS and as well as this MP7 in play. So they're going to be a little bit careful with this one. But for the most part, everybody on Conquest has exactly what they need. WinterFox not even really changing anything up, just basically going for the same exact strat that they've been working for. They'll keep the bomb a little bit more held back this time, back over at the bottom of the T steps over there. But beyond that, it's pretty much the same plan that they've been working in those anti-eco rounds.
And all they've been doing is getting these smokes and then rushing towards B. And this is going to be the 6th round where they're going to try it, and can it work? A counter smokes come through from the CT side. Flosig actually ran through, and he's going to be able to get that kill into Nafly and salvage a FAMAS. So they still have 1 guy alive, but look at that. It was a fake towards B. If actually Flosig can win this one, and he will not. So now it's back to a reset round for WinterFox, who will decide then to work towards the bomb site. So they have to commit on a 3 versus 2 and play it quick. Lex gets the opener, trades in by Rush, but can they come in for the plant after for the T side? And they will.
Molly over there too, that went over behind the obelisk, was actually perfect because it forces Rex out of position, and that's basically a free kill. So that could have lined it up into a 3-on-1 if we still saw the trades happening there, but thankfully it doesn't. And now Conquest are gonna have that much harder of a time with this retake. There's Anger with 1. Daps finds the trade, and Daps picks up the second too. So Conquest just barely end up squeaking through. Daps with the 3K, of course, and they are gonna pick up the first gun round here.
Yeah, and Anger did what he could. I mean, he got 2 kills that round for the entries. He got the refrag as well to give them a chance for a plant. But with the amount that's the time that's been spent after that, after getting those 2 kills, there was already a quick rotation coming back from CQ's side for Conquest. We really wanted to get Flowsick to maybe win one more fight versus Shazam, 1 versus 1. But after he got the MP7 kill and switched over to the FAMAS, he actually wasn't able to get a little bit more from that FAMAS picked up by Nafly, or from Nafly, to be able to win that fight and actually make it an easier round for WinterFox. But out of 7 rounds so far, getting 4 rounds on T side is a good start for WinterFox, but at the same time, CQ is not out of this game.
No, and especially with how potent the potential T side might end up being here for Conquest too. They've got to be very careful and keep that in mind here. So definitely want to try to stack up as many rounds as possible here, as I wouldn't underestimate that second half potential at all here coming out from Conquest. But at least for this time for WinterFox, finally potentially changing up the game plan just a little bit here now to go away from the initial strat, at least when they push those players over there into the B site. Now working a lot more over here towards middle. Going to keep one lurker back over here. That would be Anger inside of the apartments, and also still going to be moving XP3 back over there on Banana to hold off any aggression as well.
And things have changed a bit for WinterFox. They will be trying to execute more towards A, unless it's going to be flashes and picks and then fall back towards B, because you still have XP3 looking for some information towards Banana. It all turns down, or comes down to if WinterFox could actually get entries up at mid side. But after throwing those flashes and those smokes, you can see from that minimap, they're picking up the bomb and they're lurking back towards Banana, so XP3 will have and needs to get an opener inside this B-bomb site.
We're going to see now again, everybody from WinterFox lining up for that take to go through to Banana now. Only 2 players here, as you mentioned before, from Conquest are going to be able to hold this off. Everybody else, there's not even a single rotate coming up yet, but on the way in here, that Molly does great work, and Dash breaking them apart. Nav 2, finally Anger and XP3 pick something up, but Anger's so low due to that Molly. He's dropped down to 15 HP, and they're working against the man at this point. The shot going over on Shazam, it's not going to connect. Anger's going to get a great plant spot up on a grill, but the flank coming in there too. They've also got to be careful of this, so Anger's going to have to hold the set. He's going to have to hold a 2-on-1 potentially by himself, because all the attention from XP3, at least for the time being, is going to be devoted to trying to stop Ricks in that flank. But they roll and he finds one. Shazam with the trade though. But Anger, look at this flank coming up from him. If he catches Ricks too moving into the site, it could be a huge shutdown. Looking for one, but thankfully Ricks catches it and he's going to be able to shut it down. And once again, Conquest will be able to sneak through this one and come out on top for a 3rd point.
Well, it's just really tough for WFX to try to take that B-bomb site with basically no nades to work with. They had the first flashes, but they wasted a lot of smokes up towards that middle side, and that's the advantage as well for CQ to be able to get a lot of kills despite WinterFox winning the rounds. So by hurting the economy, they don't have enough utilities to work with, which made it a lot easier for the CTs to retake from the CT side into B. But, I mean, they actually ran through mollies, incendiary grenades from the CT side as well, and crouched to try to get the trade. So they came out with very low health at the same time, so just a great hold from CQ on B.
And this is finally going to bring the economy from WinterFox down to a point now where the buys won't be sufficient enough. Tech-9s, for the most part, still a decent amount of utility in the mix, so it won't really stop them from making too good of a take. However, Shazam might be able to do this, so he pulls that nice volley there. Some good damage comes off, and Flowsick with a great shot over on a rush as they work their way in. Ricks finds one, XP3 looking for the trade, but can't find it. So again, Conquest with a strong hold, and Shazam looking to maybe shut things down here in a second, but Anger actually wraps around, picks up the kill on a Shazam, and might still have a chance yet for him to pick up maybe a few kills before this round concludes.
Well, he's actually holding back towards this boiler room. He's spotted by Nafly, and Nafly is going to pick him off with the AWP. So that is the 1 AWP salvage for Shazam, but a double op setup here for Conquest. So they're probably going to go with double op with Nafly and Shazam. So that is a lot of firepower to hold towards mid and towards B. Good try for WinterFox, but they went with that force buy up towards that A side, and they ran through smoke at the same time from the balcony, which made it a lot easier for Ritz to get those kills, because he was posted on top of the balcony when he expected him to play inside pit. So just a little bit easier hold for Conquest's side, and we're tied up 4-4.
As we see now, everybody trying to push for a nice quick play back over here up Banana, but it's not working out so well. Again, a great opener from the players of Conquest. That Molly, along with Naf, just doing some work there, is going to do so much damage to these guys. They've already spotted out the plan too, but WinterFox not changing it. Devilwalk rushes in there with the dualies and picks up a kill, but they're able to very quickly respond to that and take the rest of the players from WinterFox down.
And definitely still able to salvage that AWP for this round again. I mean, it was just great coordination from Conquest's side, for the car side and Banana. Those 2 nades bounced from the wall inside the pillar room, or the pillar area of Banana, which heavily damaged Anger and I think another of their teammates. That being said, after that, they threw that incendiary grenade and nobody was able to push through, so you're forcing a one-man peek with Devilwalk, the only one that's able to come out from that molly, so it makes it a 2 versus 1 and just an easier hold.
So So now with WinterFox having the guns back into their hands here. Oh, Rush actually catching two of them, kind of screwing around out in the open, so that's going to be a nice amount of free damage that goes over. Rix, though, can't find the shot, but thankfully corrects it before Anger catches on, and now that's going to be the first kill being picked up by the Conquest players. Devilwalk potentially sneaking down to Boiler in a second, too. Unless there's utility in order to get their way out of there, that could be an easy lineup for Shazam, but thankfully the smoke comes out, not in the right direction, though, but here comes the flash, and Shazam is going to have to hold back after all as they attempt to make this entry over here through Boiler.
Now they're going to try to spam through. They're able to take down, actually, CQ. Rush down to 13 HP as Devilwalk was trying to spam through that smoke. Should have had that kill, and if he did, it would have been a little bit easier for WinterFox to try to wrap around this site and take A. But as they still have a three-man stack, towards this A bomb site, they're going to opt back to move in towards this B area, where they only have Nafly holding it with an AWP, but he's holding it at a good angle that could give enough information and hold for his teammates to rotate back.
And look at how much damage, too, has just gone on to these WinterFox players because of this failed attempt to get into the A side. Everybody's so low. Thankfully, it's not going to matter too much, but there's Naf. He picks up the shot. That's the bomb, too, so they should be able to call this rotate, potentially. He smokes it, so we can't see it, but there's a second shot through the smoke on XP3. Now Daps is here. He's going to find a kill over on the Flowsick, and immediately pretty much everything has been shut down, so with 15 seconds left on the clock, Devilwalk picks up the op, and is going to look to potentially save her.
Oh, he's spotted. Yep. They're going to hunt him down now for CQ's side, so you can see it from the minimap. Rix is going to be the first one at the finish line, followed by Daps, followed by Shazam, and they're just going to push towards T-spawn, and can Devilwalk hold it?
I don't think they're going to check it. Oh!
They will. They will, and they're going to take him down, so... I mean, I think that was a little bit of a broken rush for WinterFox that last round. They just ran through towards hallway, made a lot of noise, so Rix was able to call it. At the same time, Anger ran out, and he had support behind him who went for a pre-fire shot. I think that was XP3, just to see if his opponent's going to peek out. But instead of going for a double peek outside towards that balcony to go for trades, it was just Anger that ran out. It was just easier for Rix, who's got that kill. If you're looking at the minimap so far, it's been pretty standard positions for Conquest for the CT side. It's different from what the last Met that we saw versus Method, where they played from spawns and played different positions. They're playing very standard so far for Conquest, playing obvious spots, playing the same spots as well for Conquest, but WinterFox just can't seem to adapt because the aim is just better for CQ's side for tonight.
So here comes WinterFox once again. Not really with a whole lot of anything to work into this side, unfortunately, and already being challenged, too, I believe, by Rix over just inside of the long haul at this point, so that's going to push those players towards an alternate angle. They work their way back over here towards middle and are going to shift the play to B, but that's a pretty predictable move here, and Dap should be able to handle that pretty easily. Here comes a flash, so he's going to have to pull back a little bit, and the smoke comes in there, too, so he might be restricted, but he gets his molly. He's going to push for it anyway. A little bit of trouble trading it through the smoke, but he finds a kill anyway over on XP3. Now pops out. There's another one. There is going to be a player behind him, but Nap's there to cover for it now, so he picks up one kill, and Dap just goes absolutely insane, shutting down pretty much everything, and he picks up the final kill as well. That's going to be a huge play from him.
And no bomb plants again for WinterFox. And what's their mind so far is not only the first step, not being able to entry towards this B bomb site, but the second step is stop running through that molly. Incendiary grenades are being thrown from the CT side. Yes, you've committed towards it, but from that molly being thrown, expect for the CTs to go for a shoulder peek or something like that. So just hold your position, set up 2 or 3 guys as you've committed already, and just go for the pick right after. But XP3 able to take down Naf to start things off here, because as they're actually starting to play by spawns here, Nafly actually tried to peek towards mid. Anger makes it a 2-mid advantage as he takes down Rix. So they're playing a little bit more aggressively for CT side, and it's not working. Shazam gets a blinded kill.
Shazam completely flashed that, but he times it perfectly, looking for another one, but just misses the head of Lex, so thankfully he's going to be able to find that trade now. Dap's looking to flank, but there's a smoke right in his way. Rush still holding strong on the site, but only ends up getting one, and Flowsick with the one-tap. Shut down on a jumping Daps, takes him out, and what a quick take from WinterFox to finally give them another point.
Oh, yeah. And we've talked about it multiple times before as casters. Don't fix what ain't broken. You've won how many rounds in a row? 6 rounds in a row as a CT side, just holding basic spots and letting them come to you, and you're winning it. Yeah, you're going to play more aggressively towards banana, but you're winning those as well. Now you're trying to play by spawns. Things have changed a little bit of how you're going to position yourselves, and you always playing B for the last 11 rounds, and you're going to try to look back towards middle. When you haven't seen middle for 12 rounds, you've lost that battle, speaking about Nafly, so you were comfortable with your spots, just keep them.
WinterFox again looking to line it up nice and slowly this time as they press themselves forward. Daps and Naf, though, definitely not going to be wanting to play the same game. Already looking out for a potential rush here from WinterFox. They don't press it any further towards the card angle. I don't think they want to take a risk here. WinterFox have been looking a little bit better this time around, especially Anger, of course, leading the team right now in a very big way with 12 frags, with the next player, XP3, down at 6. Apologies, actually, Flowsick down at 9. But still, for the rest of these guys, Lex, once again, is going to find the opening kill over here as he works his way out the boiler. That drops Shazam. He finds the second one, tries to transfer the spray, but thankfully Rix is a little bit too high up. However, XP3, I think lag compensation came in there a little bit, but he manages to take down Rix as he works his way into there. Now, looking for one kill. He's going to find it, but Anger finds the trade, and now everything falls into Daps' hands in a 1-on-3. He will have a bit of a flank, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to spot it.
Oh, yeah. 3 versus 1. You've lost, about to lose 2 rounds in a row here. You're at a position where you're going to have to save your M4. Because your money has been reset at this point. Yeah, you're going to lose 2 rounds in a row. You're going to get $1,900. So there's going to be Rix and Daps that might be able to buy and then drop weapons and Shazam as well. So you might see this broken buy from the CT side after. But WinterFox just played that round very well, actually, for what they had. And you've mentioned Anger doing very well at 12 and 9 before he got this kill in this round here. But I think most of his kills happened towards the first and second round. So he kind of had a slump for those 6 rounds where the CTs just started to come back. But these trades are finally coming back in his favor, and hopefully he'll get that confidence back. But we'll see if Daps... Well, he should be able to save this M4. But can Conquest pull it back after and reset the money back onto the T side?
Yep, and that's always going to be the big struggle there for the CT side. Thankfully, it's always going to be, you know, one more round that they have to work against here, but obviously, again, with them running themselves dry, that could leave that 5th round or that 15th round, I should say, pretty much as a free one for WinterFox. So we'll see how well this one goes. Naf, of course, going with his weapon of choice that he's already had quite a big impact with in this half, just going straight for the Deagle. Everybody else, thankfully, still on rifles at this point. Rush, the only player that's been reduced off of an M4 down onto a FAMAS. But for WinterFox, they've got everything they need, including on those 2 offers as well with full utility kits, so they're not going to be worried at all in regards to potentially running up against Conquest at this point. And again, it's the usual setup, nothing too out of the ordinary for them to start off this round.
Yeah, only difference coming in for WinterFox is that they're running a double op setup for T side, which is interesting, and the ops are in the hands of the high pings. So that's a little bit different from what we've seen so far tonight for WinterFox's side, but you can't really call this a quote-unquote broken buy for CQ side, because Nafly has been on point with that Deagle. That Deagle is as strong as so far for him as his op skills towards the B-bomb side. We should basically call this a silver op, as we'd like to use to call it in 1.6. So he's playing aggressively and close towards this B entrance, and can he hold it against Devilwalk, who's creeping up with the AWP? If he can, nope.
Devilwalk's going to shut that down. Plays coming over here now as the rest of the team going to look to make an entry over here through the mid choke point. Holding that is going to be mainly Rush. Rix maybe get a little bit of the action here, but he's kind of in his own little duel with Anger back over there inside of the apartments, while the rest of the team, they're working their way over there towards Library Wrap side, and they're going to get it for free. There's no hold on that at all. Thankfully, this good prediction comes out from Shazam, but he's going to have a nasty surprise. These players that are moving over through CT, through up highway now, have made no noises yet. Now they're going to get revealed, but Shazam, he's had no time to prepare for this, but he picks up 1 kill anyway. There's the trade from Lex, though, and now these guys are really going to be in a bit of a pickle here, but Daps holds strong. He picks up at least 1 kill before Lex once again is going to be able to shut him down, and also Anger waiting in the wings will take down a Rush on his attempt to rotate, and it's just left to Rix once again as WinterFox with a nice tricky play and the unfortunate position there from Conquest, leaving nobody to watch Library side. Basically lets WinterFox get into that B site with relative ease.
And that is so weird, because he made it there when it was still a 5 versus 5, or maybe a 5 versus 4, but at the end of the day, if you lose one of your players at the beginning of the round, rotate and readjust. But if it was still a 5 versus 5 and nobody was playing towards that library area, it's a little bit questionable there for Conquest, because, like I said, they've played basic spots where they won 6 rounds in a row. Now they're trying to switch things around. They're about to lose 3 rounds in a row, and they will lose 3 rounds in a row, so...
Rix, though, actually manages to come out in a pretty big way towards the end of that round. Gets 2 kills and an op for his troubles, so that's not bad at all now. Unfortunately for Conquest, of course, that op is basically going to be the only thing they have, except for maybe 1 to 2 rifles that they're going to be able to sneak through with. And for those that actually go for those buys, they don't have any utility at all behind it. That'll be Rix picking that one up. The rest of the guys, though, are basically either going to be on this SMG that Daps has, or some upgraded pistols here and there. But at least with that op, they can have a little bit more potential to do some damage here.
And they all went with kits, so at the same time, they're going to play it close and go for trades whenever they can with the weapons that they usually have in their hands. And things have changed a little bit more, and Nafly is going to be playing with that Deagle passively towards the CT spawn. You saw that crossfire set up with Daps towards B. So, again, they're playing for a 3-man stack on porch side, leaving Archway open. But thankfully for them, WinterFox has played it very passively, trying to just get some spams through, knowing that CQ's on a broken buy with basically nothing, thinking they would play more a little bit more aggressively. They started spamming a little bit more, but as things reset a little bit here, you're going to start seeing that action towards this A-bomb site, possibly.
So they slowly, again, work to make that progress. Shazam in a very good spot. If Anger doesn't... Oh, Shazam not going to be as good on the timing that time as he was previously, so he can't pick up that shot, unfortunately, over on Anger. He squeaks through just barely. And they also spot his position, too, which is not going to really have time to move away from this. Rex gets a nice flank, is able to escape with a free kill, but unfortunately only ends up with a 1-for-1 trade. However, he spots these two other players. No bomb spot as of yet, so the two that are still here on the B site have to stay there. And it's for good thing, too, because that bomb is actually still moving over here towards the B site. Daps may move forward to challenge in a second, but they've got Naf on the rotate, so it's just going to be Daps. And he's sitting in a very exposed position after he maybe finds one kill here as well.
It's up to Devil Walk, and they're walking right into another crossfire. Given enough time for Naflight to rotate back thanks to Daps' smoke from the oranges, but Closing still lurking around, gets 2 kills, so this is huge right now, so it's going to be a 3 versus 2. Make that a 3 versus 1 inside the B site to start things off, because Naflight was already on a huge rotation for construction instead of helping out Daps. So Anger gets the kill, and at the end of the day, WinterFox takes the lead in his first half, and taking 8 rounds on T side is actually very good to start things off in Inferno. Things just start to break down a little bit for CQ's side. I think close to the 10th round, 11th round.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Another big thing there, too, that could have actually completely changed the outcome of that one, we saw, too, that play was coming out, and you have to remember just how low the timer was. There was only, like, about 8 seconds left, so I think it was Daps with the UMP. If he had actually got through and picked up that kill into the bomb planter, we might have been able to see the time run down, and they might have just ended up with picking up that one, too. But I think it was Devilwalk that actually, like, stood in front and acted as a human shield so we could get that plant, so that was really well done there, and they just barely were able to save that round and pick up the 8th point.
For sure. So 8-7 is our score. We're waiting for Rix and Lex to ready up for the second half, but this is looking a little bit more troublesome for CQ's side as they're going to take the T side now in the second half. Yeah, they've been playing well in terms of aim, just a little bit of miscommunication towards the mid-half of the first half. So from round number 7 or 8, actually, after all, moving on to round 15 has been a little bit of a struggle there for Conquest. But now they're going to overtake the T side. Again, coming up against, maybe they're going to try to take advantage of XP3 and Devilwalk's positioning. But you know, at the end, if you're looking at the scoreboard, XP3 is not doing that badly in terms of playing T side with an EWP. 8 and 11 is actually quite good if you're going to be the guy that's going to try to get entries with an op.
Yep, so here we go, guys. Once again, second half, and this is, technically speaking, what we expect to be the better half to come out from Conquest here, just looking at purely their record and how the map score usually correlates to it. And they've got a pretty good record when it comes to these pistol rounds, too, so they might be able to get themselves back into this one very, very quickly indeed, but it's going to be a wait and see, whereas WinterFox have a good amount of confidence coming off of them, too. And they could potentially shut things down very fast if that continues into this round, but getting very aggressive here. We can already see XP3 creeping up here. If he catches Rush, that bomb is going to go down, but thankfully Rush is going to be there, and we'll be able to stop that without any further conflict. So already now, player going down, and the B site also wide open off of the hands of this, and it looks like they might even just bring the bomb, and yep, that's exactly what they're doing. They're going into the mid-choke point. Some players actually coming back in, so they might still try to go for this A site, and that could be a big mistake, because that B site was left completely open. Now they're going to realize the error of it, and after a bit of an awkward trade, it gets left into a 2-on-3. Also, Lex very, very low at this point, too, and a trap's been set. Anger tries to, but he gets the kill anyway onto Rix. Rix tried to set that up, but revealed himself. I think his foot popped out a little bit too early, so Anger was able to catch on to this, and now they're rushing in. They're going to try to stop this play, which won't be possible, but Rush over here in the corner. I think Anger knows he's there. Gets the reload, but pops out.
Boy.
And he actually gets both of them.
With 2 bullets, he just lines him up, and that was unfortunate for WFX's side. But again, the reason why I said it was big is because X3 pushed down, and like you said, nobody was playing B after that. They rotated it out and expected a push up towards Conquest side, up at middle towards A. Huge props for Conquest to play it so patiently so far, and thankfully for Rush to be able to get those kills and help actually CQ overtake mid, overtake A site, and then move over to B. It was close because they played it. They tried to play a retake towards the A side, leaving Arch side open.
Now we've got the big buy-ups here coming up from Conquest as well. 2 P90s. We've got, actually, those are the only SMGs they've bought for. None of the increased economy SMGs, but they're doing work with it. Naf using with what I believe someone called the old man gun earlier. I'm going to be rolling with the Nova, and then for WinterFox with already 2 players down here, unfortunately not a whole lot of hope for them to swing by in this round. Won't be seeing that crazy trade we had at the beginning of our first half.
Oh yeah, hold mouse one, rush through, get the opening, and a little bit different. Nova is questionable for me in terms of shotguns. Yeah, you get a lot of money out of it, but you have to be a lot more accurate than what it used to be with the Nova to try to get those kills. It seems as though the new way to play shotguns is not really the Mag 7, at least in my opinion. It should be the auto shotgun, as I use it often. And mid-range to close range, it's actually very accurate to still be able to hit headshots. Yeah, you hit it twice, you get 2 dings, they're down to about 10 HP. So if you don't get the kill, it's enough support for your teammates to get the frags. But if not, you should be able to just buckshot and spam with auto shotgun and get kills, and then build up the economy more. Because like in NAFY, he has invested $1,200 into that Nova. He's gotten no kills there, and 3 guys on the CT side were able to save their pistols. So if they're going to be able to stack again with these more powerful pistols towards B and come up against NAFY long range with Nova, well, that's money that wasn't well spent on CQ's side.
So thankfully, though, with 3 players from WinterFox being able to survive, they've actually still got a nice pool of their buyups from the previous round being brought into this one. Still going to be pretty much an eco, of course, but now they've at least got a couple more. They've got a couple more 5.7s coming into play, along with the Deagle over on Devilwalk, but not a whole lot of armor behind any of it. So not expecting anything too big to be held off here. The 2 with armor are going to be positioned over here towards Banana at this point, but already Daps ripping through one of them, and there's a second kill as well. So looking like it might just end up being a repeat of the previous round very, very quickly here. Once Anger or Lex are able to come out in a very big way with these positions behind first and second oranges.
The ESEA comes in towards B, and they have that 2-man stack. So they lost 2 at the beginning, like you said here, Blues. So it comes down to them trying to execute. At least NAFY is moving in. Anger's playing towards the fountain, and there you go. That shotgun. It just didn't work. Can't get that spam through, but at the end of the day, they should be able to take control of this A. They decide to roll back towards, B, but they decide to roll back towards A, where Devilwalk is still waiting with 84 HP with a Deagle, so they're pitching in on him, though, on both sides, so a little bit harder for him to try to get the hold.
Devilwalk gonna get a nice shot there, take a couple shots, but it does end up controlling well, and then Shazam comes in to take him down, and now it's just Lex all on his lonesome in a 1-on-2 with only 5 HP to work with at this point. And overall here, nothing else, and I believe Rix might just be finding him here in a couple seconds, and there we go. That's going to take him down. Conquest pick up the 10th point, so they make it through again. Not really a whole lot of damage coming up with the exception of this round over onto the Conquest players, so they escape with quite a lot of money. They're going to have to go for the rebuys here, so that'll get reduced a little bit, but overall they're still going to be looking very good. WinterFox managed their economy pretty well as well, so going into this one, we'll see pretty much the full buyouts coming up from them too. A couple players going to be a little bit limited on utility, but for the most part, they should have everything they need.
Well, they don't really have kits to work with as well. It's just Lex that's playing towards the A side, so they have most of the players to be able to salvage that kit in case Lex dies. But you're playing with small armor, which is fine as well for the CT side coming up against AK-47s, because the 1-tap actually takes you out. So it's going to be a little more aggressively for Conquest's side to work towards this A, so can they hold a little bit faster for this aggressive push from CQ?
As they work their way in here, Devilwalk and Flowsick again picking up those second kills. Naf drops down over there from the balcony though, and he's going to pick up that kills. Unfortunately, leaves himself a little bit overexposed. Now they've been dropped out of the sight here, but XP3 may push through this smoke and try to get back control very quickly. He finds that kill on a Naf, and again, keep in mind, no plant at this point either, so they're going to get pressured, everything into the hands of Shazam, and he's stuck on the site, going to rush for that plant. Should be able to get it, as I don't think they can close onto him quickly enough, but now he's going to get very quickly eliminated there by XP3, and WinterFox, very, very fast gun around here, but it is going to end up going into their favor to keep things close at a 9-10 scoreline.
Oh yeah, you gotta give a big thanks for Flowsick and Devilwalk for that hold, because it was aggressive from the hallway and from up middle. Devilwalk was playing towards Archway side. I think he was smoked out if I'm not mistaken, so he spammed through and supported Flowsick there, but Flowsick had to do basically one kill, get a 180 for a second one, so if that wasn't the case, that was more players for T side to actually get the plant, and one more player to look out for on a post-plant situation when the T's will play the defensive side. So good play for Flowsick at the end of the day.
And now with, again, another good play coming out here from the WinterFox guys, and then pretty much the same way that it happened in the previous half, of course, after a little bit of differences, but they get a good start here on the gun round once again, and they're now going to be able to elevate themselves. For Conquest, of course, though, as I talked about before, with a good amount of money being stacked up on those anti-ecos, they're at the very least going to be able to make it into this round with the AK armor buys they need. Not really going to have a whole lot in the way of smokes or anything, and if they did, they've already used quite a few of them, so that's going to get a little bit rough trying to find their way in, as I don't think WinterFox are going to be shifted out of positions or anything, and you can tell this too. They're taking their time, they're going to sit back, they're going to look for any extra aggression that would come out from WinterFox in hopes that they pick up an extra man advantage or two here at the beginning due to some over-aggression that would come out from the CTs.
And this might be the last chance that actually the T's have to go for a full buy, and they actually catch Devil Walk with the molly in his hand, so that's a huge opening for them to force this buy in their favor. But Lex quickly evens it out on a 4 versus 4. Flowsick about to make it a 4 versus 3 by taking out Shazam, trying to go for a walking through the smoke. A little bit questionable there. But at this point, things are looking very good for WinterFox to reset the money on the T side and then bring it back here on a 10-10 score.
Anger's going to get pushed back to New Box, but FP3 coming in there from CT. He's going to be able to support, but now, though, he picks up another headshot kill. Now we've got Rush coming in. The smoke's there to cover, but they haven't fully spotted Anger as of yet, and now he pops out, stops the bomb from being planted. He already knows where Rush is, too, so they can probably predict he's pushing that smoke, but that doesn't stop him from getting a kill into Lex anyway. So now he puts this into a 1-on-2, but again, stuck off-site, 16 HP, nothing left to work this with, and with only 13 seconds left, I think he's going to maybe look for a way out of here, but to be honest, it's not going to look too good. If he peeks over here towards CT, he's probably going to be a dead man. Actually not, though. There's
no time anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 3 seconds left. They knew that Rush got the kill towards construction side, so they played very passively. Better for XP3 and Anger to play the crossfire setup as well. They know on their side they're very low on money, so they cannot go on a hunt to try to take down Rush. So that's going to be 1 AK salvage there, and they might, at this point, actually be able to buy for Conquest side, probably go for Deagles and Tech 9s for the ones that are low, and AKs for the rest. So, smart save at the end of the day for Rush, but their aggressive play that they had for Conquest that round before, kind of like what they had on the CT side, play aggressively, and it didn't work.
WinterFox now lined up with the tie and in a good position here. And another note for them, too, is their money is still not in the best position as of yet after coming off with 2-round victories. It's been, to some degree, at heavy cost here in these two, so they haven't really been able to build anything up just as of yet here on their own side. 1 round from Conquest could potentially break them and put them right back on the pistols here, so they're still very close to bringing this back, and with 4 AKs, it's still a very large possibility that they could end up doing this. But for Conquest, it's going to be a 5-man stack over here, just going to work directly into the B site. Close encounters, though, his Anger moves in. He finds 1 and 2, and is burning around it, but it doesn't matter. Finds another one, and he just loads them up there, shuts everybody down, and Nap even getting some team damage there on the Ricks in a bit of a confusion, but that's it. Nap is stuck here behind the wheelbarrow. He's got nowhere to work for, and that's going to end that round very, very fast indeed.
Oh yeah, Nap flies now at Sandbags, and Anger gets the ace for that frag, and that molly that was thrown did not damage him at all, so they did not expect him towards that cubby. Easy peasy kills for Anger to get that ace, and like you said, they needed to at least get a bomb plant for Conquest's side to put some money back, to add $800 to the bank to go for AKs if they wanted to, but due to that, they're going to have to go for a full pistol save and give an advantage for WinterFox to potentially get a 2-round lead in this map on Inferno.
Off of the hands of that, as we already mentioned, now Conquest going to just try to work for something maybe very quickly here. Up through alt mid, careful of an aggression that could come out there through a window, but they're not going to spot it. Now they're going to work a bit of a dynamic take here, going directly into that A site. Couple going into apartments. We're going to have at least Shazam working his way through mid-choke point, but unfortunately he's already been hit, and there's a molly outside of that as well, so they're going to be a little bit more careful of this, but as they work their way in, Devil Walk lining them up with the addition of that molly, going to shut down 2 of them, and that kills that angle. Now a couple coming down through Boiler. Shazam finds his kill over here through Rap side, and unfortunately the aim punch going to be a bit too strong against Ricks there, so Lex will shut down both Ricks and Shazam on their way out, and now it's, again, just down to 1 player, and he can't even get that kill. Flowsick jumps right up there, finishes him off, and now 12-10 in the favor of WinterFox again.
Yeah, nothing more you could add from there. They just, like I said, went for pistols, tried to go for an aggressive push for trades. It didn't work out for the M4s versus pistol. It just shreds people around, with, especially when they don't have any armor. So just an easy hold there for WinterFox, taking a 2-point lead. But things might get reset once again. Well, it might not get reset. You're looking at the money before it comes off the overlay. They were still looking very healthy in terms of the bank economy for WinterFox. But CQ are at the point where they have to win this round here again. If not, they're going to be back on a forced broken buy for the round after.
Yeah, those past 2 rounds really did a good job. I talked about how I was a little bit worried about it before, but the past 2 rounds really did a good job of solidifying the money on the side of WinterFox, so they shouldn't have too much of a trouble, even if we see Conquest striking back now off of a big buy coming up from them. But they're going to take it nice and slow, shifting away, of course, from those big quick plays, as obviously those have not gone very well at all. And they'll try to work a bit more of a methodical one here. Not really deciding on a site take as of yet, trying to figure out what exactly is going on. But we've got a couple players in apartments, one back over here through the mid-choke point, and that's Shazam, waiting to see if somebody pushes from there. And the 2 on Banana now starting to fall back, so I believe the rest of the team might end up solidifying on an A site take.
And there's really only Devil Walk holding on the other side. They fully smoked him out too, and he spammed through that smoke as well, so he might get caught off guard. Nope. Shazam decides to fall back because he learned from his mistake the last time he tried to walk through smoke. They're going to molly out Devil Walk though, so this is going to be huge for them to try to get the kill, and they will do so. They burn him down, so A is now weak.
And they've also got a kill from Rush over on the Lex, too, so they've killed him, but look at Flowstick being sneaky, creeps up over there to the porch, but unfortunately only able to track down one of those kills. Rix will be quick on the response and is able to take him down. Now they've got full site control, and only 2 left from WinterFox here, too, to find a way back into that site. Not going to look so good. We've got Anger creeping around, but XP3 doesn't even really want to look like doesn't look like he really even wants to go for this, so I think they're going to call it off and look to save these 2 rifles instead, just to keep that economy in a good spot.
Yeah, CQ's round is to win here. XP3 and Anger will save their guns. A great execution from Conquest to start things off. Just a little bit bad positioning from WinterFox at the end of the day. You have 2 guys playing deep inside the pit, and you're going to try to play by yourself to hold middle from Cubby, where I think you should have played it more towards the archway side. Despite you being smoked out, once it dissipates, you could still get enough information, fall back into the site, and then play deep inside the site after that, because then you could watch porch side hold. From the guy playing towards archway side, and have the 2 guys pit watch any wrap that happens towards Moto. And once you have the wrap, the rotation coming through from B side, you have one of the players that could watch back towards CT spawn. So it covers out the angle a little bit there if the aggression comes in from the T side. But unfortunately, again, it's not just Devil Walk. He was rushed. I got a nice pick on porch side as well at the beginning of the round.
And there's Devil Walk, speaking of which, he gets a nice early pop here on Shazam, tries to go for the blind peek in middle. And Devil Walk has something to say about that as he very quickly eliminates him. And that's already going to be 1 kill in the favor of these WinterFox players now. And that splits up the rest of them as well. 2 trying to push up Banana right now to see if they can find anything in terms of a kill over there. And the same story back over here towards alt mid too, as you've got Daps along with Rush trying to work a take, potentially, and that Ace there just makes some noise here. And they've also now got to fall back and pick up that bomb too, so that's going to delay any take by a couple extra seconds. But thankfully this kill happens almost directly at the beginning of the round, so shouldn't have too big of an impact.
Yeah, and it's Devil Walk with the AWP instead of XP3 as well. He had the better spawn, so he took it to his advantage to look down towards that mid. He gets that kill, and now they could set up on what we were talking about here, a little bit more passively for the CT side. You're playing it from archway side. If you actually do see the pick coming through from the left side or the peek coming through towards the left side, you have a guy graveyard and a guy inside pit to support you, and then the retake comes through. But now it's a 5 versus 4. They still have enough firepower for Conquest side if they want to try to execute towards B. But like I said, since it's still a 5 versus 4, nobody's rotated across, so they have to expect 2 guys in that site.
And for Conquest, now lining up that take, but WinterFox already doing a good job of catching on to this now with those nades coming in and no execution following it here. Devil Walks have rotated, and you got more on the way coming in through Highway here too. One's going to come in. Devil Walk unfortunately can't connect his shot, and they have to find an entry, but Anger's still holding by, I believe, behind second oranges. He's still there and is still picking up some kills there. Thankfully, Rush should be able to take him down now, but there's going to be a nice flash, and that combos it into a kill from Devil Walk. He can't spot that plant as he got the second he pops out. There we go. He takes him down. Rush tries to hold, but a good response again from Devil Walk allows him to just clean things up, and what a round from him. Comes out of that one with a 4K, and is going to absolutely dominate the Conquest roster.
At least they get the bomb plant coming through for CQ. That's going to give him enough money to go for a buy and possibly try to reset again, or at least hurt the economy for WinterFoxes in round number 25. But things are actually coming down quite well for both of these teams. It's been a tough match for either side, whether they be playing CT side or T side. CT seems to be a little bit stronger here for Conquest at the beginning when they won 6 rounds in a row. WinterFox ended their streak at 4, but they reset it quite easily against Conquest here.
So now Conquest starting to really falter here in a pretty big way. Struggling to pick up those rounds on T side, which is a bit of a rare thing for them here, but Shazam now moving very quickly inside of the apartments. Gets a spot of the shoulder there from Flowsick. Unfortunately was caught with a nade in his hand, so he's not going to be able to respond to it, but very, very quick take. Here we go. They're going to roll right in. They're running into each other on the way out, but nonetheless, Rush finds the opener. Flowsick, though, stops the kill Batman style on Shazam, and now Devil Walk picks up a kill before he traded out by Rush himself, and also Rick's finding another one over on the Flowsick, so they get their way into that site, and they restrict access here, too, for the 2 players left alive on WinterFox, XP3 and Anger. They don't really have a way back in. They've only got a smoke and a flash, too. But keep in mind how low Rix and Rush are. If they can find those 2 kills, they still might have a pretty good chance at working this, but the smoke comes over towards Library. That's going to stop that push from happening here, and it's just so hard to work this retake at this point with all the smoke coverage they have on the site.
I think they're just counting Anger to maybe possibly get a kill here and waiting for the smoke to dissipate, but so much noise is being made, so he was heard there from the player playing inside the site. That was Rush. So Rix jumps on top of the pole, gets the kill, and XP3 will save his M4. They still have maybe not enough money to go for a buy this round here, so this could be a chance for Conquest to tie the game back in this first map. And when we're talking about it in general for Conquest, I've mentioned it at the beginning of this matchup when we're looking at Daps that tweeted a few days ago saying, yeah, best of ones, it's making it hard for us to actually come back here in this ESEA season, but Inferno is actually one of their most comfortable maps. The victories that they had so far has been huge gaps against their opponents online, in other leagues as well.
And that indeed, we talked a little bit about that before too. So just if anybody is sort of missing context on them, on their current record for this map right now, just in the seasons for both, for ESEA and CSGO, it's just like 9-1 or something really good like that. So those guys have had quite a bit of success on this map, and it's actually pretty surprising when you consider the weaknesses that WinterFox have been dealing with recently, that they're having such a hard time closing this map out against WinterFox.
Yeah, definitely. This is the first time that they played on ESEA this season, but as you mentioned, Sivo, they've defeated everybody basically like 16-4, 16-2. They won against WinterFox, I think it was 16-4. So they were very comfortable on this map, and now they're playing against WinterFox, who actually have high pings and are struggling this time here. It shows how much they're basically tilted on these force maps for ESEA side.
So here we go now from Conquest, though. They make a big 3-man push through the mid-choke point, and they're going to get a kill on that one. Some damage trade back over on the Rush, and there's going to be Flowsick to finish it back up, but Naf again finding another trade, so they'll maintain the man advantage. Lex has also been heavily injured from this type of play, too, so he's going to get dropped down to 8 HP, and again, you just look at what WinterFox have here. There's not a whole lot of hope for them to begin with, but there's a lot of confusion being made. Conquest themselves still haven't really fully decided on where exactly they want to take this one, but now with the timer getting low, they're going to roll right into the B site, and in a second here, Rix is going to find out that it's completely open, so they should be able to just walk right in and get that plant.
Let's see what happens out of that. So they actually leave that B side open. They'll get that plant. That buy that came through, the force buy, did not work in WFX's side. So it's going to be the easy win coming in for Conquest. It's going to be 13-13. And if you're looking at the money situation, so they're going to lose 2 rounds in a row. So you might be able to see Devil Walk if he's able to save this. Well, actually, he only has a deagle, so he's going to have to go for a force buy, not be able to drop one of his teammates. So that's a little bit tough there. So XP3 is going to be a little bit broke coming on to the round after. And WinterFox desperately needs to get this next round, because if they don't, you'll see that 14-13 score, where they're still going to be broke as a joke until the rest of the game. Wow.
And there's going to be Conquest closing it out. Shazam, I think. Look at Shazam. Look, he's trying to get this up. It's on the ground right now. That got tossed up there, but he can't get it.
Yeah, and at the end of it, they weren't able to save that M4. So they were able to only save FAMAS. The deagle that was bought by Devil Walk is gone. The M4 that was trying to be saved is gone as well. They're going to go for a gamble pistol armor buy here and just try to play for the 29th round, or 28th round, sorry. No, 29th round. And we'll see what happens with that, because technically they should lose this round here versus Conquest. It'll be a 14-13 score. Will they finally have enough money, but it's going to be a desperate round needed for WFX, because if they lose the upcoming round, they're basically looking broke for joke for game point situation for Conquest.
There's going to be a boost here that comes up from Conquest. Won't be catching anything. WinterFox don't have a presence there behind Nubox at this point, which is what that boost is trying to hit towards. So they won't find anything there. And for the rest of the team now, too, Felicity gets a little bit aggressive, pushes inside there, potentially to catch players from long haul, but at the same time, Conquest very, very passive about this, at least on the A approach for the time being, with no players really committed to either of these sites. Same story for Rix and Nap. They pushed up the car as you would generally expect, but now they found a kill back over there inside of the apartments. That's going to take down Lex. He's going down. Rush moves forwards and finds Flowsick now as well. So 2 kills, A sites, an open book. They're going to have 1 player moving in, and that's going to be Devil Walk, but still, with only a deagle, not some good hopes for him. He pushes that, and they're not even here right now, so he's just going to walk right into essentially the Hornet's Nest, looking for the headshot. He's going to rip apart Rush there, so that takes him down, but on his way over, unfortunately gets caught mid-jump, so Daps is going to have an easy kill off the hands of this one. And again, for WinterFox, probably going to be looking at another easy round that they will lose, and Conquest should be able to run away with this one without any more conflict.
Yeah, we'll see for XP3. He did invest a lot of money for a P250, but we'll see if he wants to save that investment for that full armor and that P250. And he's looking basically for exits towards the hallway side at the end of the day. Daps is there. He connects onto him. Daps spots him right after, gets the dink and the kill. So that's at least economy damaged on to the T side. But Shazam's waiting for him here as XP3 is going to go for another peek through. It's a little bit tough there. He should have played a different angle at the end of the day. Bomb's going to go off. Anger's going to save again his FAMAS from the round before. So it's going to be 14-13 in favor of Conquest. And a much needed round coming up here for WinterFox.
Thankfully, Anger, at the very least, as we already mentioned, skips with this rifle, so they won't have to go for the buy-up. And, I mean, he's looking the lowest at all these players, so he's definitely the one that needed to try and save that rifle. Enough money, too, for Devilwalk to just barely squeak through here at this point with being able to pick up an op. Not a whole lot else behind it, as you can see. He's only going to be able to pick up an additional flash. Everybody else, though, going for what they need, and only 2 kits as well, but thankfully that'll be at least 1 on each site, so you shouldn't have to worry about that too much. Conquest still armed to the teeth. No op being used, interestingly enough, as they've sort of shied away from this one with the issues they've had, specifically against Devilwalk working that one, so we're not going to see that come into play. And I think they're just going to stick to what's been working, as, you know, for entries and whatnot, Conquest have been coming out so often in these previous few rounds.
And not having, well, at least they have one for Devilwalk, who actually plays it more towards the hallway instead of middle instead. But as he spotted nothing there, he decides to look back towards middle, but it's smoked out, so he's going to have to readjust here. And you can see he's trying to find the right spot to try to use his AWP, so maybe he should have played it more towards that B side. But being the only spot that hasn't been smoked here for the A side, he's going to look back and spot the hallway. So it's up to C. A very passive play and patient play for Conquest. They're trying to go for the pickoff towards B and at mid, and then realign from there to see what site they want to work with.
That porch position has been good because that's where a lot of the plays have been coming down towards both Boiler as long with a mid choke point, but he's going to move over here. Misses an opening shot, and now they're going to just work through here through middle for free. He can't connect that one either. The angle is going to be a little bit awkward, and Rick's also finding the opening kill. He's now trapped. He's going to get killed from Daps, who just runs out there and finds it for free from the balcony. Flowstick at least gets one, as does XP3, but again, still leaves it in a man-up situation. But however, Flowstick switches to the USP, and he's going to find a kill. Shazam takes him down, and now it's just Anger trying to work his way back in. That plant hasn't happened just yet, and he finds another spray down 2 over here on the NAF, trying to clutch this out. Shazam given room here. He's going to be able to sneak through with the plant, but he's going to be overexposed unless he goes onto the site, and again, he just has to hide behind this box, hoping to get the off angle, and thankfully he does. Shazam's going to be able to take down Anger, and Conquest now get their 15th point onto the board.
And that's still crazy that he went for a Tech 9 kill instead of an AK-47. The pressure was on for him. Anger knew exactly where he was at, and it was a smart move there for Anger, not only due to the fact that they don't want to play for the tie, but he had to play it aggressively. He saved this from us the last 2 rounds. He had to try to go for it. Especially that Shazam was committed towards that planet default spot. Unfortunately, Peaker's advantage came in towards the advantage for Shazam, and they're at game point situation versus WinterFox.
And now we're going to have to see what WinterFox can squeak through against here. Down to 2 deagles. Again, they've got some good nade stacks and whatnot behind that, but in terms of rifle power, they've only got 1 M4 in the entire team X here, and it's pushed very far forward on Car, and it's going to get hit with a nade. XP3 and Anger hit so heavily by this one now as they're pushed back. And we can see here now as well the efforts of this one. Lots of Conquest players pushing forward on the both angles once again, but that banana push actually is a lot of progress made. They don't even know if they realize it yet, but that nade connected so much damage. That push onto the B site should pretty much go flawlessly. They do decide to commit to it, and I think even WinterFox realized this as they're going to pull Devilwalk over here from the A side as well to assist a little bit more.
Well, they are actually using smokes to their advantage for WinterFox to try to bring down that clock. So you have that smoke being bloomed towards that mid side, towards Banana, and we're just spamming across. But look at that, Devilwalk's playing so close here with the deagle inside the smoke to see if it could spot somebody as soon as it dissipates. But there's still a lot of action that needs to be held for WinterFoxes towards this A side.
Naf's going to be able to catch Devilwalk, though, as he gets a little bit too aggressive, so that shuts him down now as well. The rest of the team, they're going to follow suit upon this one, as now that timer's getting a little bit low, so they've got to make a commitment onto one of these sites, and with that nade collecting all the damage it does, this does appear to be the better option. How Ranger, he's going to shut down Rix after Daps, however, moving in. He's going to pick up 2 kills on a Flowstick, and Lex, XP3 trying to return that damage, but it's just not looking good for WinterFox at this point, and they've got a flank coming in here in just a couple seconds from Daps. That's going to be dual. XP3 shuts that down nice and quick there. They have a small opportunity, but again, the problem that's surfaced so many times for WinterFox with that money not being managed very well. They're going to have no flashes, no smokes, not even a molly to get themselves into here. Naf already going to pick up an extra kill in XP3, and now Anger, they know where he is. He's found 1 shot over on a new box to take down Shazam, but they've got no reason to peek out against him. He moves in, finds one, but can't pick up the final one. Naf will close it out for his team with a deagle, and the final score of this matchup is going to be 16-13 in the favor of Conquest.
The Conquest guys really love to use those secondary guns instead of the main rifle guns. One with the Tech 9 kill from Shazam, the second one with Nafly with the deagle, but great games for Conquest at the end of the day. That last round, they actually needed to take down Daps at that middle side. If Daps actually got killed, it would have been 4 guys on the retake on towards that B bomb site. The thing is, they actually hurt him towards that mid side, moving towards Arch. The reason why there was actually 2 smokes that prevented, I think it was Flowstick that was moving towards that porch side to actually spot his opponent and go for a double peek to try to take him down. So Dabs had 2 easy 1 versus 1 and to actually help Conquest to win that round and towards the end. But WinterFox actually loses, falls behind. against Conquest, who actually puts finally a second map onto, or a second match won under their record.
And this is going to be another unfortunate situation for WinterFox once again. They were sitting 2-5, now going to be looking at 2-6 at the end of this one. And again, they're relying pretty heavily on when they do get these players back to North America, them really being able to win out on top of some of these matchups. A bit unfortunate that they're not going to be able to escape with this one, but they could have made their time once they're back in NA a lot easier. So that just inches them further and further away from that potential land spot, which I think at the beginning of this season at least, a lot of people were expecting them to be contending for, but unfortunately with a lot of these games going by the wayside due to the lag issue, it just slips away more and more. All right, guys, though, we are going to take a fast break, so stick around, and we'll be back with our next match here. It should be starting at any moment between Conquest and Method, which is going to be on Dust 2.
You're going to have the smokes coming towards the CT spawn. Whoever's playing on the left side of the doors is going to have to try to get at least 1 or 2 kills or fall back towards B. Then they have to focus against 5 guys or 4 guys rushing in from B tunnels and from the mid area. So we'll see what's going to happen. Like we said, we've seen Method on point. We're actually starting a knife round between both of these teams. So we'll see who's going to start off on the CT side first.
And of course, here too, another thing as well, some of the issues that may at least have piled in here for Method that, you know, obviously not in the same many issues that would have popped up, but still with Davey being added onto the team and with him not really being potentially fully rehearsed in on how exactly the playbook is going to work, thankfully this map will be a lot easier in that regard here over on Dust 2, as obviously there's not really a whole lot of there's not a huge plethora of strategies that each individual team has to work for. It's pretty straightforward when it comes to Dust 2. I wouldn't expect that to be a problem, even if it was one in the previous matchup.
Well, we're about to start things off here with the T side being utilized by Conquest. It is composed of Rush, Daps, Nafly, Rix, and Shazam with a 4-man push towards long and 1 lurking towards lower B, which is Nafly respectively, with the rest of his team working towards long. Meanwhile, for Method, we have Davey pushed up all the way up towards barrels. He's about to get flanked by Nafly and dinked and gooshed, actually, which actually gives them a huge advantage. Nafly, Silent, Ely, Toy, and Justin compose Method.
And Davey's going to get trapped here too, as a lot of the players from Conquest are working their way outside of the long doors now. He's looking for some shots, but unfortunately not counting on Shazam to catch him. So as all those players work over towards T, he doesn't even catch that too. He might have been able to see 1 or 2 of these guys, but for the most part here, he's only going to note Shazam, which is the player that killed him, has worked his way over here. However, Method do get a good call, at least to some degree over here now, to put an additional player back over there, and Justin's going to challenge mid, gets a nice headshot over there. So that's going to shut down Nafly. But for the rest of the team, worked into tunnels, didn't commit to it though. They're going to fall back, and there's Shazam with another one, a long-range kill from the top mid. He takes down Justin, and now for the rest of these players that are alive from Conquest, they just jump right up on a cat. They still kept rush over here towards long too, so they're going to push onto that side, and all the pressure falls into Ely to hold this, which he's not going to be able to do at all.
Yeah, they'll actually get this planted. It seems as though it's like a around-the-world strat for the T side. Counting on Method to play a little bit more aggressively. A nice pick there by Shazam, a 1-tap in the face of Silent, so it's going to be up to Toy Story on the 3 versus 1. Quickly dispatched by Rix. They're on that catwalk hold, and like I said, it's just aggressive pushes from both sides, actually. Like, we saw the 4 guys moving towards long, 1 guy lurking towards lower B, Davey pushing towards catwalk. When he actually got spotted first, the guys rotated back from T side at long towards T spawn and worked towards B, thinking that maybe because of that, there was a stack and already a rotation coming through towards the A side. But it was just the Glocks that were stronger on Conquest's side who kept Method on their toes, and at the end of the day, the Glocks was just stronger for Conquest's side.
We're going to have the Pro 90 lawnmower around here from Conquest as they try to work their way onto the B side. Ely doing a good job of shutting it down initially, but now Conquest's Rix and Rush are going to work their way back out here to pick up 2 more kills to trade it. They work their way out. Rix looking for another one here, and he's going to shut down Silent, so that should hold off most of the defense at this point. And although Justin, along with Dave, are going to try to rotate to counter these guys out, Shazam with a nice little goosher there, the headshot over onto Justin to take him down. And now it's just Davey, and I don't even think he's going to meet any combat here, so we should probably be able to make it out with the Deagle at the least, but that's not too big of a save. Conquest, of course, picking up their second point with relative ease.
Yes, definitely. It was a nice gamble from Method's side to try to stack back towards that B side, but at the end of the day, like you said, you got the Morars coming in with the P90s. Yeah, they lost Daps, but at the same time, Rix gets a 2K his own. Now Shazam also doing very well with the Scout. They spot Davey towards C-spawn, and Shazam gets 2 kills of his own with the Scout, so that nullifies any force spawn the pistols that came through for Method. And they just might have to readapt and play a little bit less aggressively for them.
And they're going to have to sit back and take it nice and casually this time for themselves. Not really any buy-ups, of course. We look at Justin, still using that Deagle at this point, but for the rest of these guys, nothing else being brought into the play except for a couple P250 upgrades. And as you said, very held back and laid back play from them this time. We'll see a fast cat to see if they can maybe catch Shazam or some more play towards middle. That tends to be a common spot, but Conquest are just going to repeat what worked in that previous round, and they're going to roll right into the B site, and you can even see Ely is like, well, I don't want to challenge this, and he just basically runs out of the site, hoping to catch maybe one of these guys, but Daps will very quickly eliminate him.
Ooh!
And there's a nice shot from Davey, at least, to take down Shazam, but now the rest of these guys are getting eliminated. However, Toy holds his own too. He's going to find another shot, and the Daps jumps down, able to get out of the way. Rix doesn't even see him, but he flips around there, picks up 2 kills. We're trying to be traded out there by Silent, and then it's going to be Naf to take him out of the picture, and finally end that very, very confusing round for Conquest.
Yeah, it's pretty much this gun round that's going to determine how Method's going to play this so far. I mean, losing the pistol round, it's very hard with pistols to try to get things done on the second and third. Yeah, sometimes if you're playing angles instead of playing aggressively and stack, it might work a little bit better for whatever map you're playing in. But it didn't work out here for Method's side. Now they're going to go with full gun rounds. You have an op in the hands of Silent, who's been on point on train so far, and they utilize him towards long at the beginning of this round, but they take down David to start things off through the smoke, and Silent's going to have to play out Playmaker and try to hold it off.
They're going to sneak in here. Silent with a little bit of an angle, but it works out for him as he picks up the kill over on the rush. Justin as well, looking to get that flash over to assist a little more, but so far the hold looking good for the time being. It's held back these Conquest plays, but they're still looking for it, and Shazam jumps right out. That's going to shut down Silent on an attempt to relocate back to another part of the site. Looking at Ely and Justin now, they're smoked off. They've got no access to the site. They're going to try to get this boost over onto Justin to get him up onto there, but he's still sitting here. He's still watching, and again, they don't really want to push him up there just as of yet because they don't know what's been happening with Cat. Now Rix is in position. He's going to creep him, but Ely's waiting for it there in the corner. He's going to be able to find a kill on the Rix, and a nice leg there too. That's going to bring Daps down to just 8 HP. So they get control of the site. They're going to be able to get this plant, but it's lackluster at best, and this molly goes right in Naf's face. No damage, and thankfully it does end up hitting Daps there too. But for the rest of these guys at this point on Method, that rate seek actually might not be the easiest thing in the world because they don't really have anybody over towards Cat at this point. They're going to get Toy onto here, but the timer ticking down. There's been no progress made, and now Daps, he shuts down Justin, and I don't even know if this is going to be possible at this point. Ely comes in, he finds a kill on a Naf, and there we see two actually going to be able to shut things down, but now it's Shazam at a long range. Not planning for it though, but he gets it anyway. Mid-air shot from Shazam to take down Toy, and Conquest will come out on top for the first point.
A great job by Shazam to hold it off there, indeed. It was a little bit a longer rotation coming through because as soon as they got the bomb plant, the third player from Method was still towards lower B. I gotta say, the reason why they actually didn't boost Justin into the site yet is because the smoke that was lobbed by Conquest actually still had a gap towards the left side, which gave the advantage for the op to maybe get a pick if he could. Unfortunately, there was only a leg shot that came out towards the end of that, and then after that, they could probably get the boost after.
Now we'll start this one off. Some aggression on Cat again. Shazam's going to be able to pick up one of them, but it's traded out by Justin, and now more rotating inside of the lower tunnels. Naf's going to pick up one of them, and Silent trying to run to get behind those boxes over towards Suicide. Rick's unfortunately having that nade in his hand when he crosses, so he's going to be able to escape with it for now. But for the rest of these guys, I mean, we've had basically a 180-degree rotation in terms of where you expect the CTs and the Ts to be playing. Toy trying to screw with them a little bit here, too. He gets some damage, but still no kills. The big thing, of course, is now Silent's got an op back here, and these guys, they're going to creep themselves on the side. I think they're done screwing around with this one, and from this point forward, I imagine they should hold pretty good control of the rest of this one. But, well, Naf blind peeks an op, so...
Yeah, and they're flanking him from outside B as well at T-spawn, so Rush is close. They have no idea he's there. He's going to get that kill into Silent, so the op is not saved. It should be salvaged on the T side as well. Bomb plant at the A side. They know that Toy's moving up on Cat. He's soon to be flanked by Rix. He does have an AK at least, though, so he might be able to win this fight close range. But he will not because of armor. He got aim punched and picked off, so... I mean, that boost is actually a good call for Method to do. They tried to see if there's going to be a few guys moving up towards lower B or towards the catwalk side. Unfortunately, they only spotted Shazam. They're able to hold that off as long as they can, but everybody was just spread out more towards that B side and at long for Conquest, which nullified that boost for Method on CT side.
Definitely a couple kills that, to be honest, I'm not really sure if they should have happened, though. The Conquest could have escaped that a lot clearer than it ended up being. So, like, Silent picking up that final op shot, like, that really didn't need to happen. I don't know why they blind peeked that, and now he's got an op anyway, so he's going to buy that up, and a nice boost back over there on Cat. That's going to kill one of the players that tries to work lower tunnels. Rix is now dead, and it's just going to be a basic four-man push of the long, at least here. They still have plenty of time to change things up, and there's not really any aggression from Method that could stop that, but... still, very limited degree of overall strategy coming out here from Conquest beyond that one player, which has already been shut down in the tunnels.
I'm just wondering, I'd have to look back at the demo to see if that smoke was lobbed from the CT side towards that mid doors, because that could potentially turn it into a one-sided smoke for Silent, which is why you set that boost up on Catwalk to look towards lower B to take down Rix to start things off. But Silent played it out in the open, got legged, and they're pushing through. They take him down. They also have Natfly taking and capitalizing the catwalk area, and they're going to get the plant safely, actually, for Rush's side, but it's a 4 versus 2.
Now, we see the final two players here from Method won't even attempt to retake control of this site. They're just going to fall back here, and Toy and Ely will look to save those rifles. And it's a bit unfortunate here for Method, too. The setups and the overall strategical prowess seems to be in the right place and the right mindset here from the side of Method. It's just that when it comes to the trades and whatnot and the initial holds, it just seems to be a little bit weak at this point in time. They don't really seem to be able to get the comms out quickly enough, so Conquest pick up a lot of free kills, even, you know, despite the fact we may see one or two going Method's way initially. Conquest are immediately able to trade that back when they actually go for the take, and Methodists don't really seem to be able to hang on to the pressure, unfortunately.
No gun save there for Ely as he was pushed by Rush and Dash from, oh my god, B site, and they turn around, take Toy inside T-spawn, so no gun salvage on that side. They do have enough money to go for a force buy if they want to for Method, because a few of them did have over 4K, which should be enough if they wanted to go for M4 small armor, but at the end of the day, we're just going to focus for pistols and possibly go with the opposite in the round after. I mean, it's a bit tough. I mean, we saw that Toy was a top fragger on Train when they played against 3s Up, but he's at 1 and 6 so far. Probably because we've been focusing more towards the A side for CQ, and he's been forced to rotate often.
Davey, though, look at him lined up in a great flank position. He's in this smoke. I have a feeling that he's here, but for the most part, nobody spotted him as of yet. And look, he's got free reign to push back in, but there, he can't find that kill in a rush. He gets into a corner, but nonetheless, he's going to find that anyway. Unfortunately, doesn't really go anywhere else than that, as Daps is going to be able to quickly trade that out. And Shazam as well, switching over to the Tech 9, will take out a duel versus Silent. And Conquest now just absolutely running away with this T-sided half, 7-0. And Method, they go for another buy-up here. It's going to actually be a double op setup potentially. And we've seen teams try to go for this before when they set themselves behind. This could be a really huge turning point, as there's a specific map I called to back in last season. It was like CLG versus CLG. I'm trying to remember who exactly they were playing, but they were struggling so often, so hard there in the opening half, and they just struggled to pick up rounds against a good T side that was coming in. But the second they found the double op setup, the game just completely turned around, and they were able to go 8-7 from that point forward. So this could do great things for them if they're able to work it properly. Yeah,
and it's a double setup versus a double setup for the other side. Now and Shazam do have AWPs on their side. Nice flash coming in, though, from Toy to take down Rush thanks to Ely's peek. But then the nade and the op comes through, and B site is now open. Toy actually finally got some action, got the kill, but couldn't get more than that. And CQ should be able to come in towards this B site and get the plant. Still have Davey there, though.
You see there that Davey's going to get a little bit pressure from those nades. None of it, unfortunately for him, is going to connect, but there's going to be Justin finding another kill on Shazam. Davey getting another one on the Daps as well, and actually stops the plant from that, but still no re-pressure there on the retake. I don't think Davey wanted to try it on his own, so he'll sit back, and now he's got to try to really clutch this one out. And as he goes for this window take, I'm not sure if Justin spots him, but as he moves in, he's looking for Davey. Davey's going to roll, and he's still partially flashed at this point, so he can't control the spray well enough. So Davey's just going to roll right in, take him down. And that will be finally a round being picked up here by Method, and they'll also save the 2 ops as well.
Yeah, and that's perfectly fine the way they played that retake. I mean, Davey got that lucky bullet straight through the smoke to get that headshot. I think it was on to Daps to make it a 3 versus 1. So Justin, you saw it from the minimap. He's playing all the way towards CT spawn, but his goal and his objective was just to watch towards that window area of B in case Nafly came out towards that area. He already had a flank coming in from B side, and then you have Davey creeping up, and then you already have 2 guys pushing in against that single player inside B. So good hold there by Method. That double off setup does work in their favor, and they still managed to keep them for the next round.
And now for Conquest again, they go back to these 3 players, trying to work for a long tick. No resistance on it from Method, and this is actually a pretty common theme with the exception of a couple random pushes that have come out here or there. They've really strayed away from doing anything like challenging the long push there. They've kind of been letting them work it for free and relying much more onto the hold from players like Silent on the site itself, or by the usual op angle by the car there to try and catch some of those players out. So they're going to let them freely get themselves out onto this. I imagine a push will come here pretty shortly, and especially now that Shazam picks up that shot over onto Silent. They're going to work in. Justin gets himself into a position to line up against. He's going to catch Shazam, but not expecting the rest of the push to be coming in so quickly. Now Naf is going to be able to shut down Justin, and also through the middle here too. Daps catches Davey completely off guard, and that's going to be another very, very clean take rush. Catching a little bit of Daps there, as I don't think he was expecting him to be in that position, but unfortunately for Toy, not a lot of hope for him to make this thing happen, and probably just going to be looking at the 8th point for Conquest. And this is really going to screw up the economy for Method now, because you got to remember, the 2 ops are in play, and they've only got these 1 round win, so they're basically going to be reset at this point and won't really have a whole lot of cash in excess.
Definitely, and Justin did what he could by getting that kill onto Shazam onto that platform. That actually changes things a little bit if they wanted to for Method's side, because not being able to plant for long because you don't have an op coming through. You basically still had an Nafly that was still alive, though, if he wanted to opt towards long, but he was not in that position. He was actually committed to work towards the A site to start things off. But it's all thanks to Daps. The lurk that he played towards that mid double doors, getting those 2 kills, actually helped Conquest greatly to be able to just get the easy plant, the easy hold, and get the kill. And the round, sorry.
So, Method back as we expected, just onto the pure pistols. No armor really behind it either. I expect this to be a pretty easy 9th round for Conquest, and that's going to be exactly what we end up seeing here, is again, those holds just can't do anything at all. Toy got aggressive and picks 1 up here, but that may be the only thing they find. There's Silent. He's also going to get caught completely off guard by Nap, and that shuts down. And to go back again to talking a little bit more strategically about these 2 teams, I actually have noticed that a little bit there from Method. Is I think Conquest have kind of gotten used to this very passive CT side play here for Method at this point. And those little spouts of aggression, specifically on the eco rounds, have actually been the very few instances of where they've gotten kills. Hark back to when we saw Silent do that stack back over there on Cat when they had a smoke to cover it, and they killed the player in lower. So I think that's what we could potentially see on a change of here. If Method try to get a little bit more aggressive, I think it would go a lot better for them, as Conquest have just gotten used to a passive setup at this point.
Looks like they're focusing more towards long, but they're just pushing through the mid double doors. They spam across and take down Silent, who went for a force buy with the rest of his team. And now that leaves Toy by himself, and they're spamming back to the smoke for Method side. They're able to take down 1, put Stabs down at 55 HP, but they also dropped the bomb carrier. So Toy has to play big inside B right now, bringing it to a 1 versus 1 against Shazam. Can he get it? Shazam's pushing through with a Tech 9. He finally re-peeks out, but he wins that fight no matter what against Toy. Unfortunate for him, but at least the bomb's still down.
It's going to be the battle for the bomb now, too, as it's sitting right out in the open. Nobody's got coverage on it, but thankfully the Method players are pushed back. Justin, though, sneaks through with a kill in a second here, too. Ely not going to find that kill. Rick just barely creeps through with this one. Davey, though, finding a response. That's going to shut down Rick, but the bomb has been recovered. He goes back into the B side, and now it's going to be planted. Look at how low Justin is as well, and that Molly going to go right into his face. Now Davey's been brought down to 2 HP as well. It looks like Conquest just basically buckle up there into the B side and try to hold it, and unfortunately the siege that's coming out here from Method just does not have enough strength behind it. So we'll see, but everybody's so low at this point. I think Justin is just going to say screw it and try to go for it, as he's aware of just how heavily this has been fought for, but it's going to be so close. And also Shazam way back in there, but a greedy attempt to go and pick up, I think it was an AK or an ALP.
Ends up, for sure.
Ends up allowing Nap to get dropped. And there we have it. Conquest again, pick up the round. And unfortunately for Method, they're going to be forced onto another save.
And we kind of talked about it before. I mean, CT side for Dust 2 is one of the hardest sides to hold as a CT player for any of the maps, or a CT team for any of the maps. They just went for an all-out rush, 5 people from Conquest, or at least 4 out towards that middle side double doors. Trades just happened from the CT spawn, and at the end of the day, was Conquest's round. Just again, after full chaos, who sets up better right after that? It was T side. So one more time, Method's on a save. They drop 2 easily at long, and they take the A side as they try to go for an aggressive push towards B side.
And Conquest are just getting into a completely secure position at this point. So when we look at the scoreline, 10-1, if they pick up maybe like 2 to 3 more, it's essentially going to be GG unless Method have an absolutely monster turnaround. And keep in mind, too, this was like the side where we saw them shut down their last opponent on their previous map there, too. We saw them doing so well, but this time it's just not coming out at all. And we didn't even really get to see them play that much on T side. So yeah, there could be a big change-up potentially there, but just with how under-rehearsed they are tonight, and that was an ace, too, from Daps, but, you know, on an eco round, so not super duper impressive, but still an ace. But anyway, back to the point. I mean, with just how under-rehearsed they are so far on their T side tonight, it's definitely the prospects won't be looking so good, even when we switch halves, regardless of how many rounds Method are able to pick up here in these final few.
Yeah, they definitely took my prediction away of thinking it was going to be Method's side. I mean, Conquest is looking strong when they had to struggle against Winterfox at the beginning of the night, and things have turned around as well for Method, who won 16-1 against Threes Up. Silent does the 180 kill onto Napla. I think Napla was blinded when he came through the doors, but a nade comes through to trade it out. It's a 4 versus 4, and when Listen, we're focusing towards picks at A catwalk.
So from Conquest, again, they look to make their entry, but trades already having happened here at this point. It's a good damage coming out there from Davey, too, but finally Rush is going to be able to shut him down. It takes a lot of damage in the process, so he's going to get brought down to just 20 HP, but for Rix and Daps, they're still looking pretty good at this point, and Daps trying to find his way up. They're actually going to sit back and try to see if there will be an attempt to close in on these players.
It's just great positioning from CT side at the end, though, because they actually have them all pinned.
We'll see here in a second, too. Ely back on the other side of Big Blue. Rix, I think, is expecting that his push out towards the actual long avenue there is being very, very slow. Players down towards lower, too. And as you said, they've got them closed in at this point. So they're going to have to commit to this push, and they'll even be a little bit of a battle. But as we see there, Ely actually moved out from his safe position, so Rix is going to be able to find him. Toy's still safe, though, on that flanked angle. He picks up 1 kill over on the Rush. And now looking for the final one. Thinks for some reason he's over on top there, but not going to catch him there. And also we're going to see Justin catching out the long player. That's going to eliminate Rix, and might pick up the last one here, too. Looking for it, and there we go. He takes him down. And Method finally squeaking through with another round here.
But it's still so much economy built for the T side. I mean, look at the scoreboard now. three of them at over 13K before these buys. Things are just looking good for Conquest, at least for the next 2 rounds. But a great job for Method at the end of the day. Like I said, they were pinned. We already had Toy that pushed through B at lower B, 1 guy at Goose. They knew that last week, or at least 2 guys were up on Catwalk. It's just unfortunate there for Ely to actually rotate back towards A instead of keep looking towards long. And 2 off shots actually for Shazam at the beginning of the round, legs 2 through the doors.
Now Davey is going to get killed by Daps. They're through the smoke, actually, so they're able to catch him via nady toss back out there. So there's 2 kills now, and there's a man up too. And look at all the damage going back over on the Method already here. Silent and Toy dropped down to 37 and 36 HP respectively. Conquest, though, still feeling a little bit fidgety about potentially pushing out towards long. They might want to try to add a little bit more dynamicism to this. So Rush moves back out. Might try to work for a cat play, but Silent here in a very secure position behind Xbox. If he's live with this one, he should be able to see it coming, and that smoke will definitely give it away. So he might be able to, at the very least, catch that one, and then all the play will revolve to both Justin along with Toy here to try to hold back the push from long. And unfortunately, with nobody on the site, it's actually going to be pretty hard to do.
Yeah, our focus would probably possibly take down Nafly first. I mean, they heard him run towards this mid, and Silent's just going to let him pass with that smoke. So this is huge right now. And Justin's playing it from CT spawn, though. It'll take down 2, and he drops the bomb, so this is sick for them right now. It's 39 seconds left on the clock. It's a 3 versus 2. Shazam's still alive, though, so that's a huge impact for CQ. Picks up the bomb. He's going to plant it, and from the positioning of Nafly, looks like they might plant for long.
It's going to get put behind the box, so not potentially safe for that long plant just yet, but Shazam back over here. Finishes off 1, finishes off the second. And Justin here now as well will try to work his way back into there, but odds are not looking too good. And there we go,
boy.
Shazam with a 1-2-3 to finish things off. And, you know, that was so unfortunate, too, because Method had, like, a great position to counter out that push regardless of what was going to happen from Conquest, but they completely gave it up, as I think there was a false call from Silent or somebody that, like, yeah, the pressure's in mid, come to mid, because this could be an attempt to push through there. And that, obviously, although we saw some good shots coming out from, I believe that was Justin to pick up those 2 kills.
Yep.
Unfortunately, they had nobody on the site itself, and they had to try and work it back in there from Cat, which was going to be very hard to do.
Well, Justin tried to turn things around as much as he could, right? Getting those 2 kills, dropping the bomb out in the open as well for Elevator is just... Shazam is on point with his AWP as well. Somebody that we spoke about a lot less, I guess, towards this action as it happens mostly with AKs, and Shazam's kills are happening towards the background, so you see it scroll through to the top right. Look at him so far, he's at 18 and 5.
Justin looking to maybe get a couple things with the scout here. It'll light up now, trying to finish him, but he gets out of view, and now switching to the pistol. There we go. He's at the very least going to get that kill, but... Oh! Catches Rush in an attempt to jump back behind cover, but gets his head just before he gets behind it. Now stuck in a 1-on-2, though, and also you got Shazam back over here just inside, but he unscoped, so he is actually able to make it out of there without taking some hits.
Yeah, but they know exactly where he's at, so they're going to take him down. It's going to end 13-2 for Conquest in the first half.
And obviously, again, as I discussed before, Method with only 2 points onto the board. If they win Pistol, there's maybe a chance for them to get back into this, but just such a huge lead for Conquest at this point. I don't imagine anything going as drastically wrong as it could, and it should be a fairly simplistic closeout for them, assuming they are able to pick up the Pistol, of course.
I just find it weird that the closest matchup that we had for any of the matches that we casted so far tonight, Blue, was this Conquest versus Winter Forest when 2 of the guys had high pings. Now you're looking at low pings for everybody, and Conquest is dominating Method, while Method dominated 3s up 16-1 in the first match that we casted.
And it's even weirder when you look at the fact, obviously, like, Mo is a player for the team, the roster is a little bit different, but like the fact that 3s up just beat CLG 2 days ago, and it's like, wait a minute, what the hell's happening here?
Yeah, it shows maybe how much of an anchor Mo is to the team with the roster changes that they had, that they went through.
At least on CT side, that's 100% true for the time being. There definitely is a couple issues on the CT side that 3s up have to work out. But anyway, we're not casting 3s up right now. We're casting Conquest and Method.
Them next, though.
Yes, indeed. So we'll see how that pans out. But we're going live into the pistol round here now between Conquest and Method. Half 2 for any of you that are just joining us here, with Conquest having a very, very comfortable lead, 13-2 against Method. And if we do see the CT pistol round victory coming out here from Conquest, that's might be the end of it very, very swiftly here in our second half.
Well, looks like it's going to be a slow play for Method, who I assume would be very shook from how things have gone on in the first map. And Dabs gets a nice long range from double doors into the face of Davey at T-spawn, so that's going to give a huge cue right now for the CTs to look back towards this cross.
As they work their way out, some damage is going to be done, but no additional kills here as they get themselves onto that site a little more. However, Shazam with 1 and 2 there shuts down Ely along with Toy. Now we're trying to see Justin get up with Shazam again, man. They're just feeding him kills at this point. The nade bounces off too. I don't think it's going to hit any damage there, but Silent's going to take down Naf, looking for Shazam, but as we see there, Rix pushes in, and there we have it. 14 points on the board for Conquest. Method going to have to obviously go for a force up here with the Tech Knight Armor in this next round, but they don't even squeak through with the plant that time.
Yeah, I'm actually impressed that they were able to cross 2 guys with the amount of people that are watching from Cat and CT spawn towards that cross. With no smokes, they had 2 guys that were able to cross over, but Shazam just on point with whatever gun he's using tonight. Whether it be the Tech 9, whether it be the Scout, or whether it be the P2K, he's just unstoppable so far.
So here we go. Everybody for Method lined up inside of the tunnels, potentially going to make a push out towards there. Silent investigating towards middle there as well, and there's actually no presence in middle at all from these guys. They've got Rush over towards Car, but he's definitely keeping his eyes on more of a cat push that could potentially come out from these guys. So this could actually line itself up for a pretty clean like mid to B take. But you look as well, and they've only got that 1 smoke on Silent, so he's going to have to use it specifically for that, and that leaves that site pretty much open for the taking now. As these Conquest players should just be able to light them up. And there's already 1 Deagle shot connected on the Ely as well.
Well, it has to come down to Napfly. He's able to hold it down with the Scout as well. It's not going to work. It's going to be a Tech 9 push coming through. They're going to try to take down Daps inside the closet as well. And a nice job by Side. He never actually smoked towards the CT spawn like we wanted to. He just peeked out and got the kill.
And they haven't spotted him yet either. He's still here. I think Rush may have gotten an eye, but now this flank opens up here. He's trying to connect those shots, but a little bit of trouble. No! You can't kill him, and now Rush is right there in his face, so this is going to be a hard battle to win. And there we have it. Gets the dink and then finishes him off with a regular bullet. And now it all falls on a Toy to hold things off. Nice lineup here. Might be taking down Rush, but Rush is actually going to be able to find the headshot in there. And I believe there should be enough time in order to finish things off here. So there we go. 15th point onto the board for Conquest.
Yeah, just unfortunate there. I mean, that smoke would have made it a lot for at least Silent to move inside the B-bomb site with his teammates. But he did what he could. He got the first kill, but he actually let the second one cross over, which was Rush. And Rush was the one that won the round for Conquest. So if we get errors to the scoreboard, you definitely put one under Silent's name for that play, unfortunately. But they got the amount of kills that they wanted to, as much as they could, and got a bomb plant, which gives them enough to go for this final force buy, potentially, for Method, to try to tie it for 13 rounds in a row.
And the force buy, not going to be the strongest thing in the world here, unfortunately. We've got, a decent amount of smokes that will not work and take here, and Amali sitting on Justin too, but only 1 AK, and also Rush with that aggressive push over here towards Cat, already taking down one of them. However, not expecting Justin to have that AK is going to allow him to pick up a kill. And Davey also finding one elsewhere in order to find another shot. That's going to take down, I believe that's Daps that falls down to that one. And all of a sudden, Method, they do have the initiation rights here. But a lot of aggression.
With the B-side open too.
But they're going to push over here into the tunnels, and they weren't exactly expecting that one, so some nice additional damage gets traded back over here on a Toy. He's brought down a 4. Mala comes out. Ely might get shut down by Naf here as they try to push into that, as he hasn't revealed himself either. But there's Rix with 1, but that push comes down from tunnel, and he's trying to line up. He only gets 1, though, and Toy is finally going to be able to finish him off. But look at how low, again, still both of these players from Method are at this point. 4 HP over here on a Toy, and Justin not much higher at 27.
Yeah, and Shazam's through this mid-double doors. He's going to try to walk through. Oh, the timing! As soon as Toy runs out, Shazam picks through the smoke, and this could be huge right now. Both of them, like you said, Blue, they're lit as hell. As Toy at least gets that smoke through. Shazam's gonna run through it. Big chest bump, and Toy gets the headshot there. Wow.
And that was a little bit that was interesting from Shazam, because I mean he knew they were still close, he could hear their footsteps, but he like makes all that noise, swapping out the guns and whatnot, so they're obviously gonna hear him, and that pretty much kills any illusion that he had.
Still a great round for Method, and like you said, it maybe was unexpected for Conquest to see that they had enough for AKs, but they should have seen it coming, and at the end of the day, it was just a better rush there for Method. Or they set up for trades, actually. They had 2 guys go down towards lower B to get the first kill. They had 2 guys then go towards lower B to go for another trade towards Xbox area, so they played their parts. But for Conquest side as well, they did what they could. They had 1 kill and then damaged the second guy enough to try to leave it out for their teammates. But Method just came up on top at the end of the day.
Either there is to come in and save Davey's life, as he's not able to spot that first player that falls now. Kind of a ninja behind the car for Davey, at least, as they can't catch him out. But we are going to be able to see the kill from Ely come out. Not without some nice damage being traded out onto these players, though. When you look at 35, 39, and 50 HP on a Davey, Ely, along with Silent, respectively. But again, Conquest, of course, on pretty much a full save here at this point. No armor on anybody either. Obviously, should not make that too big of a deal for these players, as they're all armed with AKs and M4s at this point.
Yeah, and it's okay for them to actually not go for armor, just for pistols. I mean, they're already at game point situation. They have 12 rounds to work with to get one single round. Yeah, maybe it builds enough economy for Method, but at least you're building economy on your side on CT to get the armor that you want and get an op in the hands of Shazam and possibly Naflat at the same time. You would potentially see this double op setup for CTs for Conquest as well, and then just get that last round.
And speaking of that, Rix has picked up an AK from an earlier kill that he grabbed, so now is not even really going to look to try and work for anything else here. Not even get aggressive on an exit. Definitely a big mission for him is saving this, as I believe his team will still be looking at another save going into that next round, so they won't be able to buy up just as of yet here at this point. So, trying to make that decision now as to where he goes, but he's been pinched. He's got nowhere to run. Justin's going to catch him if he goes into tunnels, and if he falls back, of course, you'll have Toy catching him too. So he's creeping for it, gets into a battle here, but Justin will end up coming out on top, so no saves for Method. Or apologies, no saves for Conquest.
That's right. And it might be possibly a double save coming through for CQ as well.
Yeah,
they did go for those pistols by, but they still don't have enough.
Yeah, and there's like, obviously again, still over a 10-point lead, so no reason to force it up when they don't really have to. Just save up, get a nice confident buy with like an op and full utility and everything, and just try to play it out in that respect, as you still have a very, very big cushion to work against.
Yeah, going for forced buys with pistols, the only thing they can do is actually try to damage as much of the economy on T side as they can. But you mentioned here, Blue, they don't need to do that right now. They're just sitting comfortably at game point situation since the second round of the second half.
So Toy's going to hold his own back over there outside of Big Blue, picks up 2 kills and adapts, and Rix now finds 1 in order to take down Davey, but Toy again moves through, switches to the Tech 9 and shuts down Math, as there's just a whole slew of bodies from the CT side over here towards Long, and a failed attempt to rush those players. Speaking of rush, he's the last one alive, sitting out here outside of the mid doors, and there is a player there from Method challenging him, and that's going to be Ely. Pretty sure he knows he's there, but overall this round, and we'll see it here in just a second, maybe. He's dropped down to 3 HP. Yeah.
And that's one difference there as well. I mean, Rush has 3 HP right now. It should be the easy run. Indeed, it will be. But the addition... Oh, and Toy, by the way, got an ace. But like you said, when Daps got... I think it was Daps that got the other ace, right? It's against pistols only. It's not
just an
that
eco ace, man. Yeah. it's not that cool, man. You can tell your friends about that. I don't think they'll care, though.
But you can see the impact of the addition of the steel doors and instead of what it used to be the wooden doors for Dust 2, whether it be the first few days or first few months of CSGO before they implement these changes. It actually adds a lot in terms of the type of defense you can have on the CT side. It makes it harder because you can't spam as much as you want to damage your opponent as much as you want to.
And speaking of the openers here, so far going pretty well for Method, but Naf now putting it back into his team's favor. Very low on HP, but he holds the angles for the time being. Catches another one there as he shuts down Silent. Justin and Ely going to move in and find 2 more. They want to rush and Naf. And now it's an even ball game once again. 2-on-2 at this point. No utility left for the CTs either, so they can't really let this plan happen. But back over here, still in middle, is going to be Justin screwing around. That leaves only Ely on the site, but a mean flank opportunity to open up if he can catch both of them in the same position.
So passive right now for Justin. I think he should have peeked out to try to at least spot a few of them. Now this gives enough time for CQ if they want to go for a double peek inside the site and then just go for a 2-1 in there. But Ely makes it a 1 versus 1. Shazam expecting that flank coming in from Justin, who's been lurking around this whole game so far. And Justin gets the kill at the end of the day, and Shazam cannot be as godly as every round that he is so far. So it's going to be 15-6, and Method slowly climbing and clawing their way back up the ranks here for this matchup.
And as we expect, it'll be another save here from Conquest as well. A couple pistol buy-ups, smoke and flash here or there maybe, but no armor, no need to commit to it. Still in a very, very comfortable position, so I expect this one to be another easy round. And Method have sort of realized this possibility too, at least on Davey's hand, so he's actually gone for the max 10 buy-up to try and get a little bit of extra cash here, and we'll see how that works. There's 2 already being picked up there. Silent finding a 3rd elsewhere, and Toy actually stealing 1 of Davey's kills as it takes down Shazam, but Ely to close it out. Very, very quick round.
Oh yeah, it was just a push, aggressive push from the T side, expecting a push on from Catwalk side from the CT, and that's it. You can't really add more to that. I mean, they had support from Davey at least, if Davey cannot get those submachine gun kills, but that adds a lot of economy right now for him to immediately drop that Mac 10 to go for full AKs, or full AK on his side. Good thing for them, they didn't actually lose any players that round.
Alright, so potential comeback being lined up here now. Still a long road to go upon here. Still, they haven't even made it halfway there as of yet, as they're trying to work up these points at this point. But for Method, they're at least having a good chance to do this. And Conquest are going to push the envelope every single time they get the chance to, as it would seem here. Shazam and Naf again going for that double op setup. But Method actually spreading themselves out in a pretty big way, trying to throw these players on Conquest off for a loop a little bit. Now letting them find themselves a little bit more over here towards middle. And this goes back to a lot more of a default sort of play that we expect generally from a T side here on Dust 2.
Yeah, it's very passive so far. They tried to go for the pick game, and really nobody playing aggressively for CQ anymore. They're just going to play angles. They had the smokes to start things off to try to see if they could go for that one way at lower B. But as Toys just playing at angles and really not showing himself, they're going to focus more on that lurk coming through with Silent getting the opener onto Shazam. So key player down on CT side, giving the T's an advantage to work towards the A site.
And that will be one of the offs going down here now as well, so they won't have that available here. Obviously, the retake not going to be as potent, but still, here comes Rick still on a flank, potentially shutting down Silent, and there you have it. Gets an easy kill off of this one. Maybe looking for grab Justin as well. Can't finish that one off, but he does do some nice damage, and leaves Conquest in a bit of an advantage situation here for the 2-on-1 retake. Rush moves in, finishes off that low player. Now it's Ely and Goose having to hold this one. They're going to double push him, and he can't even hold off one of them. Dap shuts it down, and that's it, folks. 16-7 now is going to be the final match score of this one. Conquest come out on top. Method, they do make a good chance of a comeback in the second half. Unfortunately, they gave their opponents far too much of an advantage in the first in order to make it even feasible in the second half.
That's right, just the retake wasn't strong enough, or the holds against the retake wasn't strong enough there for Method's side. They eventually fall to Conquest, who actually adds another one to under their books here. So that's 2 in a row for Conquest. So I think that should put them at 3-8 so far in their record. If you guys want to check it out, you guys could see it on ESEA.net. But we're actually not done here tonight, Blue. We have 3 more matches to cast for you guys. So we started at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going on to the wee hours of the early mornings. Actually, we should be casting till midnight tonight with 3 more matches coming up. And the next one being Follow Esports versus Threes Up.
And don't forget, guys, if you've missed any of the matches tonight and are looking for information on statistics and whatnot, you can find it over at the Score eSports app, available in the App Store along with the Google Play Market. You can go ahead and check it out. Has all the info on the ESL ESEA Pro League, both here in North America and Europe. They update it. A lot of in-depth information there on all the players and teams and whatnot as well. So be sure to go ahead and check it out. But once again, folks, we're going to be right back with that next matchup, once again, between Follow Esports and Threes Up here in just a few moments at the ESL ESEA Pro League.
Got it.
And those losses, by the way, versus Winter Fox, I'm pretty sure that they were whilst Winter Fox has had those players in Europe. So obviously that coming into play a little bit, and the game versus Cloud9 had some interesting factors to it, but that was a very impressive victory nonetheless. So another thing to note here too is although Follow Esports have definitely been floating a little bit further behind the Pro League as of yet, a lot of their matches have been fairly close, and they've been coming down to like 9 to 10 rounds that they've had against the 16 points of their opponents most of the time. So it's not like that they're getting absolutely pummeled in a lot of these games. They're actually a pretty competent team. It's just those few factors are closing it out. So I think Follow Esports so far, at least, just as we look at some of the teams that have moved up from the other divisions of ESEA League in the previous seasons, I think that they're probably one of the best cases so far of a team that has sort of improved as we've gone throughout the season here, and have definitely tried to make some improvements for themselves. Just those things towards the end game that seems to trip them up a little bit here.
Yeah, I guess I might disagree with Follow Esports a little bit here, because the matches that they lost against, we're looking at Team Liquid, we're looking at Coast, we're looking at Team Liquid again. They lost 16-4, 16-3, 16-2. Their closest matchup that they have in terms of losses was against Enemy GG, who Enemy GG on their side, I mean, they were doing so well in the previous divisions in the past, but just coming into the professional scene this season is a lot more in terms to learn for Enemy GG. So a little bit of a easier win, I guess, for Follow Esports there. But the map tonight is going to be on D Train, and we're actually going to be able to start things up very soon.
And we will go directly into it here now, guys, as we jump into the first round. So let's take a look at how exactly things are going to go from Threes Up. Starting off on the CT side. Again, didn't really get too much of a chance to exercise that in their previous matchup, but we'll see just how well things go for them.
Exactly. I mean, they want a knife round here. They start CT side to get more rounds to work with, guaranteed 15 rounds where they can make a little bit more of an impact, but they had more of a struggle against a Method, the first map that they played tonight. So for the T side, though, it's very passive. They're expecting possibly pushes towards the alley side, but they're waiting for Desi and Ocean to lurk around, possibly get some entries. If not, switch around for the rolls for the lurks at the end for them to work towards the outside.
Taking it nice and slow for the timing. Actually waiting for some aggression to come out from Threes Up here, as you can tell from the position from Wabbit, actually, at this point. As he sits just below ladder room, or just above ladder room, over towards the locker rooms, trying to see if anybody comes out from there. But he's actually going to move back down to the rest of his teammates in T-Con. And this is going to end up being an outside yard attempt take here from both Kiko and Jason R on the defense. We'll see just how well that goes. More players moving in, but Jason R's going to get the first part of it. Picks up a headshot, then a second one over in the Hades. It shuts those two down. Looking for a third, but he can't grab it. And so far, Follow Esports a lot of trouble picking up any additional kills here on some of these guys. Wabbit down to just 6 HP, so he's going to get dropped there once again by Kiko. Wrestler Chaos finds another one set. Thankfully, we get Desi at least getting 1 kill, but that's all they're going to be able to get as Threes Up just absolutely shut things down here on the pistol.
Yeah, when they saw nobody there for Desi and Ocean that peeked aggressively towards upper ramp, even playing towards the spool side or at lower ramp, they decided to go for that 3-2 push from T-Con and from ladder room. At the end of the day, the USPs are just a little bit better there for 3s up, and they actually start things off quite well on their side to bring the momentum back and shift it back from this domination that they faced earlier on against Method on Train.
Now with the players here from Follow Esports having to go for as big of a buy as they can essentially afford here. Deagle Armor sitting on L's, and oh, nice shot from him. Shuts down Kiko right from the beginning of this round. Hades also rolling with the Tech 9 Armor. Desi, same story with the Deagle again. And Ocean also rolling with the Tech 9 as they try to work a little bit. And there's Desi with another headshot there too. Looks for another one and he grabs it on Aria. Finally something from 3s up, pans back out as Jason Aria's going to pick up the shot over onto Desi, but still they've got a huge initiation right here now, and they're going to roll this right over into the inside site. Only one player here to defend it for the time being too. It's Professor Chaos. He only gets a 1-for-1 trade. These players from Follow Esports are in a great spot to close up this round and steal away the second.
This is great. Jason R then finally getting the kill onto Hades. The bomb is planted, but they actually have a high-low cover now against Jason R. At least he knows information that there's one at lower ramp, which was Ocean, that ran up towards this brown hall area, and Jason's going to have to force that 1 versus 1. So he's going to run up, but Ocean gets the Tech 9 kill, and that's a great round there for Follow Esports to start things off, especially with that Deagle kill to start the round, but they're already falling behind by 1 player, actually, in this round here. So we should see that pause that came in, and there you go. And finally comes back, so it should be unpaused very soon, but a great way for Follow Esports to work with the Tech 9 buy.
Jason R's internet also went like absolutely crazy there at the midpoint. It was like impossible to watch him, and I think he jumped up to almost 500 ping there at one point too. So I think that obviously affected things just a little bit, but still, of course, with them having the 3-on-1 advantage, not much else that could have gone in another direction. So that'll tie things up at 1-1, and of course, as you mentioned, the Follow Esports, their player that is connected is already back into this game at this point. So they go right for the buy, and it's pretty rifle-based here too. 3 rifles being bought it for them. 4 rifles, apologies. 1 being picked up from the previous round, and L's still rolling with the SMG to try to get a little bit of extra cash, and this might be a very quick attempt here to move into some of the backhaul play. You can see here from 3s up, they try to get aggressive and go for a 5-man stacker that pushes forward into the outside area, but there's absolutely no play there. Thankfully, Follow Esports as well. They're pretty slow after they throw out this smoke, so they're actually going to give 3s up plenty of time to rotate in to try and stop it. But still, with the guns they have, won't be looking too good, and it's just Desi just cleaning things up. 1, 2, 3 headshots for him, and now it's just Professor Chaos stuck in this corner.
He was already spotted by Elsa. Or L, sorry, with the MP9 and quickly got picked off there. And you saw that roll by Hades. He went down towards that ladder room, went face-to-face against one opponent there. He didn't really push out earlier to start, just to try to get more information. Everybody was already committed from Follow Esports' side. So you have Hades that's lurking around, but you also have one amazing entry fragger, which is going to be Desi, and he just got the easy aim and basically took 2 shots at least, maximum to get these kills into the B-bomb site.
And here we go once again now. These guys just going to put a lot of their players. It's going to be a little bit more split up this time as they've got the 2 working inside of T-Con, including, I believe, the bomb carrier with them at this point. And yep, that is indeed going to be Wabbit. But 3 are actually going to push inside, but they've got a great cross angle. 1, 2, 3 kills there. Just shut them down. Nothing being picked up by those guys. Desi takes some heat as he's dropped down to 13 HP, but still, they've got their pick of the litter now. They can go anywhere they want to, and these 2 left alive have nothing to attest against it.
Yeah, they went for that gamble again for 3s up. Instead of going for a 5-man push, they went, or a 5-man hold towards A. They went for a 5-man push towards A, just to try to see if they could get a few guns here and there, force a push towards B, and then have the last 2 guys, Professor Chaos and Arya, going to work there. At least they're able to get 1 kill onto Ocean, but the outside bomb site is still open for business for them to plant.
And they're also going to smoke off the ladder room here too. So if Professor Chaos or one of the other guys wanted to try and work down there, now they've got a blind. Now they got a blind pop out of that. Is they've only got 1 smoke themselves sitting on Aria's hand, and he's going to actually rotate in over towards Connector, as will Professor Chaos too. So they've actually found this rifle on the ground. They're going to go for the pickup on this one and try to escape with that basically, as they also have a little bit of utility still left here on Aria at this point too. So basically looking for the save, and hopefully we'll be able to take that into the next round.
Yeah, that clock is ticking down on that bomb, but everybody else is pushed for a hunt. On the higher B ramp, actually, from CT spawn. They won't spot anybody there, so the last guy, knowing that the coast is clear, it's going to be Wabbit. Bomb will go off, and will he try to lean out? No, he's just going to hide it. So they will be able to salvage his Galil, like you mentioned here, Blue. So it's going to be 3-1 in favor of Follow Esports with a nice push there.
And plenty of cash left for these guys too as we finally go into that first gun round. So a lot in excess. We'll be looking at probably another rebuy for them, even if we do see 3s up strike back here and pick up another round. But We'll have to see just how well things go here from 3's upside, as they've actually managed that economy pretty well, and with that excess gun there, they're able to get a whole lot of utility for the entire team, including on Arya with that op, but he actually gets baited out for a shot there too, so he's not going to be able to connect his opener. He's been revealed. They know that that op, again, is going to be in play, so that should allow Follow Esports, apologies, to adjust themselves a little bit more to potentially how this is going to play out as they line up for potentially an outside yard take here with these two players working over towards Ivy if things go successfully over there.
And we mentioned it's going to be that op battle between Arya and Wabbit. Arya is actually posted up here towards close E-box, actually. No, actually, it's changed a little bit. He's going to be opping from Z towards upper, while Wabbit is trying to work his way up towards alleyway and try to go for that trade with Hades. And nice spray coming through for Kiko. Just a random spray that's going to tag Elsa down to, or Else, sorry, to 67 HP. I'm going to say that a lot tonight, and a lot of people are going to start singing that song. So, it's going to be subtle. But it looks like they will try to execute towards this outside ladder room and commit towards the A site.
So here they go once again. Ocean pushes through, checking the regular spots. 3's up, being pretty passive, and a little bit of team damage getting traded out there as Hades finds the kill, though, as does Desi from Follow Esports. He was able to pick up one at least, and the touchdown nade comes in there from Arya, but still Desi and Wabbit able to get the trades onto this one, so it's all left into Professor Chaos, who was initially in the inside yard. He's going to have to rotate now.
I don't think they can pick up the bomb.
That's true.
It's stuck under the train, so you can see right now Wabbit jumping around trying to pick it up. So this is huge right now for Professor Chaos. There's 15 seconds left. He could actually run away and actually win the rounds for the CT. I think
he just caught onto it. I think he just realized it too, so now he's moving away. He's going to look to hide his ass at this point, and yup, they can't get the damn bomb. So.
Oh my god. Can you be more unlucky than that for Follow Esports? At least they're able to keep two guns here. Volvo. That is crazy. That is so lucky there for 3's up to try to turn things around for the CT side. But at the end of the day, like we said, there was two guns saved, and a lot of economy that's been built up for the T side for Follow Esports to start things off since that eco win. So they will be able to force buy, of course, or full buy this round here, and possibly go for a force buy the round after if they manage to lose this round.
It's such a fluke, too, now, as they absolutely should have had that round in the bag at that point. It was a 1-on-3. They had everything they needed to get it. But anyway, let's get back into this one. Desi gets a nice mid-air headshot on the Abe, shuts him down. That's going to take him out. Kiko as well. He picks up another one over on the Desi as they're working to take control of this. As we can see, Ocean back over there as well. Still stuck in a corner, but finds a way out of that as he's looking for more kills. Going to get Kiko completely off guard, but Kiko responds to it. Ocean can't find the aim, and that's going to be a nice headshot there as well. So 3's up, back into control. Just a little bit here, of course. Kiko's definitely very low, but Hades sort of walking right into him here in a second, and doesn't really have anything to make his way outside that smoke, so we might get spotted in a second, but it's the same story for Kiko. Creeps through. Kiko with the response, though, shuts down Hades, and now it's just a measly little Wabbit who, there we go, Jason R catches him, and that's going to be the tie now coming out from 3's up.
Yeah, that should have been at least a bomb plan coming in for Follow Esports should Ocean get that kill onto Kiko. Because of that, I think Kiko got a 3K. He got one at the beginning, but it should have just stayed at that, because Ocean actually caught him off guard, like you mentioned, Blue. But him losing that fight, Kiko got a third one. It made it easy for Jason R to get the last one onto Follow Esports, which is going to be the opper for Wabbit, who's been more of a support kind of thing as soon as they commit towards the site. If he doesn't get an entry, he's going to be support, letting his team move in, but he couldn't do much more than that.
So here comes Follow Esports once again now, still with enough money to buy up this time, and they're going to go for a very, very quick default setup here into the outside train yard. 3 players coming out ladder room, 2 players coming out through the T-con, and there's a great smoke setup here too, so 3's up can't do anything to resist it. Quick plant, that's a bit of a risk, but they're not going to be able to connect it. Back over here on the Wabbit, so he's going to keep himself alive. 95 HP as he escapes that and falls back, and now the kills have to come out here from 3's up as Follow Esports have taken some swift control. They've taken a risk on doing it without actually clearing out the site, but as you can see now, retake coming in. They might try to get the ninja defuse themselves, and Arya going right for it here. He might be able to just sneak this through. Follow Esports, they can't hold, they get him down, but they actually take him down, so they're going to maintain. Professor Chaos picks up a kill, as is Abe, and they're going to end up closing it out. And as we can see, there should be enough time to get this defused if they can find the bomb, and the game's just going to catch it, so they should be able to grab it.
So good shit there on the retake from 3's up, but very close round at the end of the day. And that's the difference that we talked about earlier on. When actually 3's up lost that 16-1 against Method, never seen any of these executions of smokes towards those trains outside. Look at how Follow Esports did it. They threw those smokes from the White Halls and also from T-spawn, and that wall came through, and it was an easy plant, and then they played post-plant. 3's up was able to come through and get that at the end of the day, but it's still a great round for Follow Esports to execute that, and that's actually tough for 3's up, because they have to try to win as many rounds as they can, knowing that Follow Esports is actually more organized here on T side.
So follow eSports again, they're going to split themselves up here at the beginning, watching out for that aggression that could come in through upper or the ramp that gets itself into the inside yard here. Won't catch any of it just yet to the fallback. And again, it's the lineup here to make that entry into the A site. Also bringing back Ivy into play here too, which we haven't been seeing too much. They've only had about 1 or 2 rounds where they pushed that. So Hades is going to once again put himself back into this role to potentially push in towards that avenue. Jason R will be resisting it. He did a good job of holding it last time, but we'll see if he expects it to roll back in. As follow eSports as well, still trying to make that decision and still trying to figure out how they exactly want to time this and line it up, but definitely looking like it'll be going towards the outside yard here by the current formula, and three's up with a good potential to hold it too. And there's Jason R actually spots the player over towards Ivy, so they should be able to definitely predict this now.
Oh, that Molly got fully denied there as Wab is just going to spam through, half blinded as well, and gets the full kill onto Kiko through the smoke. At least it's traded out by Professor Chaos, but they're slowly streaming out towards his upper outside bomb site.
As they move in here, Wabbit looking to pick up the bomb back here as him and his teammates push in, but so far there's a good hold. However, Hades again finding his way in through Ivy, gets that flank option opened up. That's going to shut down Professor Chaos. Name's the last player left up and rolling at this point, and with only 15 HP, there's not really a whole lot of hope for him, so it'll just be the sit back and hide in the corner and hope to God nobody finds you game for him.
At least this time they're able to get a bomb plant on a 3 versus 1, so should be the easy save, I guess, for 8, because they're not really pushing through the Z to try to go for that hunt. If you're looking at the scoreboard so far, they're actually really broke for Follow Esports to actually go on that hunt. So they're creeping slowly more than trying to rush it through. It's going to be Hades that's going to come across, so it should be the round coming in for Follow Esports to make it 4-4.
And they're going to push into him now. I don't think it's going to be quick enough, though. As you mentioned before, Hades is moving in, but I don't think he's going to be able to round the corner quickly enough. So there we go. He actually gives up before he even goes inside, and the money situation wasn't really favoring them anyway in that case, so losing those would have definitely been pretty bad, and we can see an example of this now. Some guns getting tossed around here so that everybody can afford exactly what they need to, and Wabbit again is back on the op at this point as well, so that's a good bite for them. But for threes up, they've been broken here. They do manage to squeak through with this, they do manage to squeak through, of course, with the 1-4 because of Abe saving that previously, but for the rest of the team, it's going to be a full save.
Full save indeed, as they're going to go for a 4-man push, actually, to try and also utilize the M4 to their advantage for this trade. There's only going to be Else that's around the corner. They're able to win that, but a lot of information given. Oh my god, there's 4 guys at lower ramp. You can see them streaming out towards the outside bomb site now with only PC out there.
And they don't see this coming at all, so here goes threes up now. They're going to try to rotate back in to stop this, but Destiny just shuts one of them down as that smoke plumes up. Now they've got no way to work their way back in. They know that there's a presence here. Professor Chaos trying to line up a flank, but Hades is going to be pushing him here in just a second to try and take him down. And now for the rest of these guys here too, Professor Chaos trying to push back in, but Wabbit just shutting him down left and right. Professor Chaos lining up some shots, but can't kill anybody here. It's all of them so low, but there's just no execution. And finally, Hades comes in and just gets the kill himself for Follow Esports, and now pick up another round and retake the lead back for themselves at a 5-4 scoreline.
Yeah, it's very difficult. I mean, you had the right gamble, well, maybe not the right gamble. You tried to go for the gamble to have and fight as many people as you can towards that inner to see if there's going to be more than one lurking around that area. As they only spot one, they salvage one gun out of that. You're going to have to stream back from Z and from ladder room, obviously, so that means that Follow Esports could just post back towards T-Con and spot both of the areas and just pick them off one by one. And especially with no armor for the pistols, it's an easier round for Follow Esports there.
So now three's up. Again, they're actually going to get a little bit aggressive here on the outside yard, and there's the nade that comes in, shuts down Desi, and already here this player is going to get eliminated. It doesn't even draw a lot of attention to the outside yard either, so it's not like they're going to get the fake off of this one. You still got the number 8 man, and that's going to be Hades sneaking in over there towards Ivy to potentially throw some of these guys off, but now Jason R is the only player left, so if he can manage this, that immediately kills that. And also back over here as well, Kiko not going to spot anything from ladder room, but gets that aggressive positioning just below the ladder, because anybody wants to try and screw with him. We can even see, too, that the player is moving back through the locker rooms to get themselves potentially lined up for the take. And Jason R, caught with a nade and looking way up in the air at whatever the hell is up there to try and pop flash that. And unfortunately, the timing just was completely off. So Hades now has an open avenue to push it over here towards Ivy. And the rest of the team, they actually switch up the strat and are going to line this up for an outside take. But that, too, again, 3-Zip have a pretty good idea that that could potentially be the game plan here. So they've rotated some of their players back over towards this avenue. But the attention going to get drawn right back over towards the inside yard. Now they throw that smoke and it works out really well.
Well, Else is going to get that execution as they're going to try to push out towards that ladder room for Kiko. And like you said, as they take down Dizzy to start things off, they have to count on Hades on that lurk, and he gets another kill as he's lurking around outside from ladder room. And once again, it's another 3 versus 1, which should be GG right here for this round for 3-Zip. Arya's already committed, so that flash being thrown will give away his position. And he's going to hide it back towards this train side. He's going to spot Else, going to try to win that fight, will be able to do so. But then Wabbit quickly trades that off. But again, Hades is another key factor to the team right now for Follow Esports in terms of the lurker role that he has. But look at that scoreboard. Desi at 14 and 6 in 10 rounds.
And that's been all Desi on the entries there, just rolling right in, popping those headshots off left and right here. A lot of very big multi-kill rounds on these ecos too, so I expect them to come out in a big way again, but has definitely been the leader in terms of just making his team's impact, getting into these sites to begin with. And then from that point forward, the rest of the guys come in to shine and shut things down. So here we go. Again, it's another eco from Threes Up. They're going to move this three-man push over towards electrical box, as well as the ladder room here, potentially catch some of these guys out, but not going to find anything yet. Follow Esports have been pretty good at this one. They haven't really just kind of rolled right into these sites when they know that there's going to be some response aggression from Threes Up. So they sit back, they play nice and patiently here, and there we go. There's Desi again. Hades also picks one up, but as we can see, it actually gets traded out there by Professor Chaos. He's going to find that kill, and then AK as well, but still we're looking at a man up here from Follow Esports, and only that one AK has been picked up, so it's not a huge deal. Bomb is down, and they've spotted it now too, so they've got partial control, but in comes the retake. El finds that nade that goes over there on a Kiko, and Professor Chaos also gets dropped.
There's not much more you could add to that for Threes Up strat. I mean, it's the basically third eco that we've seen, or at least fourth eco, where they've just actually pushed as a team and try to go for, I guess, focus on one spot where they want to try to push through. When they went towards inner, they got one. When they tried to push towards mid twice, it didn't work. And it's just the better crossfire setups by Follow Esports. Just like you said, they played far back, expecting for that push. So, who is it that's calling for Follow Esports? Ocean, right? He's actually calling quite well. He's maybe 1 in 7, but he's actually doing a great role to let his team know what they should do.
So there's Wabbit opening it up once again with that up shot over there onto Abe. It's going to shut him down. And now we've got Ari again looking for more, but that smoke lineup comes in from these players. But keep in mind, too, there's actually no commitment just yet. Now they're going to go for it there as they make the decision that, yep, this should be a good opportunity for us. Professor Chaos just going to sit here and has to go for a very awkward rotate if they're not catching anything. But this actually didn't go so well last time, so now they're going to have to hope this can work out for them a little bit better. They actually do go for a little bit more of an effort of trying to clear out the site, and it leaves it into a 2-on-1. Look how low Hades is as well, so Professor Chaos just comes in with the op shot to take him down. Now Els, who can't seem to connect that shot there over onto Arya, is going to reveal his position. They know exactly where he's hiding out at. And these two ops should have a pretty easy time of finishing off that final player and giving this round of Threes Up. And there you have it. Professor Chaos coming out in a big way with a 3 key there. And as for Threes Up, they finally get another point onto the board and might have an opportunity to swing this comeback once again.
An opportunity with this double op setup. But yeah, you mentioned it before, Blue. Whenever some teams, we've seen it in the past, whatever team it is and whatever map it is, when you start to see a struggle happening through and you're going for full saves after full saves, they might want to try to go for a double op setup to try to come back. And this is what PC and Arya did for Threes Up, and it paid off. Arya actually had to go for a glass cannon off for that round. But at the end of the day, they were able to hold out enough here at the A-bomb site.
So Wabbit gonna find it. He is a nice shot for himself there as Arya peeks that very, very slowly, and that's gonna be an easy lineup. There's another opportunity here too for Abe as well, as he tried to get aggressive, but it pays the price for this one. Dropped down to just 6 HP and doesn't really return any damage at all into Follow Esports. The only player that even took damage was Desi over there, but it's only like 1 or 2 shots at him in the foot, so that's nothing really at all to even consider. Now for Threes Up, they have to try and figure out, because they didn't get a lot of intel off that play either. They still don't have a clue as to where this push is going to be happening towards, so they can assume the inside yard, which would probably be correct, but
they're gambling, but they're still fighting up against the lurker Hades. Hades is still going around T's side, so that's why they have plenty of time to work with. 50 seconds on the clock, and they could still look for a lot of information. Desi's going to be the one that's going to be lurking to start things off. He's outside trying to look for some information, and once he probably gets this kill, if he does get a kill, towards Ali's side and looks back towards Z, this could be the call for the T's to go back towards the A site to plant.
So Hades is going to creep back in now with the rest of the team now, and we've also got Desi working into the outside here to clear things out. Not actually going to be able to catch Professor Chaos, but Professor Chaos completely whiffs that first shot there, so now Desi knows he's in the play, and they know that that defense in the inside yard is actually going to be a little bit weak, but nonetheless, they pick up the kills left and right here. Kiko, along with Abe, just shutting it down with their combo, and there you have it. Threes Up come out very much so on top.
Okay, I did not expect that. I was expecting for them to wait for Desi to actually get a kill coming through, or at least attempt to. But with the amount of time that was left, they wanted to use Desi, I guess, to be the lurker to come back towards the post-plant position at Z and flame people around. But they went for the gamble, like you said. They pushed Kiko earlier on with the op, and he lost it. And they gambled inside the B-bomb site, and it paid off in their favor. And it's all by pure guess, I guess, of where it's going to be happening, and it turned out in their favor.
So, again now, Follow eSports starting to fall behind a little bit here. 3Zup getting very close to closing the gap, as it were, in their money situation on the Follow eSports side, as well as falling into shambles. A total combined money of, I believe, like $300 is left here for everybody on the team. So after this one, it will most definitely be an eco unless they really force it up with the tech. Well, obviously it'll be 15th round, so they'll force it up anyway, but won't really have too much to offer in terms of what they'll bring in. It'll probably be like Tech Knight Armor and maybe a Galil or two at the most. So they're taking it a lot slower this time as well, and 3Zup now kind of getting that confidence back, but they as well have grown a little bit here from the previous rounds. They're not getting super aggressive, they're not pushing into avenues where they're not welcome, and for the most part here, they are trained pretty well. However, here comes the take now, and they're lining up for that default into the outside yard. The 3Zup have caught this already, are going to start moving A potentially over here.
This is good. It's a 2-2-1 split coming through from the T side. 2 T-Con, 2 ladder room, 1 at the alleyway, and at the same time, they don't have an op in the hands of Wabbit because they didn't have enough money. So the trade's coming through, and Wabbit has been unsuccessful there, but Hades dominating that alley side. He's going to about, and he will get a trip kill there. Kiko's going to be the last man standing on a 3 versus 1, and Hades just went to work.
Kiko, though, not done just yet. Brings us down to a 1-on-2, still with full HP, and as well as the HE grenade and 2 flashes. So Ocean's going to pop out against him. Can't connect it, but that nade comes in, throws those guns all over the place, and gets some damage back over on him as well. So he'll start to creep back in here. Gets partial control of the site back, but everybody's starting to work against him, and slowly getting flanked. So he's going to try to counteract this one as he works around. They still don't have a good idea. They still think he's on the other side of that bomb tray, but Desi moves up. Should have been able to see him at this point, and now he's trying to play with it too. Gets on top, finds 1 kill on a Desi. Now looking for the second behind Electrical Box, but that tower getting so low at this point. He doesn't have a kid on himself, so he's going to have to try and scout for one. Thankfully, though, Ocean recovers from it, and Follow eSports will be able to pick up the round at the end of it.
And also salvage the AWP for Wabbit, so a great round there and a great clutch for Ocean. And like you said, it was a much-needed round for Follow eSports. Despite them winning that round as well, they're still broke. So they might go for Tech 9s or Galils with armor and nades if they wanted to. I don't think you'll see Tech 9s that much going through. Yeah, there you go. So we are going to go with AKs and Galils. Ocean, I think, has nothing left for him, though.
They get him a Galil, at the least. They're sitting there, as you can see, trying to figure out what the hell they were going to do there, but it works out for them, I guess. But the real story, of course, now is Jason R picking up the opening shot onto Wabbit to start things off here, and well, I guess that's going to be another gun going into the hands of the Follow eSports players anyway, so they don't need 2 Galils. But anyway, Arya, with the shotgun, opens things up here once again, back over on the inside here. He's going to take down Els, and for Follow eSports, they pick up that 1 round, but not much else progress is being made at this point. These players with shotguns, and still that big op and play on Jason R already doing its work and not really giving the Follow eSports players a lot of room to maneuver here.
Yeah, so as we were talking about the economy being low on Follow eSports side to start things off, it was even lower for 3Zup, who actually have to play with 2 shotguns, 1 Mag 7 in the hands of PC and 1 Nova in the hands of Arya. And he's actually very close to possibly go for this 1 versus 1 against Desi. But that off pick by Hades might give away his position there. And Desi might be able to kill him, but so far, action has slowed down towards the outside bomb site. It's a 4 versus 2.
And now the rest of the team from Follow eSports, the final 2 players, are going to rotate in to potentially try and work a take here on the inside yard. We see Desi with a nice flank there. He gets the kill on a Kiko. They're not expecting him, but they actually don't even realize that Arya is still alive and well here, sitting behind these panels. Meanwhile, Desi's fragging away. Ocean's going to come in, thinks he's got a free plant, but hello, there's Arya. Shuts him down. Now he's even got an AK, so Desi just realizes the huge mistake he's made. He might even get diverted from this one, too, because now he's got a gun. He's got to try to get this rush kill over here on Arya. He's going to find it, but now as well, there's only 5 seconds left, so he's forced to plant. Got to find the bomb, and nope, he's not even going to be able to get this plant now.
But he knows that Professor Chaos is there, and Professor Chaos played it smart, hiding behind the yellow train, the 2 train, and then gets the kill just to add salt to the wound. But it was going to be a huge error, actually, if Follow eSports won that round. Now, sheer fact that Arya with that Nova onto that ladder let Desi just walk above him, past him at upper ramp, get a kill towards Z, and almost a kill towards the upper, towards the spool side. So he would have made it a 2 versus 1, but he redeemed himself with Ocean not checking the corner, thinking that Desi thought it was clear. So redeems himself there and keeps it alive for 3Zup winning that round.
So a close game, guys, directly even at this point, 8-7, but Follow eSports do get actually a pretty good edge, as you normally expect, you know, like 5, 10, 6, 9 around that over here from T-sided teams. So Follow eSports escaping with 8 rounds on T-side, not going to be bad at all, and they're going to have a pretty big boost for themselves. And now 3Zup as well, they're going to have to go onto the side. They got 14-1 just a few hours ago by Method, and obviously, all those issues that were surfacing back there, they're going to have to hark back to that, figure out what exactly had gone wrong, and figure out how exactly they're going to improve upon it now this time.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a different outcome than what we've seen when they played against Method. Like I mentioned before, they had to win as many rounds as they can on CT's side, naturally, if I had to say it a John Madden way. But I think they had to get as many rounds as they could on CT side because they don't look as organized as Follow Esports is on were on T side. They don't have the smokes to execute towards the outside if they want to go for a take. They just go for sheer body peeks and hoping to win the fight against Follow Esports. But when you're now, they're going to have to walk into the guns of Desi, of Wabbit's Op, of Hades as well. It's going to be quite difficult if you're not executing with these grenades.
And to speak of Desi specifically here, just to talk about some of the individual performances, once again, Desi, let's just bring him up. He was absolutely crazy there, once again, getting so many kills. Those eco rounds specifically, he was just an absolute monster, decimating everybody, but when it came time to find the actual entries too, always on top, always there for Follow Esports. A little bit of a rough point there as Threes Up did manage to get their stuff together, but on the rounds Follow Esports did manage to piece together, he was an absolutely crucial part of what allowed his team to get so many rounds onto the board.
For sure, so we're just going to wait for Arya to ready up, and he is, so we'll start the second half very soon between these two teams, and I gotta say, Follow Esports looking good. 8 rounds actually on T-side, so winning that half versus Threes Up on this still CT-sided map, at least in my opinion. I think you agree to that as well, Blue?
Yeah, definitely.
So we'll see if Threes Up could actually come back in this one. Starting off on T-side, we're going to have actually raid bosses for 2 people. So Abe and Professor Chaos going with Tech 9 small armor, so drop by Arya and Kiko. Them buying a smoke, so we'll probably see they execute on the outside. And will it work?
They're going to split them up here, too. Abe is actually going to work for the inside take, whereas Professor Chaos works his way back over here with the rest of the team, including the bomb, and they're going to go to take control of Ivy here. I imagine these other two, after Abe gets a very nice kill into Desi, after checking for the aggression here and just trying to throw some wings back over there to hopefully make them seem like they're going to be working their way into the inside yard, they'll probably drop down ladder and work with the rest of the team to actually go for control of outside to get A. But Follow Esports are aware of this. You can see they still got 3 players in that yard itself. And this one player now, Abe, is going to try to sneak his way back into here. Gets an easy kill into Wab, and now they've got control. And this is going to draw the rotation, too, so this is exactly what they want. Abe trying to work into connector. Hades does get a kill back over there on Akiko, too, to try and hold back the push from Ivy. And he's going to get 2 more Ocean, lighting him up there. Now it's all down onto Abe, along with Professor Chaos, the 2 raid bosses that they bought up. But Abe's already been doing work, and he finds a 4th kill as well to close it out. So Threes Up do manage to come out on top near the end.
Yeah, it's a Take 9 armor that pulled it off here for Threes Up. Abe just running around, tapping that mouse 1. Nice try, though, by Ocean, the way that he played towards that alleyway. I just gotta say that when they got that initial kill onto Desi that pushed up towards lower B, they should have actually fell back from that. Instead of throwing a decoy, giving away position, and also peeking out, because Ocean actually saw one guy with the like the sliver of his sleeve actually peeked out. Nobody rotated out for Follow Esports. It could have been a tragic round there for Threes Up, despite Abe's work.
So Threes Up again now, lining up to move themselves, and Desi moving in to challenge this, but just kind of walks into the enemy. I think he does spot quite a few of them, though, but of course they're going to move in to try and counter to push from ladder room at the very beginning, but now the rest of them, with the exception of Ocean, watching out for that Ivy push again, they're going to walk their way into this inside here to try and counter it out, but that push comes in so quickly. But look at the double shot that comes out there, and those deagles, that specifically from Els, just does so much work there. It'll be Els and Hades that pick up the 2 kills, Professor Chaos and Kiko finding 2 more to respond to it, and again, no pickups on these final 2 players from Follow Esports as of yet, but moving in there, Hades drops the bomb, looking for another one in Kiko, but he's got to be careful that he doesn't over-reveal himself. In Ocean, with a potentially monster flank being lined up here too, has to keep Hades alive so they don't end up watching this one, and as he moves in, aim punch going to be a little bit too much for him to handle. Jason R will end up shutting him down, and now moving in here, Ocean trying to get the kill, but again, thankfully Jason R does find a shot to throw off his aim, and that's going to close it out without too much additional trouble.
Well, it's still 3 guys that they killed for the CT side, so that's actually quite decent for the save that they had for Follow Esports. I saw P250s and I saw armor and I saw a deagle, but I don't think they went with armor there. So they're going for full double saves, or at least buying just a pistol, so they could have AWPs on the round after. And Hades not buying anything at all. Okay, finally he gets a deagle there, but it was tough for them actually to overtake that B-bomb set against pistols for Threes Up. So I'm excited to see how the gun round's going to happen in the next round.
Now Threes Up, though, again, go for the same type of strategy. Not actually any other play being screwed around, though, with that outside yard. So Desi's going to catch on to this pretty quickly once again, lining up a couple shots, and now they roll back in. He picks up 1. Abe with the trade, though, and as well down over here, too. It's going to be Ari that picks up 2 more down the ramp. Abe looking for yet another one here to take down Els. Can't do it just yet, so he switches the aim over to Hades to finish him off, and now it's just Els left into this one. With a deagle, looking to line up some shots, get some damage, but not going to be enough. And Threes Up once again come out on top.
Yeah, the rush just didn't work through at the end of the day. So Threes Up was just stronger with the pistols. So now here's the first full gun round. And Wabbit does have an op. I thought we would go for a double op setup because Hades definitely did have enough for an op as well. But we're just going to go for a 4-man rifle and one op here in the hands of Wabbit, because I don't think you really need to lurk as much on a map like Trade. You could just support your teammates and have a 4-man player outside and the op by himself inner. But it's just going to be Desi playing inner.
Threes Up just go right for the same thing here once again that they were doing on the MTH. As all 5 players working to the back of B, trying to work for a quick take here. But the responses are going to be a lot more potent this time to come out from Follow Esports, so they're going to be careful of this. As Mo get them out of upper, but L is doing so much damage, and Desi to finish these players off. Finally, Arya comes in through the ramp and takes down Desi, but the damage has already been done at this point, and now Els pushes up to the bomb train. He's going to pick up one before getting traded out there by Abe. And now Follow Esports have pretty much control the bombs on the ground too. Arya would have to look in and try to retake this one. Nobody specifically watching that at this point, but they've got enough of an angle here to try and stop these players from moving in. Arya, though, finds one over onto Hades, and that's going to even things back up, but Wabbit as well with the equalizer shuts down Arya, and now they know exactly where Abe is. He's going to fall to Ocean. Actually, Wabbit actually gets the kill there, and Follow Esports will pick up the first gun round here of the second half.
Yeah, great play by Desi there, using the advantage, the smoke to his advantage. He smoked close towards the lower ramp, so nobody's going to run through that. Usually, a smoke, it's like, oh my god, it's a wall, I can't run through it unless I'm going to flash through it and run through. So Desi used it to his advantage, gambled it, and just looked towards upper and towards the site. He was able to line up 2 quite easily there and prevent that plant, and then give enough time for Follow Esports to rotate through until he finally got killed at Pop Dog through a smoke by Arya. So maybe they got to try to spam a little bit more for the T side.
And now again here from Threes Up, thankfully still having the money to go for a buy with the exception of Professor Chaos here. Everybody going to work again. They switch it up, and although it's not too much different, it's just on the different site this time. They go for the rush plant scenario. Kiko already pushed up and going for it, and they've also found the 2 opening kills too, with only 1 more being traded out there by Wabbit with the op. So Hades along with Els are going to be the 2 from the CT side that falls, but Ocean with the swag 7 picks up a kill before being traded out there by Abe. Kiko just kind of rolling in here to shut these players down as the initial smoke started to fade out too. So they managed that actually really well on that outside take. Way too quickly there for Follow Esports to manage and get very quick control. And unfortunately, again, just caught Follow Esports completely off guard, so they have no way to respond to that. And now this resets their money too, so Threes Up, they'll actually be in a really good position here to lead. Potentially 12 or even 13-9 if Follow Esports end up double saving. With the money they have, though, they should probably only have to save 1 time.
Yep. So, as well, like, the op that came out for Wabbit, I mean, he was able to hold as much as he could. I think that's why the double op setup for CT's side is a little bit stronger. But just for the sheer fact that you could have maybe, if Hades was open as well, could play a little bit further back as they're streaming across. You're looking at the top of the tugs, you actually spot the top of the head before they actually peek out. But at the end of the day, it didn't work out. They're going in for this full save. They spot the bomb as well, so you'll see the rotation come through from outside.
Now they move back over here, trying to go for that inside take. Desi will look to respond here as he's sitting on the back of the bomb train, but Kiko pushes in so quickly. Els elsewhere is going to find a kill onto Abe, but there we go. Kiko and Professor Chaos shutting him down left and right. Wabbit, finding another one there to take down Professor Chaos. I'll leave it into a 2-on-2 for now, but Kiko still playing very aggressively. Takes some heat, dropped down to 7 HP, but they managed to keep him alive. Everything falls into the hands of Els at this point, who has an AK upgraded along with a Molly here, but he's going to move up. Both of them guys got to catch each other. Can't spot Kiko, apologies, just as of yet. As he presses forward here, might be able to find Ari as he jumps off of that bomb train, and he is for the kill.
Oh my god, Whip City.
That was a super awkward end of the round, man.
Indeed. But at the end of the day, it was still a great save for Follow Esports, leaving it down to a 2 versus 1. You're hurting the economy at the same time. You're forcing buys for the T's and forcing drops. And you might have enough if you want to go for the gamble. Yeah, you will gamble for the FAMASs and M4s. You're going to win this round here. You're going to put 3s up on a force buy the round after.
Alright, so Follow Esports, once again, now not being able to manage that previous one, of course. They go right into their buy-ups here this time around for 3s up. They're still sitting pretty... Wow, I'm sorry, guys. Just cast a little bit too fast there. They're still sitting pretty at this point. No op buy-up, of course, coming in. These guys, just as of yet, I would either go on to Ari or probably Jason R at this point, but as we can see here, the players from Follow Esports pushed up a little bit. Els might look to get aggressive and find a couple kills just outside of T-Con as he puts himself into that corner outside of the left of it. And that could be a nasty lineup, but here we go. They're going to push right into his face. He finds one, switches out to the AK, looking for another, as Wabbit also lines up on the alternate angle there. Abe's going to try to find a way to push in through, but this pop flash comes out, and as we see, Abe picks up 1 kill there, but immediately the trade comes out from Els, and that push just goes absolutely nowhere. They can't even get it past Electrical Box.
And why? Because they actually just ran through smokes. I mean, yeah, they maybe had 1 or 2 guys to come out to support, but at the end of the day, you're going 1 by 1 through the smoke to come out. So whoever's playing close range, whether it be FAMASs, M4s, even shotguns if they had some, they're just easy pickings against 3s up. So, like I said, we see that force buy coming through from 3s up to try to reset that money back against Follow Esports, but they're a lot lower than what we saw with the FE on that force buy previously.
And now Jason R again lining up at the front of his team to try and push in. That Ollie's going to hold them back for a few minutes, but they still go right forward. And the push will also come out here from Follow Esports at this point. And they try to find that way. Professor Chaos finds 2 kills there before Wabbit actually picks up 1, but he as well is going to get surprised there as Ari catches him on the off guard. So they move in quick plan situation, but very, very secure at this point as they've already found 4 out of the 5 kills. Desi's going to get the last one, rotating in from the inside yard, but again, just a shutdown, and it trades right back now, this time in the favor of Threes Up. They hold the lead. They keep it about 3 points ahead of their opponents and are now only 3 rounds away from closing out this match.
And I think it's because there was less smokes being utilized that round before. They did the same strategy as they did the round before, and even the previous round before that, when they actually got that round coming through for T's side. They just rushed through, caught FE off guard, and just came from all angles, whether it be hell and on the top of the trains. They came through and played aim out, and didn't even need to set up for trades, because they just knew where FE was positioning on the outside.
For Threes Up again, moving all their players this time, keeping it pretty dynamic, to be completely honest. This is another thing that's been good with them, is they're actually, you know, they're not just doing the same thing over and over again. At the beginning, they were definitely, you know, committed to this like 5-man push wherever they would go, but now actually switching it up quite a bit here on the strategy playbook in terms of where exactly they're taking these this action all this time. But Follow Esports essentially on a full save. Hades actually pushes directly into T-Con. If he moves any further, he could get some good info, but that's actually going to come at the hands of Desi, who has pushed back in over there to the back halls. Not going to spot anything substantial just as of yet. But Els there is going to catch that molly, and also there too, I think another player is going to end up dropping. So that's essentially a free kill, and that puts it into a 3-on-4 now as Wabbit picks up another shot over there onto Abe. But for these guys, Threes Up now, pretty confident. They're just going to try to roll right down here through ladder room. Some nice damage out, but that's basically going to be it. And it's Wabbit here now that will have to try and hold something. But unfortunately, with just that little pistol, probably not going to be able to do too much.
Yep, basically it's Ocean that dropped. He's going to spot one at least towards the ladder room, but aim punch there by Kiko to get the kill. So unfortunate for that. For Follow Esports, Ocean makes it back on time. But they're still very low in the money situation. I mean, Ocean came back only has $2,200, and they're going for the force buy for the rest. So they will go for win, and they don't want to go for the overtime. That really sounded like not English when I said that sentence. It's okay. It's
all good, man. I've been messing up this game a lot too. I gotta slow down the pace a little bit here. But I mean, it's been so odd from Follow Esports. I mean, they've had these good spurts where they just completely destroy the offensive from Threes Up. And as I said before, Threes Up isn't doing anything super crazy. They're keeping it varied. They're throwing them off a little bit. But in terms of the overall strategy, it's not anything super duper advanced and whatnot here. But again, we just see that I think they pick up 1 or 2 good rounds here, and it just instantly gets turned around. But back into the action, of course, a 2-for-2 trade to start things off once again, leave it into a 3-on-3. Some nice damage also being done to Jason Arvid here as he's down at 3. Ocean, it's the same story for him, down to 7 though. And the rest of the players from Threes Up, they don't even realize that the bomb is already getting planted onto this inside yard. However, the problem is that Ari, he's got absolutely no support at this point. They're still trying to get Professor Chaos in to support this, and for the rest of these guys, Follow Esports, they can actually just shut him down and go in for a 3-on-1 retake. There's Professor Chaos that we still alive and well, shuts down Els on his way back, and Wabbit has just realized that it's not even planned here. He's going to come in, try to quickly retake before that extra support can come in there for Professor Chaos, but he too is moving away, trying to get himself out of harm's dodge, and he finds another kill into Ocean, so it's just on to Wabbit at this point to try and clutch it, and Mario lines it up perfectly, so there we go. Follow Esports just have no clue what's going on, and Threes Up run him over once again.
Great play by Professor Chaos to try to hold as much time as he can. You saw it. I mean, I don't know if you were seeing actually on the stream, guys, but Wabbit was going back and forth consistently between Z and outside because he didn't know if he needed to support his teammate on the outside or if he had to go inner to try to get the defuse because they force bot for the win. They have to try to go for the bomb defuse at least. So a little bit of chaos going on there for the CT side to try to win that 2 versus 2, but Threes Up with their aggressive play on the outside is just too strong.
Alright, so here they go once again now for the Threes Up side of things. They're going to try to go directly in here to take control of that inside yard. Only one player was here from the Follow Esports side of things, and he's already been killed too. He got a trade beforehand, but still, this is an all-in attempt from Follow Esports, and they've got to come out big with these Mag 7s. Els is pushed forward with one of them. Ocean a little bit farther back in connector, and that's not where he needs to be as well. One of them already getting dropped down here. Jason R picking up the kill. Desi finally with a response, and he gets another headshot over onto Abe at the very least, but Ari and Jason R, the final 2 left alive here now from the side of Threes Up, trying to just close things out right here, but they're having trouble. That bomb has gone down onto the ground. Desi trying to creep back in here. 2 kills already, looking for another, but he reveals himself, so Jason R can shut him down. And now it's just Ocean with a Mag 7, and the only other gun he's got for his pistol is a USP. So it's going to be very, very hard to mount this round for himself.
Yeah. He's towards that pop dog, trying to lurk around, but I think they might have heard him. So the fake plan comes through because they have plenty of time to work with, and Jason R is going to get the kill. End this game for Threes Up. 16-10 will be our score.
That's going to be a nice little makeup as well for a nice little confidence boost for those guys, considering what transpired in their earlier game. Of course, getting 16-1, not the best, but they make a comeback here now, and they at the very least escape tonight with one victory. I'm not sure if they're playing again. Let me take a look here. If we have another game from them tonight.
I think it's Follow Esports that's going to be playing, and Threes Up has one more, I think.
All right. So we have our next game, guys, that'll be coming up here in about 10-15 minutes is going to be WinterFox versus Complexity. That'll be coming up here next, and then at 11 o'clock, our final game is going to be Follow Esports again. They're going to play off against Complexity as well. So that Complexity doubleheader, guys, is coming up next. Be sure to stick around for it, and we'll be right back with more Pro League here at the ESL ESEA Pro League. It's not the case at all here when you look at a player like Semphis. Semphis is just good on both sides of the equation and is able to come out in a very, very strong way for his team. So it's definitely going to be good to see him on the roster tonight, being able to make that kind of an impact.
Well, he finally comes in. We're already up, and we're going to start the knife round here outside onto train. And of course, whoever's going to win this one will be decided to choose on the CT side. And we've looked at it before tonight. I mean, Pitt wasn't there, if you guys just tuned in now. He wasn't there to actually play in the first matchup against Conquest. So it was actually added in with Flowsick to be able to sit in for WinterFox tonight, where they actually lost on Inferno. They're going to try to redeem themselves here as they win a knife round and start off on CT side of trade.
Yeah, and this will be good, of course, because, again, obviously, with it being trained, very volatile map, as we've already seen from our first matchup this evening between Threes Up and the Method guys, just how out of hand things can get very quickly. This one, of course, is obviously going to be a little bit more competitive than that, I imagine, but WinterFox, having the disadvantages they've had to work with here for the past few weeks, definitely going to be good to, at the very least, get that advantage at the beginning here for themselves. But also, again, keep in mind, too, with a much more dynamic map like Train at this point, having Flowsick could be a bit of a bad thing because, you know, he's not really rehearsed on the overall strat book here of WinterFox, I imagine, so he may be out of the loop there a little bit, and that could throw him off in certain situations and make him a bit of an awkward player.
You're asking a little bit more for a map like Train that usually really isn't played much by WinterFox, except for the times where it's actually forced here on ESEA, so I don't think they have much to work with on T-side first, but Roka's going to get the opening kill towards Alley onto Devil Walk, and they actually have three guys pushing out towards Alley, so they're going to split towards the outside here, Blue.
And here they go now, trying to work that take here. We're trying to see WinterFox roll back in here, too, to hold on to it. Flowsick gets a nice flank, lines up one shot, but just 1 second. Anger, though, is going to do that job as he lines up two more for himself, and then Lex comes in there to finally pick up Semphis. That's going to leave Valens as the final player alive, working for a 1-on-2. Not done just as of yet, and again, he also still has partial control of the bomb, but as he creeps up here, looks for the shot of Lex, can't find him, and sees his player to his left here, too. That's going to be Flowsick, but thankfully Flowsick manages himself, picks him down, and WinterFox come out on top for the pistol.
Oh yeah, great round there for that hold for the rest of WinterFox, because it could have been deadly to start things off. Lex actually tried to walk through that smoke towards the alley side, and after it got picked off by that Tech 9, there was already three guys at the entrance of Alleyway moving towards the outside, but the way that Anger played towards that sandwich between the two trains at Hell, man, he was on point there.
Now for WinterFox as well. Again, off of the start of this one, they're going to go right for a lot of the rifle vibes. 3-2 split as far as that's concerned. Lex, again, no surprise, goes for the P90, and that's a perfect spot to play it here, too. Back over by the ramp that works into the inside yard. Then we'll walk back over here just outside of Ivy. Actually going to catch those players, too, if they decide to push in, but also going to have to watch out for the longer push that could come out there from T-Con as well. And as he might be peeking out in a second. Could spot two of these players as there is a little bit of a push coming out from coL, but that nade goes in, absolutely destroys Sanks down to 43 HP. And in comes the push now, but Tevawalk, he has his attention elsewhere to this player pushing over to the alley, and also Flowsick only gets one trade too. Thankfully XP3 comes in, keeps it even on the trade, and he's going to survive at the end, and also picks up an additional one. It looks like WinterFox are going to be able to manage this one after all, but we're not done just yet. Thankfully Lex 2 wins a bit of a risky trade, and then Anger will close things out to give WinterFox their second round.
Yeah, the aim is on at least there for Complexity. You saw two dinks in a row, one onto XP3, one onto Lex. A little one more bullet to connect. It would have been already the T side overtaking that outside bomb site, but the rifles are just a little bit stronger in terms of armor penetration to give a chance for WinterFox to just stay alive, and of course the armor for sure keeping it alive there for WinterFox to win that round.
Now off the cusp of this one here too, Complexity unfortunately not really going to be able to go for any sort of buy just as of yet here. No plant either, unfortunately, so even if they did get it there on that second round, wouldn't have really been seeing too much else bought up from these guys. And I think they left something on the ground there too for his teammates. A little bit of a delay, but the smoke comes in, and it's going to be a pretty default attempt here to take control of the outside yard. But as you can see already, a molly gets tossed in there, I believe from Flowsick, and that's going to hold them back even further. But they decide to say screw it, they're going to work through this one, try to go for the take here, and as they roll in, they're already getting cut down. The bomb comes down from Anger there. XP3 XP3 picks up another kill, and then Devil Walk and Flowstick just cutting him down left and right. Roke is in, trying to force the plant, and they're surrounding him, and oh, just misses it. One more number to go, and he would have had it, but WinterFox do end up coming out on top, and no plant for the Complexity guys.
And a great way for them to actually win that round without any casualties, so they could actually upgrade anything that they want, and they're actually going to put an op in the hands of Devil Walk, who only had a Tech 9 the round before, so he barely invested in that round previously. And Complexity, all they wanted to do was at least try to get a plan out for a little bit more money to get more smokes to work with. At least they have 3 if they want to try to work towards the outside. But aside from that, they don't have much flashes for post plant.
Lex is actually still working with his P90 at this point as well here too, so Ez is actually going to try to play very, very close on the ramp with that. He will have to be careful. He's forced back and has to play a little bit more long range with that one, but again, the P90 is still a very competent weapon to some degree, even when you get to those sort of medium ranges there, so it shouldn't be too much trouble for him. But Devil Walk can open things up. Sengs finds the trade once again, and Flowstick will just take that position right back up to find an additional kill. Not sure if he spotted the second player towards Ivy, so that could be a problem, but pretty sure he's got a good idea of this one now, as Sengs is going to toss those nades in. The Molly comes out, so that's probably going to hold Sengs back here for an additional few seconds here, and also gives Flowstick an opportunity to get himself back into his normal spot back over here on the site, and the nade comes in. Doesn't do all that much damage, but still very good control being held here at this point. Automatic going to try to open the can back up though as he pushes back in, finds that kill on the Flowstick. Now Sengs moving in is going to try to shut down Lex, succeeds in doing so, and now they're back into this now because Anger completely surrounded. Nothing he can do about that. Valens is just going to shut him down, and all of it falls on XP3 at this point in a 1-on-3.
XP3 didn't see that much action going on towards the inner side, so he comes out towards the ladder, he's spotted, so that's going to be 2 guys that are going to try to spam against him. He's got no HP remaining, so he's going to be able to get killed by Sengs to finally put 1 point on the scoreboard for Complexity, but really it's just Devil Walk that couldn't get anything done with that op before, so it's going to get salvaged here by Roka, and give an advantage possibly to give it to Semphis to get openers for Complexity on this side.
And now with this one round being traded back here, we'll see the buyout essentially coming here from the WinterFox side of things. No op, unfortunately, is going to be feasible from these guys this time around, and thankfully, though, because they did save quite a bit, like you imagine Lex still using the P90, they actually can still squeak through with a pretty competent buy this time around. Just a couple players missing, you know, nades here or there, but for the most part, they've got everything they need.
Nice.
And there we go, Devil Walk with a nice opener, shuts down Roka, but Semp as well, finding an additional kill here. XP3 pushing right into some of these guys, and Anger actually going to try to come in there, get some damage to the wall. Won't be happening, and Semphis also is going to kill XP3, but now they know it's coming in, and Semphis drops down with the op, shuts out Flowstick, going to take him down. Anger trying to find a way back in as that flank comes in, but Semphis as well still alive, and Anger dodging out, keeps himself alive. But now it's 2-on-3, and also this flank coming in through Connector now too. Automatic could potentially just shut these players down before they can even work their retake to start with here.
And they have way better positioning so far. Like you said, it's 3 versus now 1, now 3 versus, or 2 versus 0 after the trade came through towards Z. I mean, it was a nice try by Semphis to actually make it around a little bit easier for Complexity. He got a nice entry frag into lower B. But the other 2 guys that tried to peek out, he should have hit those, but unfortunately couldn't. I just gotta say that the reason why I said that wow at the beginning of the round was some good teamwork going on for WinterFox to actually flash out Devil Walk towards the alleyway to get the first opening kills and try to give the advantage for WinterFox to start. But after that, nothing worked because it just got plowed inside the B bomb site, and XP3 could hold more than 1 kill the way that he played aggressively.
Alright, so here they go again. They're going to try to get aggressive this time, and Roka just out in the open there. Easy kill for XP3, and Anger to get there on a combo play. Automatic, though, along with Valens getting 2 kills to trade out as they get a little bit too aggressive and a little bit too eager, so that's going to probably end up being the only thing that they can find, is now it's just down to Anger, and they pretty much can just roll right into this outside yard and shut him down at any point.
He's just going to play the ninja side and hopefully get 1 kill out of this. He's going to be able to take at least a bomb carrier down, but this again is only a 5-7 with no armor. He's pushed out by a Molly. Village is going to push out and take him down. And on that eco, there's really nothing more you could add to that for WinterFox here. So it's just a bit of garbage time and garbage round. But overall, we're tied up 3-3, where there's not enough money for WinterFox to be able to go for an AWP in this round here. So a lot of rifling that has to be on top and on point for this mix of European and North American team.
And this again, this is a fairly common thing that we've seen from WinterFox throughout pretty much the entire season so far, where they're very aggressive with their CT side buying strategy here. They don't like to save, they don't like to sit back and save so they can get the op with the full utility kit and everything here. They like to just go right for the buy, get the rifles in play, and hopefully try to catch their opponent's off guard. So we'll see how this pans out for them. And so far going pretty well here is a combination of XP3, Flowstick, and pretty much just him are going to shut things down right from the beginning. Semphis still going to try to work what he can here as he brings it into a 1-on-2. But now as he tries to work into the site, looking for the shot over here, can't connect on the XP3, and now he's been revealed. They know he's behind, jumps out, but that doesn't go any way he was planning it to. So Lex is going to take him down, and a free op we picked up here by the WinterFox players now.
Yeah, it's a good round for Anger before the beginning of that round, I think they forgot him, because they smoked towards that ladder room for the CT side for WinterFox. Anger pushed all the way towards E-Box. But when they were actually committing out towards T-Connector for Complexity, they had nobody come out on the right side to look towards that E-Box area. They just focused more towards Hell and on the top of the train. Anger got an easy kill to start things off, and then it just tumbled from there, where WinterFox was just able to get kills after kills on the outside.
And now for the players on Complexity, once again, having dropped that round and having their money reduced down, they're going to be in an awkward buy here. Galil sitting over on the Sanks, Tech9 on Valence too, and already getting into a little bit of combat here as they poke their heads out through T-Con. No actual damage really ends up getting traded out, but there's going to be Roka. I believe ends up getting legged there by Devilwalk as he shoots him, but can't get the final kill or the final damage that's needed in order to take him down, but still gets the intel and holds back the aggression for the time being. As WinterFox trying to take down that timer, but all this happening so early, still plenty of time for Complexity to work essentially anything they want to. Not going to be affecting them too much as they start to move their players, including the bomb carrier, once again to put them over here, back over up to the locker room to potentially work down towards the ladder instead.
When you saw Roka after he got late, he actually dropped his gun for his teammate and then picks up the Galil instead. So left the AK for his teammate towards Ali, who is going to be Sanks that's going to be creeping up. And at the same time, for the CT side, they rotated out Devilwalk from alleyway and then focused Flowsick for the rifle, who's trying to get this kill and finally will do so. Sanks was fully blinded, so he's going to fall back out of that. And it's going to be an early 5-on-4, make that a 5-on-3 and a 5-on-2 as Roka burns to death.
Roka tried to race the molly exploding in time, but I don't think he even realized that Lex was sitting right down there in that corner anyway, and he probably would have just shut him down anyway, but doesn't end up winning the race. And now there's Devilwalk holding outside of Z, takes down Automatic. And Semphis, they don't know he's here yet. He finds 1 and 2 on the XP3, and Anger takes them out. Not done just yet, but still working a 1-on-3 until those are the only 2 kills Complexity has had. 8 seconds, finds another kill, has the intel as to where Flowsick is playing from, but that timer is so low. Now he's got to play the economical mission and look to save it, but Lex coming in with the flank might be able to grab him right here, and he does take him out.
Oh, man. It was good for him to get that 3 kill, but I think at this time he should have looked at that timer. Because not only that, he's not able to save an AWP, but he also died after the round, the round timed out. So that means that he had no money coming into this round here. You could see him at $350 in this round. So just unfortunate for that. He should have maybe fallen back a little bit more and saved that AWP. Hurt the economy as much for the WinterFox, but at the end of the day, the economy is heavily damaged on Complexity side.
And now they're going to roll themselves once again through the White Hulls in a combination into backbeat, trying to work their take into there. Let's see, Lex will be the one to hold this, and he can already hear some of those players working towards him at this point, so he pushes back behind the first train. And Molly comes in there to top, but it's too slow, and Semphis is actually sitting behind the bomb train already here, pushed in, but he's the one with just a little Glock, so unfortunately can't really do too much with that position. The rest of the team going to try to force their way out here now, but Lex is ready, drops the bomb. Sanks actually works a flank, and he picks up 1, but Flowsick and Anger are there to pick up the final 2 kills anyway, so WinterFox get a very clean round at the end of it.
Yeah, exactly. They already had a 2-man stack towards inner. They actually had Anger try to throw, I think it was a molly on the top upper before at ladder room, so they could focus, or sorry, upper ramp, so they could focus more towards that lower and anybody else that made it through. Lex actually died because after that molly actually dispersed, Complexity actually rushed through towards the upper and got the frag, but at least the rotation came fast enough for Flowsick to come through and hold it back with Anger at the end.
So a buy round will be coming out here from Complexity, with the exception of Semphis, of course. He has to sit back because of his lapsed money. He's sitting on just that CZ with a little bit of a couple nades here and there. So unfortunately, won't be expecting too much to come out from him this round. If he does make it through, though, the other thing to keep in mind with Semphis at this point, too, is they do end up coming out on top. They could probably afford the op buy, especially if he survives it as well. They could probably get the op back onto him, and that's going to be a whole other factor that WinterFox will have to deal with. We've already seen there, just even at the end of that round, despite how futile it was, picks up 3 kills just out of completely random kills and come out here. And stuff like that is definitely what's going to make the difference here if they can keep that on Semphis consistently. And now they open it up well. Automatic finds the opening kill on a Flowsick, and this outside yard is going to attempt to be taken out for Complexity.
Nice flash right through to try to peek out here, but he's also being shot from E-Box, so Trades comes across to refrag as well. He's able to take down Sanks, but Lex is going to be LMS. Bomb is going to get planted. He's already outside. He gets the bomb carrier, but quickly, Automatic, who got the entry kill, is still in great position to avenge his teammate and put another point on the scoreboard for Complexity. Despite them actually losing some heavy rounds here, Blue, for Complexity the past 3 rounds, overall, they still have 4 rounds on T side out of 10, which is actually not so bad when you're looking at the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, they're still in a very good spot here, and we've still got quite a few rounds to go, and now they're going to have the upper edge of this one again, because WFX, their economy had not been established after those 3-round pickups there. They're just reduced right down immediately on the pistols. No armor behind any of it either, with the exception of Flowsick, who didn't even really buy the Deagle. He just sits down, and XP32 has to completely save, because he used to save a little bit more to try and afford that up quicker. But there we go, Semphis with the op already to start things off here. Shuts down Anger, and that'll be the prompt for the rest of the team to try to move in right behind him here. And again, I'm going to look at the players here from WinterFox trying to resist it, but the forward position being taken by Devilwalk. He's probably going to be the first one that might be able to find anything. They haven't spotted him yet. Automatic picking up 1 kill here, but Devilwalk sneaks out, looks for one, can't get any of them, gets some nice damage, but no following kills. And again, we're just on Lex at this point. He's way over in the inside yard.
Yeah, 5-on-1 situation. It's going to be an easy plant coming through. Lex is just going to look for exits with his Deagle from the CT spawn side, but WinterFox actually, in my opinion, should have played more passively on the stack. They actually had the right idea to have 4 guys on the outside, but you could see it. Anger actually went for the shoulder peek at T-Con to try to get information. We had another one do a shoulder peek outside from Z, while Devilwalk was the only one hiding. So you try to play the angles, you try to play the crossfire, and win the rounds from there, or at least get a few kills, instead of trying to go for all-in against a one-man push against possibly 3 guys just on the other side of the wall.
Apologies. All right, so here we go again from Complexity now, swinging their way back into things at this point. Still a little bit preservative in terms of the money situation, at least looking at Valens and what he's brought onto the table here at this point. Well, they're going to be using a Galil, but still has a lot of vibes behind that. And this is, of course, just because of the fact that you can still use the Galil pretty competently, and he's had it, so he might as well use it. No other player's gone down as well, so if somebody dies, you can just pick up the AK, and that's just $2,700 that they don't really have to spend to begin with. But for WinterFox, they're not in a position to buy an up yet, but because of that aggressive economy strategy overall from WinterFox we already discussed, they just want to get the guns right back into the play, so they go for everybody buying up the rifles. 2 FAMASs in play, fairly limited utility here as you can already see, so they're not going to have a hard trouble with retakes more than likely if Complexity go as quickly into this inner yard as they have in the past, and here they go, they're going to go right for it.
Lex is caught actually as he was running back. He did this circle jump and goes right into the end of the tug, so he's still fully blinded. So just like that, the B bomb sign has been dispatched, unfortunately for that. I mean, he had a good call with that smoke as soon as he saw the cannon of the AK-47 by one of the players of Complexity, but after that, he just stayed there. The flash came through, he was out in the open, and just a small error on to the scoreboard for Lex right there.
There's going to be Semphis, rolls right out, shuts down Devilwalk, and Hanger trying to hide back over here. At least gets that kill over on the Semphis, but now he's been revealed. He's trying to shoot that off a little bit further too, but he takes some damage, so he's going to have to try and hold his own ground here. Rolls into the corner, everybody's chasing him. And now the question is, can he survive long enough here? As a nade comes back, it's going to bounce, brings it to 43, and oh no, automatic takes him down, so no save at all from WinterFox, apologies. That hop would have been absolutely huge, but
well, actually, he didn't save anything. I don't know if you noticed it, Blue, but he actually took the op and threw it out. So what he wanted to do, knowing that Semphis and got killed there at T-spawn and they're already hunting him down, he took the op from Semphis and threw it outside the map so nobody could pick it up. So actually, the corner that he was holding was only with a P2000. So he just sacrificed himself to prevent Complexity from salvaging an op, forcing a buy in this round here for another op, as they're going to go on the eco.
So here goes Complexity once again now, really ahead of the game now as far as the T-side score is concerned here. Some very all-star performances from some of their players. Nobody watching Ivy at all, so Roka just walks right in, picks up a kill. There's a response from Anger, but that too is going to get traded out from Roka. He picks up 2 kills now, and already they've got control here. I don't know what WinterFox was doing, but they left Ivy completely open, and now we've already got control, and they're just hunting kills at this point.
Yeah, again, it's just going long range and going face-to-face with pistols against AKs, trying to get one of those 1Ds and just be the hero of the round. But it's not working at all. These Devilwalk's lurking around. He's able to see the first one, so might be able to go for a closer kill as Roka jumps across from tug to tug. So he's going to try to save the AK for the rest of this round.
Just running away, hiding in the yard amongst the trains at this point. Looking for 1 kill into Valence. He's going to find that one. A little bit of trouble with the spray, but he does manage to come out on top with it. And we can see here Semphis, too, is going to try to push into him. You know he's got him low, and there we go. He's going to shut it down, so Complexity come out on top. And now they've got the lead here, too, T-side, with just a couple rounds left in this first half. So much money as well, specifically on the Sanks. These guys are just stacking up the cash at this point, whereas WinterFox, of course, is going on the usual buy and save circuit at this point, not really able to do as much of an impact as I think they were hoping to do on this T-side.
For sure, and it comes down to they're keeping the op in the hands of Devilwalk because XP3, the way that he's been opping the past few weeks, hasn't been on point because of his ping. So they're trying to give it more towards Devilwalk. Devilwalk himself has a high ping, but he's able to connect a little bit more. He actually has a higher ping than XP3 does, but I think he connected with a few trying to play towards alley and towards the outside before.
Well, the thing is the op should work fine for either of them, because like the live competition is going to be the same, and you think about it, like the op would actually be a pretty good weapon, because the live competition worked the best. It's just one shot compared to a spray, which could have all sorts of variables coming into play there. It's just, as you said, the factor that XP3 has been having the problems he's had, but even looking at the scoreboard too, he's actually doing a lot better than Devilwalk at this point. He's leading him by like 4 extra kills there, so it's interesting to say the least. But Anger moves in, doesn't catch Semphis. Lily picks up a kill into automatic, he'll get traded out.
At least the op is still alive, and Semphis is still going to try to get an opening from T-Con as the bomb's finally going to get picked up. So we only have one guy lurking around, and it's Valence. He's about to come head-to-head against XP3. XP3 is going to win it, and that's information given. They know that it's going to be towards the outside. You can see it from that minimap. The blue dots are starting to move a little bit more. They're pushing out towards the areas as well. It's going to be Devilwalk who gets a double op kill to hold out towards this alley room.
But now Semphis is still in the picture here too, and we've already seen him coming out in the big way. Picked up the 2 kills, but they know where he is. He's got a lot of utility to work with, but not using any of it just yet. And Lex slowly creeping up around his flank here at this point as well. Not looking to check that at this point, and Lex keeping himself as quiet as possible. Doesn't want to push into his face, but here we go. Semphis slowly creeping out. These two are going to get into a battle, and he misses the shot finally, so Lex will shut it down. There's a free out. Double op setup now will be in the hands of WinterFox, and they will re-tie up the scoreline heading into the 15th round at 7-7.
Yeah, and when I mentioned those blue dots moving around, that information given, you saw them push towards the entrances where the T's would be coming towards. So why don't you just hold your angles? I mean, it's good for them that Devilwalk was able to connect those shots after all at the end of the day. But CTs, you should play the angles instead of trying to force a fight out in the open.
So here we go.
Especially on train, like the amount of angles that you have in here is crazy.
For Complexity now, again, this will obviously be the buyout from them. They put their money, as I told you before, they had that monster, like, 4-round streak where they stacked up a whole lot of cash off of that one, so they've got a lot of money left to go for this buy. And WinterFox, too, actually, are really lucky as they find this op off of Semphis, so they're going to be able to scavenge that one. And now they've got a really potent double op setup. XP3 is pushing it a little bit here as he pushes up to the ramp. If they sort of just waterfall their way down over here, that could get pretty rough, but he catches it, and he's going to leave Lex to try and defend that, as he has been for most of this half. And Complexity themselves now being a little bit more creative with this one. They haven't really been toying around all that much with the inside yard as much as they were earlier on in the half, but they've been pretty direct trying to take the outside yard. But now they go back to that, and they're trying to play with these guys a little bit more here. Lex will have to sit around. XP3 as well is going to start rotating back over towards the mid-tunnel there and see if he can catch any of these guys. But nonetheless, again, they start off the take here by moving out. Semphis finds an opening kill and a second as Anger and Flowstick both just directly peek him. So now they've got a good way into the site. There's no defense left here on the site itself. But as we can see, XP3 catches Semphis before he can peek out from the boxes over there by the ladder room. And Devilwalk looking for more here too. His other two players are stuck on the corner just outside Ivy. He finds a kill, shuts down Roka. Automatic is stuck there now. And XP3, he gets another one. Claws out with the peek, shuts him down. And now it's all in the hands of Valence.
He's at the bomb site. He's able to take down XP3. Now it's a 2 versus 1. Lex is going to come across the corner, wait for him, gets the kill. And WinterFox actually wins this half 8-7. Not necessarily wins it overall, because 7 rounds for Complexity on T side is actually amazing. If you looked at it, I think Semphis was at 17 kills and 9 deaths or something like that. Definitely going ham for Complexity on that first half. But smarter play for WinterFox with that double op setup. You saw him play a little bit more passively towards the way back outside train lanes. And just like that, they come towards him to get the pickouts 1 versus 1, which ended up that 3 versus 1 to win that round.
Yeah, and again, really some all-star performances coming out from both sides there. As I said before, Devilwalk, when they were able to get the big guns into their hands, specifically, I'm not sure where Anger ended up, because I didn't see too much from this half, but I imagine he was still pretty consistent, and we should get the scores back here in a second, so we can actually talk about that a little bit more. Come on, reset. There we go. All right, we got him back now. So, looking at it, it's actually XP3 and Anger. Yeah. XP3 and Anger were some of the big players, and yeah, Semphis, of course, leading ahead there too for his team in a very, very big way, so obviously he's been a pretty big part of what's made the guys here on Complexity so impactful. Back over on WinterFox's side, it's mainly been XP3, interestingly enough, which we haven't seen him sort of leading the team so much in the past, and then right behind him is Anger, followed by Devilwalk.
Yeah, it's equal distribution, I guess, on WinterFox's side. I mean, 15, 12, 10, 9, and 9. You can't ask for anything more for WinterFox's side. Yeah, maybe one of them to carry more and give more rounds for WinterFox's side. But look at how aggressively they push in towards that inner side for Complexity, which gives a lot of information as WinterFox are pushing lower.
And already here, Semphis and Automatic just shutting things down, picking up those 2 kills. Anger and Flowstick are going to be the final 2 left alive, and they try to work their way in. Anger is trying to be a little bit sneaky with this one. Flowstick also picking up a kill, but Sex with a quick shutdown. Now Flowsick will just be the final guy alive. He does manage to pick up one on the Sanks. Gets behind the cover of the train, but doesn't actually have bomb control just as of yet. Valen's, though, not directly peeking him, so this is going to give Flowsick the time to fall back and grab it.
Oh, I don't know if they spotted his feet as he ran back towards that that lower ramp, and I don't think they did. Because they're still holding towards that Z-shaped hallway. And then he's going to smoke it. He's going to force a rotate of one. But look at that. Valens is not biting it. He's still waiting here towards Z.
He's not directly looking into it either, so Flowsick is going to actually be able to get onto the site for free. I think he should know that this plan is coming in now, and they're going to need to confirm it, but obviously he should be able to see him. Yep, he didn't see his head. He didn't see his head jumping up there, so he actually gets into the back B for free. Now they catch it, now they're going to go in, but there's been a lot of time wasted. Thankfully, though, Valens is a kid, so they've got a little bit more time to play with this.
I thought that Valens would have seen him move up the ladder, but smarter move for him to go towards this upper ramp at the spool, and then drops! I don't know if he missed a jump. But this gives a huge position for Flowsick. Okay, smarter move. He's going to be the one with the kit that's going to move in for the defuse. Semphis going to watch his back. Semphis gets the kill, and they will win this round here for Complexity. But it was a nice try for Flowsick. He actually sold that fake quite well.
Yeah, if he had tossed that flash like a couple seconds later, he probably would have been able to do that, but I don't think he was close enough to where he could have heard the defuse going off there, so unfortunately, just a little bit fidgety, just in case it did start. He had to just make sure, and unfortunately couldn't connect the shots onto the bomb carrier there either. That was very close too, because he hit like 2 to 3 shots, but he wasn't trying to move the whole time, so it was pretty simplistic for the other player from Complexity. It was Semphis to shut down with the final kill.
Mm-hmm. And the raid boss actually almost worked there for WinterFox that time, with Flowsick going with the Tech 9 armor. This time he did have enough kills to go for a Deagle small armor, so they might try to count on him to try to get an opener towards this alleyway.
Now they're going to start to push forward here too. Automatic actually just outside of the blue train, waiting for Lex to move up here now, and should be able to catch him. And that nade obviously having done the damage it's already been doing here. Unfortunately for WinterFox, not a whole lot of hope for them left, and not even that single kill on Valens. They lit him up, brought him down to 2 HP, but they couldn't even finish him off. So a clean 5-man surviving round for Complexity, and they now take the lead as well.
And it's just a crossfire. They actually pushed as a team, which is smart, but even smarter for Complexity to play further back. Yeah, Valens was the only one that was playing close to find the information, but he fell back as soon as they came in, and he didn't want to try to chase for kills. He actually left it for his teammates who were just set up on the other side of the alley side to get those kills. So smart play.
Now the rest of the WinterFox players going for a quick play. Back over here to the back B halls. Automatic, though, is going to push right into this to try and catch them, but it's of no use here. They shut him down, and Anger finds the second one. They find Roka here, too, and he's going to find some damage, but he's caught out in the open. I'm amazed he stayed alive as long as he did, but there's no response. Roka completely overwhelmed. Now they're going to move in. They've already got control of the yard, but Sanks moves in. He's still got control partially, but Flowsick trades him out after he picks up that kill in the Devil Walk. And Valens here got a couple players lit up pretty heavily, but with only a Molly to work with, the odds are definitely going to be against him.
What a great round there for WinterFox. It's a 4 versus 1. Valens comes out towards Z, gets the first headshot onto Flowsick, but he's going to try to do a little bit more here. He's committed to it so far for maybe, possibly another kill. But Lex is actually lurking around towards Z, and he's slowly closing in towards him. But it should still be a good winnable round here. Finally, he's going to hear him. Actually, he's going to hear Lex instead.
And Lex hasn't found him yet. Lex is still looking around for him here. Catches him now, but Lex is the same story for him. Shuts down Lex at the very least, so there's going to be another kill, but so much time has elapsed, so the round will still definitely be going by the way of WinterFox, and the final 2 should keep themselves alive. Here's all with the 2 AKs, but at least he gets that 1 kill, and he saves the rifle as well, which is going to prevent a complete eco from happening here on the next round from Complexity.
And it was well read by Complexity to push those 3 guys down towards that lower ramp, expecting an aggressive WinterFox push, but by the time they made it towards the top of the lower ramp, I don't think they expected them to be already right in front of their faces, and you have more people on the T side rolled over and steamrolled Complexity on that push.
Complexity, though, actually still able to get a pretty confident buy here in this round. WinterFox actually still rolling with some of the guns that they were using in the anti-ecos, as you can see. Lex going with a Galil, and then Devil Walk with a Mach 10 to try and stack up a little bit more, but the problem is now that Semphis has an op, and they're working against some of those potentially lackluster guns, that could be problematic. I think they're going to have to adjust their playstyle a little bit as soon as they figure out that Semphis has this. Again, we already talked about it, and we saw it on the T side, leading that heavily as the primary opper. Now over here, he's on the CT side, and obviously the role becomes that much easier, so they got to absolutely be careful here as a 1-for-1 trade starts things off once again on the inside yard.
But Anger is lit, so he's got 5 HP. The rotate already comes through from the CT side. The bomb is planted. Smokes to try to go and set up for a post plan for WinterFox. But they're closing through, and Semphis, who's still alive, is clearing it out here for the CT side. Lex trying to push through. It's all up to Anger with 5 HP. Semphis is about to close around, but Valens kills him. Steals it away, and the defuse comes through. Complexity comes back with that victory, and should possibly reset the money of WinterFox again. So, unfortunately here, Blue, Winter Fox is seeing the same thing as they did on CT side, where they have to buy, save.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we look at it, how exactly Winter Fox is going to try to bounce back from this one. They've got a couple players in excess, but unfortunately for Lex and Flowsick here, they're still sitting pretty low, so I don't imagine those two being able to buy, if anything, confident. And you can see the buy coming out kind of late, so they're trying to make that choice now, but they do end up going for the Tech 9 route here, so most of the players are just going to buy up Tech 9s, and we'll see a couple donated guns tossed out in the mix, but beyond that, it's pretty much a full save from these guys.
Yeah, exactly. Anger with full armor, and they only have one flash and one smoke, so you can see it. They're going to stream down towards that lower ramp, possibly get that smoke, and then flash with that smoke and push through. Roka's waiting on the other side. He gets the first kill onto Anger, draws the bomb carrier, so the rotation's going to come out quickly for Complexity. Nate from Semphis then gets another kill, and just like that, no bomb plants coming through for Winter Fox, and it's just unfortunate there for Winter Fox. I don't think they actually used that smoke or flash to their advantage, but all they wanted was a bomb plant that they didn't get.
So, another round being picked up by Complexity, and their lead will grow that much stronger here at this point, as it's remained close now, but Complexity back over onto that CT side, and still remaining strong here at this point with all 5 alive, and that offensive just getting completely shut down. Winter Fox, though, interesting enough, now going for a double op setup here on their T side. XP3 and Devilwalk, of course, picking those ones up. And we're just going to have to see how this one pans out. They split themselves up pretty heavily, too, so still trying to work a pretty dynamic take. Not really deciding on a site just yet, but I imagine with the current lineup, and as well, you can see the number 9 player, Devilwalk, moving over there towards Ivy, this could evolve very quickly into just a default A take, especially if they can have success on any of these angles to work into that A site.
And not getting that bomb plant as well puts no grenades for XP3 or Devilwalk, so they have to count on them to just try to play a little bit more supportive after they get a few entries if they can. Aside from that, though, they can't really push in with the team.
Devilwalk actually almost saw Valence push through there towards Ivy to catch Devilwalk off guard, but not going to be happening. He keeps himself in the play just for the time being, as Winter Fox running down the timer, sitting at 45 seconds at this point, but the nades are going to start rolling in over here. Puts it into the inside yard, and these two players, at least one of them is going to roll in the ramp. That'll be Flowstick there, and Anger not actually going to commit to it just as yet, and this is exactly what we're seeing now. It's a commitment to the outside yard. 3 players working 3 different angles here, and that molly actually comes right over here to ladder and stops one of them, so that's immediately going to get to put their plans on hold here for a couple extra seconds, so they don't commit to it. And look at how low that timer is. They've got 25 seconds to make this take happen. This is going to be rough, so here they go.
Well, it's going to be automatic that gets the first kill. They're still trying to push through, and he's already at blue train, so he's got a huge flank coming through. He's going to take down Anger. They have no position to get the bomb plant there, so he gets the kill. Bomb is down. Devilwalk's the last man standing. He's stuck inside T-spawn, so he's going to save it. So a great round there for Complexity. Why? Because Roka was actually all the way up, pushed at the bottom of the ladder by the inner bomb train. So after those few smokes and flashes that are thrown on T side, he actually heard them run back towards the ladder room. So you saw the quick rotation coming through for Complexity for that second player inside B. They stacked towards the outside. He also mollied that ladder room to prevent Winter Fox from coming out, and just they're going to have to run through a bloodbath, or with the time remaining, to desperately get a bomb plant on the outside, which didn't work.
This breaks Winter Fox now, with the exception of Devilwalk previously saving, and I mean, obviously the op can do damage, but it's an op with pistols, so without really having a good amount of support, and you know, there's not even really a whole lot of armor behind it either. Anger's the only other player besides Devilwalk that has armor in the play now, and oh my goodness, Anger! Oh, he had such a good opportunity to find like 2 kills, but he doesn't get any of them. Whiffs so hard with that deagle. And now it's just Devilwalk again, and he's going to have to try and hide, maybe find a kill or two to at least make this op worth saving from the previous round, but overall, this is definitely over, and even missing that shot there, too.
That was unfortunate right there. He was right in front. Elise goes for the drop quick scope to get the kill, but he's going to get hunted as well, pushed away from the alley side, and it's going to be Semphis that's going to look for that kill, and he's still holding a spot at T mid, so really one opponent just around the corner. It's going to be... Actually, Roka is actually upper. So they actually have him pinned inside T-spawn.
Yeah, he's got nowhere to run, and essentially here too with 40 seconds left. Complexity of all the time in the world to try and work this kill onto him, so...
And knowing that he's pinned there, I'm wondering if they're going to wait to... No, okay, I thought we were going to wait the 30 seconds and rush out and get the kill with no time remaining. But they'll show him a little bit of mercy.
They don't got time for that, man. They got other things to do tonight.
Yeah,
so,
which I think is another match for Complexity.
Yes, indeed. So now we look at WinterFox. I mean, regardless of the outcome of that round, of course, they're going to be able to buy anyway, but Devilwalk, interestingly enough, he didn't have to buy in the last round, at least pretty heavily, but it's enough to break him to a point where he doesn't actually go for a rifle this time. He's just going to go sit back with a deagle and see what he can work with this one, and the rest of his team are rolling with the AKs, and it's a fairly switch buy-up besides that, but unfortunately that's going to leave him sort of without anything to do here, as I believe he's trying to make it through this round, at the very least, so he can buy an op if they win out this one.
Now they're trying to lurk out a little bit more to get more information there, but they already catch Flowsick. Roka is forced to fall back, and that trade doesn't come through in favor of WinterFox, and that is Anger that kind of missed those shots on the top of the rail. I think he was setting up for a smoke at lower ramp for them to try to sell a fake or a take.
Devilwalk's in here. He's going to get shut down pretty quickly, obviously, with Automatic creeping up onto his angle. The rest of the team, though, they come down ramp, and we had a forward position there from Roka earlier, but he's since moved away from it, so now he's getting back behind the bomb train. Spots this coming in here a little bit early, and Senx as well picks up one of the kills on players moving in from ramp. That's going to be XP3. Lex as well, able to take him down, and now Sempus. Haven't seen too much from this happen. He's going to come in here, jumps through... What the hell, Sempus?
Wow.
Jumps through that molly and kind of gets destroyed, so now Lex has a pretty good chance of clutching this one out. Even looking at the right spot right now, but they're going to roll. Automatic can't pick up the shot, so again, he can recover for this one, but doesn't know where that second player is. They're going to come out, finds the first one, but looks away! So Valent is going to be able to take him down, and at the end of it, just barely, Complexity will sneak through with a 14th point.
That would have been a huge throw for a round at least. Lex winning a 4 versus 1. I mean, it's hard mode right now for WinterFox with these post-plant situations. They make it in to get the plant, but it's like a 4 versus 2, a 3 versus 1. They got to get something working a little bit more in their favor. Like, I mean, they were able to get 3 plants so far for the T side. They just can't hold it in the end.
So WinterFox again now, still with a sufficient enough buy here to be able to get everything they want, including Devilwalk's op. Now, as he saved pretty much fully there from the previous round, goes to the utility along with the Deagle buy, if nothing else. Now we can see the trade's already going to start. It's a bit of a quick push that comes out there from Roka, but he's punished for that one by Flowsick, so he's going to take him down. And as well, Devilwalk's going to pick up another shot there, too, onto Automatic. So finally, we are going to look at a round here where WinterFox get that good start. Now it's about stacking upon it here, preventing for Complexity from getting those trades.
They're going to rotate back towards inner, so this is actually looking good for WinterFox to start. If they could actually continue to throw some smokes and flashes down towards the lower ramp and upper, they could actually fake it out for outside. Really, if you're looking at a minimap, they have a 2-man advantage, but you see nobody lurking out towards the ladder room or for T-Con to try to get more information in that. At least, thankfully, Complexity is playing aggressively, and they overtake the impatience displayed by Complexity in that round.
Plant's going to come down, but Sanks, at the very least, able to catch one of the players that was defending him off here. The other two are still stuck sort of inside the yard at this point, with both Sempus and Sanks being in this same general corner. They're slowly closing in, but Sempus and Sanks actually able to find those 2 kills and break out of that one at a pretty big cost, as they're both dropped down to 15 HP. But at the same time, they've got that partial control. If Sempus can find this kill in XP3, they might even have time to run back in and defuse that bomb, but Sempus caught with an A in his hand, so XP3 is going to get the easy kill there. Devilwalk misses his shot, at the very least Sanks can try to run away, but
that's crazy.
Recommits
awesome
to the yard for some reason, so he's going to get shut down by XP3.
That would have been an MLG 180, or like it would come through, the flick of the wrist or the 360 no-scope, whatever it is, because he just got the kill, went straight for that 180 spray, expecting XP3 to be onto the bomb train. And it was actually close. He maybe a few feet off there to get that headshot, but at the end of the day, it's going to be WinterFox that wins that round. And it's still looking good, though. We've seen it a few times for Complexity. They were looking good on the money situation for the CT side. Now this could be finally the first time where they could sort of break the economy of Complexity, because they could still go for forced buys, given that they lose this round here.
For WinterFox, though, it's still not really solid for them yet either. We're looking at 2 Galeals in the mix here just to keep the money somewhat higher off in case they end up dropping, so they can probably get a couple more Technon armors or a Deagle armor situation if they drop this one too, because obviously both teams, this is absolutely impactful. I mean, if Complexity are able to squeak through with this one, then they pretty much have GG because they're going to force WinterFox onto another economy round, but if at the same time we can see WinterFox come out on top here, that's potentially going to allow, 12 or 13 points to get onto the board, depending on how Complexity want to play their economy. Probably only going to see 1 save for them, so at the very least it'll solidify, a -2 disadvantage here for WinterFox to bring it that much closer.
They are going to look to work towards the outside, so actually they're still spawning on top of the ladder room, and it's going to be Devilwalk that's going to try to get some information with that op. As it's clear, they're probably going to be setting up to work towards the inner side. Yeah, you can see them creeping slowly there for WinterFox. And nobody this time is playing aggressively for Complexity. It paid them deeply last time, giving a chance for WinterFox to overtake that B bomb site from that last round.
And here we go from WinterFox now, making the attempt as the smoke fades out here. Going to push right in, and again, that timer is so low, 20 seconds left, but Anger rolling it anyway, gets completely behind Roka. Didn't even hear it, he's just going to roll right in. Semph blinded too, so Anger pushes up, picks up two of the most biggest players here now, and as well as going to take down Sanks. Anger's running these players over left and right. Finally, Automatic puts a stop to the madness, but he's sitting down at which 1 HP, and Valens as well. He's not even attempting to stop that, he's out of there, rolling away to save his M4.
And Automatic almost actually burned to death there. A little bit more, maybe one more tap from Anger would have had a big 4K coming through. And thankfully there, the incendiary grenades just dissipated just on time for Automatic to stay alive and try to save this M4. Move it into round number 26, sorry, in the next one. Automatic gets one exit, but that's going to be it.
Yep, nobody else really going to have.
Oh my god. He died.
That was kind of, he was outside, was he, like, he was super far away from that. How did he even...
No, he had 1 HP at CT Heaven.
He even dropped down from Heaven there, too. He was starting to move away from that. That was, like, that had to be just on the edge of it, man. That sucks.
A little bit too close there, but yeah. Moving into this round here, it's looking good for WinterFox, where, like we said, we're sort of breaking the economy of complexity because they could still go for this mixed buy coming through, with especially the M4 that they saved the round before. And a lake shot coming through, though, from Devil Walk onto Sanks makes it hard mode for Sanks.
So now again here, too, WinterFox lined up with a pretty good opportunity, especially as we already mentioned before, with seeing that other player going down and them only having one save coming out here, and there's already going to be Lex opening one up, and they've gotten some nice damage over there on the Sanks, as he already talked about before too. He's down to 14 HP, so complexity being heavily stunted before we're even less than a minute down on the timer.
Look at that bomb. He's actually close to that ladder room, but there's two guys about to move their way up, so they could actually possibly come back and flank him, so it's good actually for Anger to wait for his teammates. Finally he moves down, but one's still lurking and watch the flank. It's going to be Devil Walk with the Tech 9, so they actually had the Opera/Tech 9er hold that flank, and he finally loses it against Automatic, who will try to save that AWP after towards T-spawn.
It was interesting they put him there to begin with the op, but I guess he didn't really have much of a choice since he spotted things there, and WinterFox is already committed to the take, but still, that's kind of an odd choice that essentially hands over a potential free op here now, but also he's going to roll out there. XP3 might have had a chance to stop him, but he's going to pick up a second kill there too, so that shuts down XP3, and he's almost scot-free. He's still got to deal with Flow Stick here, and lines up that shot too, so he takes him out. Meanwhile, Lex was able to shut down Valens at the very least, but see, there's a fourth from Automatic, and Anger, I don't think he's going to get, no, he will get an opportunity to peek him, but...
And it could be an anticlimactic ace. No, it's going to go off.
No,
he's going to save it.
He doesn't want to take the risk.
Well, that's actually quite big still, because they went for that full save before. They're able to salvage an AWP in the hands for Semph. So Semph could actually drop an M4 for Sanks. So they could go for a full gun round, and actually you're going to see an auto sniper come out of Roka as well. So that is actually a great save for Automatic that could prove very difficult for WinterFox this round here. And will put complexity at game point situation. Or could put them in game point situation, sorry.
And thankfully, because I get this up too, it's actually going to look at Semph will still have it in his arsenal, obviously, but with him not really having to commit to it, someone else decides to spend a little bit of buck, and that's going to be Roka with the auto sniper. So that'll get interesting when we actually see the take start here. I don't think Roka will get too much of an opportunity to use it as of yet, because it looks like they're trying to line up at least for the smokes in A site. It could be players moving into back calls, and then they'll have 3 players coming in a little bit later into B site. But I imagine with the current lineup, it'll still probably be mainly through T-Con and ladder room to work their way into the outside yard. And Complexity are already ready for this. They've got 4 players in the general vicinity, and Roka is very quick on the rotate just outside the Z.
You can see that the smokes are being thrown. The rotate came through across, but nothing's changed for the CT side because, like you said, Roka is actually playing the inner bomb side by himself. So that's nothing but nades wasted right now for WinterFox. Automatic gets the first kill with Devil Walk lurking around, but at the end of the day, the auto sniper is still alive, which could be very tough for WinterFox to overtake this B site.
He's crouched now, looking for players to move in with the drop there that comes in from upper. Flow Stick has moved in. He's going to look for the opportunity there. Doesn't want to reveal that auto before he can do an impact. When he gets some damage on Lex, but Lex with the headshot takes him down, surviving that encounter, which is 2 HP. Valens pushing through the tanker now, going to try to finish off Lex. Can't see his head there just as of yet, but Sanks actually going to creep around him there. And as we can see, I'm assuming Sanks got that kill, but the GoTV is being stupid. There we go. Sanks shuts down Lex, and now Automatic picks up another kill on Anger. So they retake this pretty easily, and we do see that that defuse coming out here as well. Automatic is just cleaning up shop, essentially, at this point. So it shuts down XP3, and there's Sanks' another kill. So Valens will get this defuse.
And it's not even because of Roka's auto sniper that actually made the difference. Oh, look at that. Oh, no! Did they save none of them? That would have been hilarious. Okay, they saved the AWP. I don't know if you saw it, but Automatic was trying to drop the auto snipe for his teammates so he could pick up the op, and they saved both. But he actually missed the catch. So Roka is not going to have an auto sniper here. So still a little bit of a chance for WinterFox to maybe try to work this inner, but he does have an M4. That's good enough for him for the inner bomb site. But it's game point situation for Complexity with WinterFox again just too close, but always getting that loss at the end of the day.
Yeah, and regardless of not having that auto, just the big factor is Sempus almost burns alive for like the third time this match. We're going to see those two pistols in play too, and obviously that reduces the offensive capability of WinterFox by a pretty big degree, but there's Flowsick kind of burned alive there too, having some trouble with mollies this round, but nonetheless here, now we're going to see Automatic sitting in that corner there, trying to finish off Flowsick if he catches anybody working out here from TCON. Won't be happening yet, but the outside take, or the inside take I should say, is going to be on here. Roka tries to find a kill, but Lex responds, shuts him down. And now they are going to be able to get this plant situation going here. And with Complexity not really having too much control for a retake, but they're letting Sanks roll back in here. Automatic finding another kill on the Flowsick. And Sanks as well, they just haven't seen him yet. There we go. Now he gets one kill. He's coming back into here at this point, and they pretty much got this in the bag. XP3 is the final player. Sitting over there towards backbeat is planted for him at the very least, but still so much pressure coming his direction here. And there you have it. Sempus gets the final kill. Final score of the match, guys, is going to be 16-12 in the favor of Complexity. And they're going to end up coming out on top here in their first match. WinterFox going to end the night 0-2. With two very close matches, but none of them going their way.
Yeah, it's still a great job by Automatic. Kind of read his opponent like a bug. Flowsick knew that he was lurking around towards TCON, so every time he rotated across, he did a 180 to look back. Moved a few steps, looked back, and finally saw him, got the kill, and made it a little bit easier for Complexity to go on that retake and the defuse. At the end of the day, like you said, nothing going into favor of WinterFox GG, but we have one more match happening tonight, ladies and gentlemen, so it's going to be Complexity versus Follow eSports. So we're seeing a lot of double matches for some of the teams that we've casted tonight. That being said, we have Threes Up, we have WinterFox, we have Follow eSports, and then now we have Complexity.
Yep, so again, this will be Follow eSports' second match for this evening as well, so be sure to stick around for that. And also, guys, once again, if you want to stay up to date on all of the action here, not just in North America, but in Europe as well, be sure to go ahead and check out the Score eSports app available on the App Store as well as the Google Play Market. They've got a great tool over on the app there to get up to date on all the stats of all the players, all the teams, all the matches, in case, you know, you had to go out today. I don't imagine a lot of you have been sticking around for the full 6 hours, so if you have, props to you, but if not, you can find all the info you missed back over there on that app. So once again, the Score eSports available on both the App Store and Google Play. Be sure to go ahead and check them out. But we'll be right back, guys, with the final match of the evening here in just a few minutes. It's going to be a pretty big bonus towards their way, and I think that's going to be one of the goals that Follow eSports should look towards and focus on when they're on their T side trying to break that economy.
All right, well, we're actually inside the server right now, getting ready for the knife round between these two teams, Complexity and Follow eSports on Cash. This is the last map of the night, the last matchup of the night as well for us over at ESEA. We've been going strong for 6 hours, so thank you guys for hanging out with us on the stream here on Twitch. Now, Blue, who do you think is going to come out on top at the end of the day?
Well, I already said for this knife round, I don't know, but in terms of the overall match, like I said already, I definitely think it's going to be a pretty strong one for Complexity. But for Follow eSports,
just testing you to see if you're going to change your mind after
I'm,
that.
I'm still sticking with Complexity by a pretty big margin, so we'll see. There's been some good things for Follow eSports, and they've got some good names. Obviously, coming previously known as SKDC, for anybody that didn't follow the org change mid-season, or mid-off-season, I should say, but I don't think it's enough as of yet to be Complexity, who have been looking a little bit stronger.
And that's one thing for SKDC as well. I mean, or this roster, they were invite, they got dropped down, they came back as well. They've been going and playing into pro placements as well for SIVO and still stayed alive to continue on. So, I mean, they have what it takes to be one level above of Premier, but not enough what it takes to be mid-tier for Professional, which is quite unfortunate for them. So they need an extra division for them to make a mark.
Would that be Premier, I guess, as you would call that? Or... There we go. All right, so sure everybody's cringing in the chat now after that one, but here we go. Follow eSports on the T side here, and that's interesting. That's interesting there too because they start T side because they won that knife round, but they're going to choose to start T side here. So that's an interesting choice when you normally see teams starting off CT side, but they just roll right to the A side. No combat at all except for Ocean taking a couple hits, but no kills start, and they plan it anyways. They're going to roll right into this. This is just like training too, where we see this a lot happening on the outside yard, but man, this is super weird.
Well, it's a huge retake play right now for the CT side. It's working out so well for Follow eSports. They actually hurt 3 of them so low, but they actually managed to go for the advantage for Complexity at the end of the day. Now it's a 2 versus 2. 2 of them are lit. Make that into 2 versus 1. Sanks the last man sitting, trying to run through this mode. The clock is ticking on the bomb, though. So that's going to go off, unfortunately. So he's just going to try to get a few kills, add some money before the round ends. But the retake play for Complexity just did come in their favor.
It was a very odd pistol round. That's all there really is to say. But on a more serious note, I mean, they kind of walk right in. Complexity, they don't do anything to try and stop it. They just after like a smoke or two comes in, they just sit there and they let them plant the bomb as they just walk right into the site. Like they weren't even really having any shots to try and blindly hit them here or there. They wanted to keep that they wanted to keep that concealment about them, I would suppose. But it just doesn't pan out to on the retake. Is they didn't have a kit, it would seem there, at least towards the end of it. I'm assuming they probably had at least one in the mix, but they wouldn't have been able to find it with how chaotic that got towards the end of the round. And obviously follow eSports basically just walk right in, get the plant, and just hold it for the timer that's needed.
They went for their shot boost here with Semphis on the top. Meanwhile, we actually haven't really focused anything else. They left middle open, but T-side are not actually going to take advantage of that. They're just expecting to see an aggressive push from Complexity. Will often like to do so, but at this point, they're going to have to start making the action for the round for follow eSports. We'll see if they can get the opening here as they're lurking towards this A side.
Follow eSports again, taking their time. We got Semphis back over in the Shroud spot there too. Boosted up, trying to see if they'll be able to catch anybody on the way in. And it looks like Follow eSports are probably going to take that avenue in. They're keeping themselves spread out for the time being, but no catches as of yet for either team as they take that timer down very low. A lot of mid-play potentially could be lining itself up here too with Destiny moving in. Breaking open the vents is going to push in a little bit here actually, so just to make that noise and hopefully draw the attention. But obviously with Valen's being like right there, since he doesn't see anybody coming out, he could just call it, yeah guys, he's definitely coming to the A site so they can rotate in. But Semphis and Ocean are going to trade some blows there. Hades rolling in though, picks up the equalizer and the bonus now for Follow eSports. They'll put themselves a man up and he jumps up, finds another one. Also looking at Desi picking up an additional kill here too, so they're pretty clean on the way in. Only going to lose Wabbit, and now it's just Valen. He's way back over on the B site, going to try to find some exits maybe.
He's making his way towards mid-side, but again, I think it was a nice attempt, a nice idea of what Complexity had. I think it's just Semphis that maybe should have waited a few more seconds to see how many would actually commit towards that Shroud spot, or at least towards A main. Because the first one that actually entered towards the site never looked up towards the Shroud spot. They were focusing more towards that quad that kept coming through and being spammed through by whoever was playing there. So if you could actually let maybe two more guys leak out towards the A main, it would have been some easier CZ kills there and might turn the round over for Complexity.
It's going to be Valen's as well, dropping at the end of the round as he tries to aggress out to find the kill. Won't be possible. And again, Follow eSports getting a very, very clean second round for themselves here. A lot of still their guns in play here, and they shut that everybody from Complexity, but not going to push it just as of yet. They go for a couple more upgrades and still keeping the SMGs in the mix here too. That'll be Ocean still rolling with this one, and I believe Desi will have a gun drop for him, but that's actually going to be an AK that they'll use. So 3 AKs already in the mix here for Follow eSports as they go for the upgrades nice and early in Complexity. Besides a 5.7 or two here or there, won't really be buying anything in this round at all because of what they did in the last round.
Gonna be two guys pushing through, but Hades just waiting there. Yeah. That hurt.
That does about half the damage. Overall, about 100 damage being done by that nade, but Desi as well. There we go. Shuts down one of them after that, and there's the second one too. So that nade just primes them up, and they shut him down left and right there. Semphis and Valen's the last two. Semphis a nice little tap there on the Hades, but now he's been revealed. He's going to try to duel it here. He's still winning it, actually, when you look at the health pool, but he's getting here in a second. So as he pushes forwards, looks for that kill. He's not going to get it, so Hades takes him down. And now it's just Valen's again, so pretty much it's so weird from Follow eSports because it's like they're not really being very active with it. They're just kind of like walking into their enemies and they're getting those kills there. But as soon as they do it, they're just like, okay, well we've cleared it out. Now let's get the plant, and then you just have that one awkward member back over towards the B side that never rotated.
Well, that's what I was talking about before. I mean, two of the guys just holding it back. Yeah, you guys all saw that flying sticker too, right? It was kind of weird. But Follow eSports knew that Complexity were on a save. The last two rounds, of course, after losing the pistol round. And knowing that they're going to play aggressively, they're just going to hold back towards T-spawn. The last time, they just stacked towards the A side for Complexity. They moved in. They got the kills after maybe 45-second wait. Now you get an even bigger advantage where you're actually holding T-spawn again and Complexity trying to switch things around and push aggressively from blue door and also from the boost side. And just like that, you get picked off one by one. That's why you saw those big nades that came through as well as soon as the first guys were spotted. The nades came through, and it was just an easier round for Follow eSports. All this has become sort of garbage time towards the end because Complexity can get anything positive or any positive outcome out of it. We'll see what's going to happen with the first gun round coming in this game.
Alright, and indeed, we will go into that gun round. Hopefully we're done with those sort of weird phases now from this point, and Semphis gets the up into his hands. No utility behind it. He's being so aggressive with this too, pushing forward, really relying on teammates to watch upper, but he gets one, shuts down Ocean as he peeks not even outside of the garage, just around the corner into that entryway. Misses a second one as he hops his way towards it. Can't find the shot in a Desi, but that's going to hold these players back, and they've been stunned right from the get-go here. They're trying to rotate this into a play over here out of the A site, but as well here, you still got automatic holding strong, and more rotations coming out from Semphis too, but good hold there from Hades. Just waits for Semphis to go to upper. It shuts him down. Knew he was going to go up there from the smokes. That's a great play from him. And now they're going to be another one. And Automatic as well rolls in, takes down Wabbit. And now they're going to try to get control of this site. Automatic still holding back over here in the corner. And he's going to hold these players back for a couple of seconds. But they go in. Automatic can't maintain against Els. So Els is going to shut him down. And that'll leave things into a 3-on-3 retake here for Complexity.
Well, Sex is still alive, though, at Forklift. I don't think they have any idea that he's calls that flash came through as well. He spots two of them. He puts him down to 31. Another flash, but at least his teammate comes out, gets the kill. But another one is hurt towards E-Box. It's Roka. He gets one onto Hades. And his teammates is just up on catwalk against him as well. It's not fighting for main, so it should be an easy defuse coming through, assuming that Valence can hold it back. That's true. But it doesn't tag him.
Oh my god, he died! And now Valence can't get in there! He's not gonna have enough time to defuse this. It's gonna be too close. I think it's gonna blow up, and oh my goodness, the molly blows up just before, and he doesn't get the defuse. Follow eSports. Holy crap! They sneak through with the gun round, and now they lead 4-0.
Oh my god! It was just the expansion of the mollies. At first, you're like, okay, he's got it, but then the later 2-3 seconds that burnt them to a crisp. His health counted down so fast for Roka. What a play there from, I think it was Desi, right? That was towards A main. Wow. And
now we're going to see there too. You can see the replay on screen now. It just barely gets him. He was less than a second away. And Valence didn't want to go for it. The thing is, though, keep in mind there too, he just missed the defuse timer. If Valence wanted to go in and take a little bit of the damage for the molly, he still might have been able to do it, but he missed times that there and isn't able to defuse it in time. So Follow Esports sneak through with another round. And for Complexity, they're right back onto a 5-7 eco.
Oh boy, that's crazy. That definitely hurts the morale there for Complexity that round. And 4 rounds in a row T side for Follow Esports. This is huge for them right now. Seeing a little bit more comfortable CT size these days on Cash. Now they're gonna catch Hades off in a rotation. Automatic whisks all of his shots and finally connects and takes him down to pick up the AK-47. But overall, it is still a 4 versus 4 situation.
For the rest of Follow Esports, though, still committed to making a takeover here into the B side as they work their way in there. Smoke's coming in and whatnot. Desi's even going to push through CT main to try and catch any rotators that would work their way in. And just going to hide in the corner, but Semphis still picking up those kills left and right. Finds another one over here to shut down Ocean, and they've yet to get themselves on, but now Desi pops out, shuts down one on, doesn't get the intel on the player moving up to heaven, so he's going to work his way in for free, but he only finds one. Trey's out, and now it's into a one-on-one. Desi just barely sneaks through and is able to save it for his teammates, but still, nice amount of damage being done from Complexity, and that at the very least is going to keep the money situation a little bit lower there for Follow Esports.
I don't know what's going on with that flying sticker, but at some point it's pretty cool.
It happens. I don't know if the producers, I'm assuming the producer sees it too, but that's like a really random bug that just happens. One of the many graphical bugs is with GoTV still.
Well, it's going to be the gun round coming through for Complexity after a close round that they should have won 2 rounds ago. Those mollies, it's changed the game. And because of that, look at them, all 5 of them have mollies in their hands now for Follow Esports.
So now these players, of course, with a pretty big advantage, will go back into the Complexity gun round here for them. A lot of utility stacked up behind it here too, so nothing wrong with this buy at all from Complexity's side of things. Semphis waiting for that shot, but he gets flashed here. However, Valence still holding that safe corner back over there. He's going to actually push right in, looking for another kill as he tries to take up. Oh, but he doesn't spot it, and Wabbit actually picks up the shot. He finds a second on the Semphis as well, and what could have been a great setup here from Complexity just goes south so quickly. And now they've lost 2 players and are going to be down a man with Follow Esports. And still a minute left on the clock here. Dude, this place happened so early. So they basically have, they can go anywhere they want to at this point.
I think Valence was the one that pushed towards mid, right? He was so close to get that kill with his opponent just on the other side of the smoke. Puts him down to 32, which was Ocean. Ocean falls back. Wabbit was boosted up. Gets 2 nice kills to open up the mid control. And that gives a huge mid to B split right now for Follow Esports. So it has to come down to Roka to hold it.
Rokas holds strong. He spots one of them, gets some damage back over here. That's going to be on the Hades. He sneaks back into this site here, too. There we go, though. He catches him, sees him in the corner, is going to pick up a nice, easy headshot in order to stop him from doing any additional damage. Still got Sanks and Automatic into play here, and both are working in from alternate angles, too. But, Automatic going to get legged on the way, and Wabbit switching the guns, finishes him off with the Tech 9. Now Ocean here, just trying to finish off Stanks. They know where he is, and again, doesn't really have anything to work his way back into this site. Maybe trying to pick down the Opera or something, but not getting too lucky at this point. So more than likely going to be looking at him being eliminated here, or just him backing up for the save, which I think he should be doing at this point, to be honest. That bomb very close to blowing up. So it's actually pretty amazing he hasn't fallen back as of yet.
Trying to waste that money away here, trying to keep them alive as well inside the site, but the bomb, they will be able to save all 3 of their weapons after that. So 6-0, sorry, our score right now, and we mentioned it at the pregame, looking at Wabbit. He's actually one force to reckon with the AWP. Now, he's not really talked about with his skills, but I think over the past, like, 3 weeks or so, he's had some impressive AWP rounds, or AWP games, that continues to transition throughout these rounds.
And coL, thankfully, onto a point now where they're at that full losing bonus, and the money actually was saved up pretty nicely from the previous round, so they're going to be able to go right into another rifle buy it. It's 4 FAMASas, granted, but still shouldn't really be affecting them too much because of those and not having the M4s, as the FAMAS is still a very capable weapon. So they're going to go and try to oppose them once again here instead of just going into another eco. 6 rounds up here from Follow Esports. Definitely, they need to start striking back against this. They let it get any further, and it's going to definitely start to get a little bit more out of hand if they get towards 9, 10 rounds here at this point. So they're going to roll in. Automatic in this smoke. They haven't spotted him yet, and nobody's looking at him. So if he timed this right, he can come out in a big way and catch these players off guard as the trades start to come up, but he still has not revealed himself. That plant's going to come out. He should be able to grab the first kill there, and no, he doesn't get it, but he does actually manage to line up the kill. Unfortunately, with all that time being wasted, he's only going to pick up the 1 kill, and Hades will trade it right back after that. So everything falls into the hands of Roka after Follow Esports. Essentially beyond that, just run things over. And again, that's another point going onto the board for themselves.
Desi and Hades are unstoppable right now in terms of entry fraggers. You don't really see them lurking around so far. Or at least Hades lurking around so far. It's just both of them going for double kills, working together, and taking over sites. He works towards that blue door and still made it towards highway, still alive, and pushing through to prevent the CTs from coming across. If he misses some kills, Desi is there. And they're just overpowering Complexity so far towards this A side.
I like this spot from Els too, actually, because Complexity has sort of gotten desperate here, especially on this eco. There's a pretty good chance that some of these players, they push back B-halls, and he actually gets himself on top of this stop sign or warning sign, wherever this is. So if they try to push down there, he's going to catch those players off. There's no way they're going to be able to respond to that, as they're not expecting a shot from that far away. And once again, Follow Esports just opens it up. Desi goes ham, picks up 2 kills. Finally, Sempus is able to take him down, but the damage has already been done at this point, and now, once more, they're a man up. And with just pistols in the hands of the Complexity members, they're going to have to try and pull back. But Automatic gets aggressive, moves in. Thought more was going to be behind that box, so he turns around, and thankfully Ocean's going to trade it out, but still, the rest of this player is going to work very quickly into that A site. Wabbit picking up the kill from Quad, and now we do have the potential flank coming out here from Roka, but everybody's already in the site, and yeah, Els was established and was watching out for that.
And also be able to save a knob for Wabbit the next round here, so great rounds coming through for Follow Esports. I just gotta say wow, because it's very difficult to get the spray in and try to land just a headshot onto that white box. Or anything. Usually when you see a spray coming across and you're pulling down, there's a lot of body kills more than headshots, and to be at that level, to be able to just be comfortable with controlling your spray on such a small target, it's a lot of hours and a lot of practice to be accurate with those.
Complexity going right into another buy round for them, and this definitely being the crucial one where we absolutely sort of have to see them start to pick up these rounds from this point forward, because beyond this is getting ridiculous now for Follow Esports to have this much of a lead this early on. I mean, unscathed in terms of a round comeback as of yet here, leading 8 points. It's already a good half for them, because you normally expect it to be fairly even, just a little bit CP-sided, but here they come, they're on the way in. Els and Valen's going to trade a little bit. Valen's still out for blood, and he does have an angle behind these players, but they know where he is, and grabs that headshot. When the smoke pops up. Desi's hiding in the safe corner, though. He's going to pick up another shot in the Sanks. Valen's is now stuck back over here in the checker, sitting behind the box.
Sempus is still alive, though, at the top of heaven. Automatic's trying to push through across, and they know the last 2 guys are inside the site, so they're going to force the molly out. They line him up as well, and great job by Automatic. Gets a nice 3K. The defuse comes across as well. Valen should be able to salvage that AWP for Sempus around after, but Complexity are finally on the board, and Follow Esports, despite them winning 8 rounds in a row here, Blue, they sort of don't really have that much economy built up. Yeah, of course, they'll be able to go for a forced buy here, or a full buy here, but like I Wabbit, he bought everything, and he's absolutely at $0 right now.
And it's the same story for Hades and Ocean in terms of not being able to really afford a competent buy going into the next round. You look at only 51 and 5,200 on the other 2 players as well. So as you mentioned, it's really only giving you enough for maybe 1 to 2 force pipes here if they really want to stretch the money going into the next round. So as you said, very, very interesting indeed. And the fact that Complexity was keeping these rounds close, it was just not enough in order to come out on top, as constantly Follow Esports' members perform to the clutch time and time again.
I'm pretty sure they heard that vent break, so they should know that there's one guy posted in there for the CT side, which is going to be Valens. The rest of the guys they're actually focused a lot of guys towards B. Actually, no, it was only one guy. Sanks is actually playing towards Sandbags. Sorry about that. My didn't pay attention to that minimap. So it's just default right now being played for complexity with a 2-1-2 setup, but with great support, putting Valens inside the vents to support mid and B pushes.
Valen's taking a little bit of an unnecessary amount of damage there. I think he was just wanting to peek out one more time to see if there was going to be play towards middle. Doesn't come in, at least as far as he can see it, but at the same time now... Oh, he's wanted to come out the door there, but he keeps closing it. Hello! Wabbit trying to work his way out. Automatic keeps closing the door, and now he's taking some hits, and he's in that smoke, so he's got some illusion to himself, but the rest of the team are on their way out. Sanks also on an off angle. He's going to rotate back forward. He picks up 2 kills there. Ocean and Els are going to fall. Keep in mind, Sanks is still up and running at this point, so he finds a third. Finally, Wabbit shuts him down, but now Automatic comes into play here, and as we can see, Valens trying to jump up on top of the electrical box. He's going to get taken down. Baroka pops out, finishes off Wabbit, and Complexity with a great hold there on the A site. They're going to once again pick up another round for themselves.
Not sure what happened there for Follow Esports. They committed towards the A side, but really had nobody go towards Forklift. The first person who ran in was the bomb carrier on top of that, so that gave the clue for Complexity to go for the rotation earlier on. But at the same time, the second and third guy just ran towards that blue door still, focusing on that guy that was inside the smoke, instead of really trying to run through and get that kill onto Sangs, who he just had easy kills, or one after the other, to get to big 3K for there.
And now Automatic will take up a forward position here once again, considering how well things went previously, in case we saw that quick play coming out from Follow Esports. As we talked about before here too, they actually are able to scrub through here, and they go for, after saving a little bit in that previous round, they are going to go right into another buy for themselves. It's a pretty good one too, but not going to be able to catch anything earlier on, as they're not pressing forward, not playing too aggressively. Valen's in that usual spot inside of the vents, and it hasn't broken the outside vent as of yet, so they don't really know he's there, and he could be a nice surprise if we do see the players from Follow Esports go for a mid play, which we haven't. That's another point here too, while we're waiting for things to get started. We haven't really seen Follow Esports, with the exception of a couple rounds here and there. They haven't really been too active in middle here, which is actually stopping them from using a lot more dynamic play that we could expect from them. They go for it sometimes in the late round after they've killed a couple players on Complexity, but in terms of going directly for it, we haven't seen that all that much.
Only 2 rounds, I think, where they did it so far out of 10, so... I mean, they've been having successful hits towards the A side, and also rushes towards B that they don't really need to try to take control of mid to go for those splits. But once again, Valens is boosted inside the fence, spot it, doesn't damage anybody, barely does, and falls back inside B, but you see him try to sell that fake, and then rush back towards the mid to A split.
It's brutal. They're Automatic and Semphis tag teaming inside of A main. They're shutting it down, and Semphis finding another kill as well. And looking potentially for the last one here if we see him popping out. Ocean still alive and well, but with only 5 HP. Not even going to get that plant, man. You see that nade just rolls right in there from Roka, and that takes him down. So there's Complexity with 3 rounds up now. Finally swinging this comeback here in the later part of the half, and for Follow Esports, something just got kicked the wrong way, and now they're having all the problems here. Yeah,
a little nice KOBE to let at the feet of the bomb planner Ocean, who was trying to add a little bit more money for Follow Esports to maybe give them a chance to go for another full buy here, but that doesn't work out. So finally we'll also see Follow Esports on their first save, as they were forced to go rifles with an AWP. Second round again, they bought another AWP, and then the third round they went for full AKs because they didn't have enough for an op, and now they're just broke.
So Follow Esports again. Gonna line up a direct push over here in A main. El's already taking a little bit of damage. They pop open the door too, so they're rolling everybody's flaps though, but Automatic sitting on top of Big Blue. He's gonna spot the first kill, second kill, and Sanks on top with the third. Els gets 1 trade, and Desi too, able to control those pistol shots there very nicely. Picks up another one, but now he's the last player for his team with only 7 HP. He's got to get extremely lucky, and Semphis just goes for the flank maneuver through quad, takes him down. And once more, as we generally expected, of course, with it being an eco, but Complexity just going to come out with flying colors once again, shutting it down. And now they're at the halfway point to potentially swing this comeback with only 3 more to go here in the half.
Yeah, you'll potentially see 2 drops coming through, though, with this. I'm just looking at the money situation. Yeah, see, after buying all that, you could see them possibly on FAMAS if they actually lose this one for Complexity, as Follow Esports finally have enough to go back with the full AK round, but again, no AWPs in the hands of Wabbit, which could be proven to be big. But look at that. This is great. The boost up on Starline to actually see the feet of one opponent, and then actually they're trying to go for the boost at mid, but they have no idea once inside the playground, it's going to be Sanks going to work.
With Sanks shutting that one down, that keeps it even for the time being. The rest of the players on Follow Esports here too haven't made a move towards either of these sites just yet, but now Hades is going to work his way in. Automatic inside of A main there, and that Molly comes out, hits him a little bit there too, so I'm not sure if they've noticed he's there or not, but So that player inside of Amy, and all the attention is going to be drawn to that, and he can't train the sprays. He moves out. He's going to pick up an additional kill. And Complexity pretty much full control of this matchup at this point. There's one kill. The bomb's down. He's going to get the final one, but they already know where he's pushing towards, so everybody can rotate in to counter out this push from Els. It's more than likely he might just go straight forward with this one. He's going to train himself back a little bit, but could still essentially go either way with this one, and I'm sure Complexity will be catching on to his movements before he actually completes the rotation to the B site.
Yeah, and he's walking in instead of rushing it this time, just in case you hear him run towards B, but he also about to go towards middle, where Sanks, who actually went with a nice hold towards that middle side to start, was still posted there, so it was a nice boost to start, but they only spotted one guy at the end of the day. If Desi waited a little bit, he possibly should have expected that boost coming up, a counter boost, sorry, coming up from the CT side, and should have called that out.
And now Complexity swinging things back here into a big way. Follow Esports still going for another buy-up here, of course, but very, very limited in terms of what they're actually going to bring to the table, relying in a very big way on just these raw entries to come out from these players in order to get them at an edge here at the beginning of this one. And you can even see here, too, the counter boost comes out from Sanks. Might be able to catch a couple players with this one, but there is some attention being drawn to it, specifically from Ocean, just looking over there towards upper, so he's going to have to be very patient with this one and watch his timing.
I'm going to wait for this smoke to dissipate first and see if we get any entries coming in from that blue door or the main. But the bomb's still waiting out towards middle this time. They're expecting, again, possibly another counter boost coming in from the CT side, and they have, actually. Oh, no. Els was actually walking towards there and got picked off.
Ocean completely oblivious to it as well there. Sees the kill come out, but the reaction from him is far too slow, so Sanks is able to safely fall back, get himself unboosted from that position, and just fall back to a safe spot over here by white boxes. So Follow Esports down to 45 seconds. They're still going to be lined up for an A take here, and on the site itself, there isn't a lot of a presence. It's mainly it's automatic, but very close is going to be Sanks along with Semphis that can get themselves into a spot, and Semphis as well is already in a good position to hold back things over there towards Squeaky, and now putting himself on truck. He's pretty much ready to go if Follow Esports go through with the switch. They don't have enough time to stop it, so they're going to go in, and here's the problem we talked about before. They don't really have any smokes or anything, so the op shots are just going to roll right out here from Semphis. Does get shut down by Desi at least, but Roka's there, and actually Desi picks up that kill as well, but still 1-on-3, and only 18 seconds left. Not a whole lot of hope for Desi.
Yeah, not a matter. She's holding at the blue doors, so I'm running by. It was just too easy for getting the kill. They had one smoke to work with. I think what they should have done is probably use that smoke when they open that blue door to smoke out towards Catwalk and the truck, so they could have all the guys stream through and rush towards quad from A main after that initial pop flash. So it was perfect for Hades to come out, but there was nothing there to support his teammates to come out towards A main, where you saw that opera Semphis. Not only was he opping that truck, but was out in the open with a wide peak between the truck and the wall.
And what a half this has been here for both Follow Esports and Complexity. Starting it off so strong for Follow Esports, but then just dropping the ball completely.
Oh, yeah.
Down a huge gaping pit as they've not picked up a round since 6 rounds ago after picking up 8 in a row. But maybe, just maybe, we can finally see them come back here, but that could also change here as well as we see a bit of a trade coming out here. Valen's finding 2 more kills. He just gets himself inside. Sanks as well from Heaven, picking up an additional one. But he gets left into a 2-on-2 situation. Desi giving the advantage to Follow Esports, and now it's going to be left on to Sanks to try to clutch this out and give his team a 7-8 advantage. Finds the first kill. Bomb is still down here too, but now it's just going to be him versus Desi to close out this half.
That's so smart for Sanks as well. Knowing that his teammate has died towards mid, instead of waiting for the opponents to come towards him, he actually rushed out there to make it a 1 versus 1, get that kill, and then make it another 1 versus 1 against Desi, putting the odds to his side, where you actually just saw him hold there from the tree side CT spawn. So yeah, an 8-0 score at the beginning of the round for Follow Esports, finishing in an 8-7. Still for Follow Esports, but a great comeback for Complexity. Still a great half for Follow Esports to start, though.
Yeah, and I mean, with all things considered here, I mean, both teams kind of have a little bit to look at. Obviously, Complexity really got themselves pieced back together by the time we got towards the later portion of that half. But for Follow Esports, it was just the entire offensive they had going that was working so strongly for them, and that entire half just completely fell by the wayside there. We saw entries weren't coming out anymore. Just the first plants were very lazy when they could even get the plants to begin with after those 8 rounds, and really their 2 Complexity was able to just make their players so much stronger. And as I talked about before, the big thing was going to be keeping that economy low on the side of Complexity on the CT side. They did a great job of that for those first 8 rounds, but once they let them run away with it, it ran away in a very big way. And Semphis and a lot of the other big players here from Complexity were essentially just allowed to unleash themselves and really start racking up the frags and Follow Esports' members.
Well, we're now switching sides here for the final half of the night, right here on ESEA TV. It is Follow Esports starting off on the CT side. It is Els, Ocean, Web, Desi, and Hades. While for Complexity, we have Semphis, Roka, Sanks, Automatic, and Valence. As Blue, take us away for this pistol, as it seems as though it's going to be some sort of fake bean hold towards A, and looks like they might take the mid control and then go for a mid to B split, possibly.
That's going to be the plan, as two players boosted up there now. It's Sanks and Semphis. You've also got one that's still going to be working inside A main too. Valen's going to draw the attention and at least keep the native players on that A side over towards that angle with Desi. He doesn't want to wait around on the B site. He's actually going to get aggressive and pushes into this, but the positions from Complexity actually is not going to allow him to see any of it, so this could throw a faux rotation from some of the other players, and yep, we can see this now. Ocean, he sees the mid presence, he's actually going to go further up highway here too, where the play's not even going to be coming in there. They do shut down the lurker, so all their attention is going to be drawn back to mid, but the thing they don't realize here too is they're actually pushing into Z. Oh, we've seen this before, this could be so well if it works out great, but there's going to be Ocean along with Desi. They're waiting for it, so they're actually able to shut it down, and they knew it was coming in. They've tried to do this before. I think it was against Complexity themselves, if I'm remembering correctly, but something like this was tried. It worked out great the last time, but it doesn't happen this time, and now Roka, he's going to get shut down, so Follow Esports come out on top. And that is going to be the end of that round in the favor of those players. They pick it up the pistol, and now they're back on track again, so now the question is, can they keep it on track here on the CT side?
And that was such a passive play there for the CTs to start things off for Follow Esports. I think they had 2 guys towards the A site, or maybe even 3. And oh yeah, they had 3 guys towards the A site, 1 guy playing towards B, and 1 guy playing Heaven on B side that actually watched that flank after. So they read him like a book. Complexity rushed through after that boost when they saw that the vent wasn't broke or anything. It was going to come through Z. And now it's why Ocean was watching from truck and then Desi playing from the lower ramp of Heaven. And it just caught him off guard for Complexity, who never expected them to be playing those positions.
Ocean picks up the first kill for Follow Esports once again by shutting out Roka. Wabbit in a position by Toxic, finding another one, and Hades. They're just lining them up left and right here. Wabbit picks up another one, and of course Hades almost goes down there, but is able to manage the spray very well. Shuts down automatic, and there's a clean 5-man alive round for Follow Esports to pick up the second.
Yeah, they tried to switch the pace for Complexity, playing a little bit more aggressively this time for a mid to A split this time. But they just easily got shut down from their attempts of making it through towards that A main. Yeah, it was a Tech 9 armor buy on top of that. Maybe one of them had a P250, but they just wanted to possibly get some guns out of the push, and of course a bomb plant, which they didn't get past that forklift side.
There's Wabbit again, up with another kill here. They're just going to push right into him. Roka, nice and patient, finds an additional kill at the least, but they're going to spot the rest of this coming. Actually, automatic rolls in there, gets right in the grill of Destiny, is able to take him down to the least. So they get some good damage, I guess, if they kill 2 of these players. Maybe going to be able to kill Wabbit, but no, Ocean is ready for that one, so he shuts it down. And that's a 3-0 again for Follow Esports. We'll head into the gun round, and this will be the big decider to see how at least the beginning of the second half is going to go for Complexity, because if they drop this one, they go back into that infinite buy-save cycle, depending on if they can get a play or not, but for Follow Esports here too, if they can pick this one up with minimal losses, that'll really start to solidify their economy once again.
I was still good for Follow Esports, though. Despite Hades dying, he actually pushed out towards B main with an MP9. He got 2 kills. That's $1,200, sorry. So he just wanted to get information and get as much as he can. He actually got 2 kills on top of that, so that's good enough for him. The only tough loss was maybe Desi dying with the M4, but it's been salvaged right after. So the full gun run comes through. No ops in the hands of Complexity. See what happens now.
And Els is going to push forward there directly into Valens as they start to work forward here a little bit to try and get some pressure. And this is, as we said before here too, Follow Esports, they pushed a couple of those players into Squeaky to try and catch a couple of the members from Complexity off guard and throw the initial strat off, but Els having a lot of trouble getting himself out there into the connection hall, out to the outside, the back portion of A there. And unfortunately, he's just going to end up falling back and letting Complexity retake control of that zone for the time being. But they've also made a lot of progress on mid in the meantime here too. As we can see, Complexity with automatic and Sanks, they're going to boost over right box there, moving into highway. Nobody defending that one from Follow Esports, so it's an open book. And the flash comes out, and this is where the potential fake, I would say, is going to start over here. As back over there in useless serve 2, you've got another player lined up ready to push into the B site, which is where it's going to go towards. But Follow Esports, they've got a usual split 2-1-2 here, but Sanks moves right in, picks up the opening shot, takes out Wabbit. Now they're going to try and hold things out here. Desi picks up another one here from Follow Esports, but Roko again with the response. And now his rotations are coming into play. Ocean takes one up before the smoke covers him. And now it's going to be left into a 3-on-3 with the plant coming in.
It will be planted for B main, so at least Automatic could play and watch checkers and also watch the bomb from B main. Hades is actually already getting ready for an Nancy peek here from Complexity's side, who actually made it outside from B, so they're all playing towards the left side. And can they get it done as the execution comes in for the retake?
Oh, Hades, the first thing going to burn alive. Couldn't get out of that quickly enough, but Valens jumps in there, picks up another one, but Ocean again with the response, so now it's a 1-on-1. Ocean a little bit lower, though, at 45 HP. Again, that plant's in a pretty good spot. A lot of the time has gone by here, too, so Ocean's going to go right in, and this is always such a hard situation to clutch out. Automatic knows this, too, so he's going to pop right out. He finds the kill, but there should not be enough time left for this defuse, and nope, there's not. So Complexity will strike back. They'll pick up their 8th point here at this point, and now for Follow Esports, they've got a little bit more work to do in terms of getting themselves back into this match.
Yeah, it was an odd round from the way that I saw it as an observer's perspective, because they actually had the smoke set up for Complexity to set up that wall of smokes at middle to take control of vents if they wanted to go for a quick B push. But they actually walked through their own smokes to try to take control of Highway and Z. On the other hand, Follow Esports never peeked out from Z and from Highway, which actually gave them a huge advantage to go for a late 5-man push into B, which overpowered Desi and Wabbit. So that's a disadvantage as well from leaving middle so open for the CT side. You have to have at least one player. Sometimes you see, at least in matchmaking, 2 guys play middle, 2 guys playing A, and 1 guy playing B. But at this level, you probably usually see a 2-1-2 happening, and they played it too passively there.
So they're going to roll their way right out here once again to try and find a quick entry onto that A site. Doesn't go the cleanest as it's a 2-1 trade so far for Follow Esports. And Wabbit again shutting one down with the op. Roka, though, takes down Ocean, and Wabbit again switching the pistol. Just doesn't really go the way they planned it to, and it's just Semphis alive now.
I don't know if it was actually on a player, because I was looking at it from a third-person point of view, but Wabbit did a no-scope, flashed, in the smoke kill onto his opponent right at his face point blank. That was crazy. And actually held that site over there for Follow Esports, and that resets the money back for Complexity, which puts Follow Esports in a position where they could actually go for a 13-8 score and potentially a 14-8 score if Complexity doesn't get a ball plant out of this.
And now for Complexity. Back over here onto an eco round for themselves. Not a whole lot of juice, for lack of a better phrase, to try and push themselves into these sites either. And Semphis already taking some damage through middle. There's going to be Desi picking up the first player, and that's all the pressure on B is now dead. Like, they have nothing else pushing towards this angle. They've got potentially a little bit of pressure working its way out towards middle, but they don't really have a whole lot of resistance there. And keep in mind, too, getting middle when you don't really have guns is not going to be too big of a deal. It does give you a little bit more freedom, but so long as you still have a strong hold from the rest of your players on those sites, obviously the rifles one are going to come in a much more bigger fashion. And there's automatic, too. You're getting hit by a nade. He's dropping us 7 HP. So not looking too good here from Complexity to steal away this eco.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the scoreboard at the same time, it's Semphis is at 10 and 17, who was a top fragger on the map before on train, and the opera for Follow Esports Wabbit is actually on top of it at 18 and 12. Actually, Desi's at 25 and 13. We're just looking at scores on the second half. That's always on the top, but this guy's been playing his part here, holding the A site with the AWP, and this eco is not working at all. They're trying to sell that fake, moving into A, but there's still Wabbit holding inside there with the 5-7 with his teammate as well. So that's the 13-8 score. No bomb plant, possibly another save coming through for Complexity, which is why, like I mentioned before, a potential 14-8.
And it's odd that they're forcing it up here now too to try. I'm assuming, of course, obviously to prevent them from getting that much closer. But you know they're not going to have that plant would have given them a utility kit they needed, and they have to degrade Valen's down. He goes away from a Galil and is instead going to opt to pick up the Tech 9. So they have a little bit more utility here. I mean, they've got 4 smokes, but you know with only that one molly in play, it's going to be a very raw take with the exception of the smokes. They have to rely on them in a very, very big way here. So had they had that $800, it would have been great, and that was what that final player from Complexity was trying to do. But now this is going to hurt them in a big way if they can't pick up the first couple kills. But thankfully, Roka is actually in a very big way. He finds the first 2, and they may be able to swing this round away just yet.
And it was 2 aggressive pushes from Desi and Hades at B main. They went for a three-man push to start things off again. Wabbit's going to have to hold B on his own this time, but Roko is actually holding it all the way towards T spawn, and they walked into that against a Galil nonetheless too. So that's a great start for Complexity to keep things alive this round.
And they're again, they're going to take their time with this now that they've got the 2-man advantage. They don't want to take a risk and end up losing this one, especially Roka, too, with him being down at 41 HP. He's still in a risky spot, and I talked a little bit earlier about the utility. Keep in mind, none of it's been used as of yet. They haven't really thrown any of these smokes or anything. Now they're going to start using them. They're going to try to work it here. Semphis finds another opener onto the site. Els is trying to hold, but he only gets 1. So it's just Wabbit, and there's no way in hell Wabbit's going to attempt a 1 versus 4 retake. You can even see it. He's on the opposite side of the map at this point. And also automatic, he's not even attempting with... He's not even held on the site. He's looking for Wabbit at this point because they know just how much of an advantage they had here right from the get-go.
Especially if they could take down the Opera too, that's gonna hurt FE back onto the next round. And it was just, I don't understand why Hades and Desi decide to push out of B. The only time they actually tried to play aggressively for Follow Esports actually didn't pay off in their favor. They actually got destroyed. Yeah, maybe they played a little bit more aggressively towards the first 3 rounds, but when you're starting to see a full gun run here, it seemed to work better for them to play more passively.
And Wabbit as well, just barely going to survive that encounter with automatic. Thankfully, everybody else from Complexity is on basically the other hemisphere of the map, so they won't be able to, they're not really going to be able to catch up with him in time, so he's going to barely make it out of the round with that up. But still, how do you drop that one? That would have been a very big deal. But thankfully for Follow Esports' end of this, the money was still in a very good spot. It was in good enough of a spot, mainly because these previous 2 rounds where they kept 5 alive, to where they can still go for a very confident buy, and they're going to get another chance to challenge Complexity before they really start to make their own comeback here, and line it up at 10-13.
And it's not over yet for Complexity in terms of they have to keep trying as hard as they can, because if they lose this round here, the money's reset, and then they're broke where they actually can't buy, and could put Follow Esports at a potential game point situation after that. So
yes.
they have to win the round without getting any losing any players, and Wabbit already spotted one jumping inside the sunroom, so this could be big.
And Wabbit just going to sit back nice and patiently this time after the mistakes learned for the previous round. Waits for it, but he can't catch him on the jump back. Roka is going to be able to escape that situation. And now for the rest of Complexity, still lined up, still can basically go wherever the hell they want to. But no real progress has been made. And now it looks like they're going to play a little bit here towards middle. See who's well, player over towards the corner, but Roka catches Wabbit and attempts to push forward. Now the Opera goes down. Els, though, pushes right back in and catches automatic towards middle. He's now going to retreat inside of the vents, and just in time, too, because that Molly's going to block it off. He gets himself into the useless room, and Roka, again, won't be able to spot him as he's dropping down.
Because thankfully for that smoke that just dissipated, now he's got a better positioning at B main, but action happening towards that blue door as Desi to start to push out, and he spotted 2 guys there at T-spawn. Valence takes him down. Now, Roka is spotted by Els, but he loses that fight. B side is now open. They're going to try to rush through, and Ocean and Hades will try to rush out to at least narrow it down to a 2 versus 3 as soon as he gets the kill. He's traded out because the rest of the Complexity is there. They both get taken down, and it's now going to be 13-10 in favor of Complexity, where Follow Esports are going to be on a safe.
And you made a good point there last round about the aggression from Follow Esports that ended up screwing that round over previously for themselves. It was the same situation this time. They were getting even trades and whatnot, but with those the 2 players that did die earlier in the round, they died because they got over aggressive and tried to push into their opponent's territory. Had they just sit back and respected them a little bit more, that could have potentially been a 3-on-3 retake and a lot more feasible for Follow Esports to try and clutch.
Definitely, and the thing is, Wabbit pushed out of B main with an op, and then Hades pushed out a blue door, and they're just playing a little bit more impatiently. They just want to try to close this game, but you can't really close this game by playing aggressively on CT. Just let him come to you. Wait that extra minute.
Especially when you're working against the roster on Complexity there too. When it comes to just the individual skill there, I think it's a little bit higher than some of those cases there, and the duels have definitely gone the way of Complexity more times than not there, especially when you don't really know the info and you're pushing into your player's territory. Much better to sit back and wait for them to rock right into you, with them being in the situation they were in. So, Complexity, now back on the saddle as far as them getting into this game is concerned, more than likely guaranteed 13-11 unless an absolutely incredible eco round comes out from FE, and they've got a little bit more work to do now to close this game out. FE was looking good, but again, things have gone by the wayside now with Complexity to have a way back into this game. And in this round, Semphis is going to open it up with 1 and 2 kills there. Back over by the truck, and on the way in there, 2 shuts down Wabbit. Sanks taking out Ocean, and this round is pretty much already over at this point.
Oh yeah, it's also a planet for main. It's only Hades the last man standing, who could get some deagle shots, but it will not. So a flawless round coming in for Complexity, which, with these 3 rounds that they won in a row, the economy's coming back onto their side. So Follow Esports are the one that are actually with their backs against the wall. Because they're going to go for that buy coming in here. Wabbit might decide to go for a glass cannon op, and indeed he will. And that being said, like, they lose this one here, they're going to be forced to save one more time. It's going to be 13-13, and then Complexity has a bunch of economy to pretty much buy for the rest of the game. And now it's Follow Esports that has to manage their economy a lot more and a lot better.
Plus he's going to roll right in. Desi finds an opener, but I'm back with the trade. Els, though, from Heaven, overexposing himself for some reason instead of just hiding in the alcove there. Semphis is going to catch him way out in the open, and that takes him down. Nice deed comes out, brings Wabbit down just a little bit there, and that Molly, too, forced to reposition, but their own smoke is going to prevent them from killing him now, and he'll be safe for the time being, as once again, after a very quick take scenario, keeps us into a 3-on-3 retake.
Wabbit had to hit at least the first shot coming through with that guy crossing over, but now it's a 3-on-3. Like you said, the bomb is now planet, better positioning for Complexity as well. A flank comes through from the vents from Hades. Wabbit's still waiting to come out from CT spawn. He does get the first flash out, peeks through, sees Semphis. But the trade comes across 1 for 1, 2 for 1 now. Last one spotted.
Gets dropped by Roka there. Roka looking for the final one, but Hades will end up coming out on top. And it's going to be a full defuse. I don't actually think this is going to happen. And yep, he realizes it. So he's going to pick up the op. He's on the run. Should be able to make it out of there alive. So at the very least, he gets that op, and they're going to recover that. But that may end up being the only thing they have going into the next round here.
I think none of them actually had kits. They had enough for the forced buy on that round. I forgot to actually pay attention to that, but I don't think any of them bought a kit.
Don't be a loser.
Buy a diffuser.
There you go. So that's really screwed them over now. I mean, when you think of the long-term effects of this one, because now they've got no money. That could have been the round. That could have definitely, at the very least, put Complexity on a point where they might have been broken if we saw a 2-run repeat from these guys. But now Complexity, or Follow Esports, I should say, have nothing to buy up here. And Complexity have all the money in the world that they need, almost for the rest of this half, as you talked about last round.
The thing that's good is they're actually giving the op to Hades to actually look up towards that middle, instead of putting it to Wabbit. I don't know why. He's been strong so far, Wabbit playing that B side with the AWP, but I think ever since that push that he did and actually lost a round for the team, kind of tilted him there. He gets a little bit more confident giving that AWP to Hades because he missed a few crucial shots that last round before.
So this is a big round for Follow Esports where they have to try and come out, at the very least in the clutch, to do as much damage as possible to prevent Complexity from getting into essentially an invulnerable position for their money. It's not there yet, but it's slowly encroaching upon that spot here now as we get further and further towards the end of the half. It is probably going to come down to those last few rounds. So if Complexity can get that out of the way now, then they're going to be in a good spot. But Wabbit here in the corner.
Yep.
Can't spot Semphis just yet. And there we go. He picks up one. Traded out there by Valens, though. But now he spots him coming in. And Hades,
oh, no!
This is the opening shot. He's going to miss another one. They're looking right into his face here. And he's dead.
Maybe you should give that out back to Wabbit.
I'm actually curious. I'm curious about why didn't they give that to him?
Well, the save round came through. They wanted to focus more on the mid hold. Maybe they should have put Wabbit to hold towards mid. I don't know. But, actually, maybe it was due to spawns as well. I think Hades had the closer spawn to make it faster towards that Z, towards Z. So get up in case there's any aggressive pushes happening from T side at middle. Meanwhile, on the save that happened for Follow Esports, they actually had a 4-man stack. Well, I guess a 3-man stack towards A, and then Hades, when he saw nothing happening towards Z, he went to support towards A, so it was perfect for them to gamble that and expect them to work towards that A bomb site. But at the end of the day, Hades missed 2 shots that he shouldn't have.
All right, so 13-13, tie ball game at this point, and both teams at full buy-ups essentially. So everybody's got what they need. This is Follow Esports' last chance. It's been whiff city here a little bit, and definitely some big mistakes have been made as Complexity have been given all the opportunity needed in the world to get back into this. Now it's going to be about keeping things consistent here. They're still going to be able to buy through this, and if Follow Esports come back here and pick up this 14th point, it's not going to be done just yet as Complexity. As we've already discussed many times here, they're still going to have a strong bank behind this run, even if they do end up dropping it. But for Follow Esports, they lose this one, that could just lead right into another economy round for themselves, and that'll be putting them at the very least match point.
This is such a crazy game so far. I mean, it looks so good for Follow Esports to start. Now it's tied 13-13 overall.
Complexity lineup for a big mid take here. Wabbit going to be out in the open, gets himself out of the smoke and repositions the sandbags though, but L's from Follow Esports. He's going to pick up the first kill, and that flash there too. It's going to be Wabbit that picks up the first one. Semphis is allowed to get through, and he's in the corner. Now dropping down. Wabbit notices it, and he's going to shut down Semphis. So it looks like Follow Esports, they've been able to hold, but we're not done yet. We still have a 2-man take lining itself up onto the B site, and there's only one player here to defend it, and that's going to be Desi. Roka and Valens still have to rock in there, and there's no nearby players that can rotate in. If Desi goes, they're going to get that plant. Thankfully, Desi picks up the first one. He's just one more away from closing it. Valens moves in, he shuts down that one, but now more on the way here, and he doesn't even see Wabbit. He rocks right in there, shuts down Valens, and Follow Esports, they maintain that lead after all, and they keep it alive, 14-13.
Wabbit is back, so now Desi and Wabbit respectively are 29 and 25 kills. That's crazy. I'm sorry, Wabbit is at 25, Desi's at 29. And they've been playing a good part. Wabbit is back actually with his AWP towards mid and is able to hold that comfortably, but leaving Desi by himself towards B is actually not so bad because Desi's just on point with his rifling in general. That they could focus more towards the support towards middle and A.
An aggressive push inside of A main will be coming out here once again from Hades too as he puts himself into there. So if we do see some action coming in, which we already have 2 players in here, they're mindful of this though with the smoke in play. But the other 3, it's just going to be a 5-man take into the A site. There's Ocean finding one. Hades finds a second, and that position pays off. He gets a second too, and now the bomb goes down on the floor. So they've already got this huge advantage. The final 2, they're stuck and squeaky, nowhere to go. And as you can see, Ocean, he's going to play with him a little bit. He shuts the door. Now Wabbit's up on top. They've got them closed in. They've got to fall back and look at this from another angle. But the bomb, it's not even like it's down in the porch entryway. It's actually inside of the room in A main. So they've got to retake that to even get the bomb back under their control.
And they decide to fall back from Blue Door as well. Semphis, it gets op down, so it's all up to Sanks on a 5 versus 1. I don't think this is doable.
No,
if it does, I'll eat my shirt.
So what?
I just want to make sure that it was a good call there. I wouldn't want to eat my shirt. But 15-13 is our score. Follow eSports is actually a game point situation and resets things across for complexity now at the end of the day. They're going to force buy, of course, for this terrorist team, but they really have nothing to work with anymore. So it's going to be 2 Tech 9s, 1 CZ, 2 AKs. And I think it's going to have to be an aggressive play as a group.
All right, so thankfully you don't have to eat your shirt. And now we're going to go into what could be the final round here with Follow Esports coming up with another NA upset this time, but Complexity not going to go down without a fight. The 1-for-1 trade does go into the favor of Follow Esports. However, they bounce it back, and they pick up 2 more kills off of Roka and Automatic as they work their way into his site here. No other resistance as of yet, but back over here on the Shadow Highway, you still have the Opper, but that's going to get absolutely destroyed by Semphis. He takes out on Wabbit, and now it's Desi, the biggest rifler so far, but out in the open, can't pick up a kill, and Semphis is going to drop down, drop him, and well, we're not done yet.
Yeah, never mind, guys. I didn't know we were going to throw that round. I mean, okay, no, I'm kidding. They had the right play for Follow Esports. I mean, they pushed 2 guys towards A main. I'm pretty sure they flashed it for them to peek through as well. But losing 2 guys off these trades at A main, and knowing that Complexity is going to go for a split for A main and at Blue Door, you're losing actually CTs to actually hold out the A side. So you have 1 more Complexity member streaming out from A main, 2 more streaming out of Blue Door, and the A side just overtaken.
Alright, so Sanks Ocean, though, coming out with 2 more to trade it out, but he's going to get shut down. Wabbit actually gets taken down there by Roka. Unfortunately, Wabbit in a bit of an overexposed position, but nonetheless, that leaves it into an even trade. Once again, everybody buying up everything they can. The 2 big ops are still in play at this point. Unfortunately, the Opper from Follow Esports is not, and that's going to be Wabbit that had fallen down. He wasn't even using one this time. It went back over on to Hades, who we already saw the problems he surfaced with the 1 round they gave it to him, but at the same time, Complexity, they've gotten control of middle, but they haven't really moved on beyond that as of yet, as they're trying to get more control.
Yeah, and it's fine, too, that Hades has it. Yeah, despite him losing or missing a few shots before, prior to Desi joining, Hades used to be the main operator for the team, so you could trust him with that gun. As Complexity are slowly creeping up here towards that middle side and try to take control, and Semphis is going to win that fight. Nice pick there, on the railing, on the white box, and the A side's now open.
Now they're going to try to take it into B here, but Ocean, if he came out right now, he could spot so much info, and this is a big risk. Now Desi goes down. And Ocean would have to come out in a huge way in order to clutch this one. He's going to creep forward, looking to maybe see what he can work with at this point. He's going to find a couple things on the ground, including a kit, but only a molly to work with. This would be an absolutely incredible play, but more than likely coL are going to tie this up and take it at OT. We'll see, though. He jumps down, finds the first one on a Semphis. Now going to use that molly, gets it up on his sight, but he's going to get approached too, and Valens will shut it down. So Complexity tied up 15-15, and we're heading into overtime.
Oh, boy. Great comeback, though, for Complexity at the end of the day. I wasn't expecting that, especially seeing that it was a 15-13 score. For Follow Esports with Complexity, a force broken by to try to at least tie the game, and it worked. Just because the trades came in favor of Complexity at the end of the day, we mentioned that before. There wasn't really any other errors that came out across for Follow Esports. It was just or any errors that came out at all for Follow Esports on that round number 28. It just came down to Complexity having better aim and a better trade setup as well to be able to take that round at the A side.
And unfortunately, again, there, Follow Esports with those small problems here and there, it ends up being a completely even trade. 8-7 and 8-7 back-to-back again on both ends of that one. Complexity as well. We're really able to just barely squeak through with that victory, counting their lucky stars, at least on that one round, as you said, like 2 rounds before we ended the half, where it was 13-15, and they brought it back up to 14-15 there, off of the hands of a very incompetent buy, but they had enough in order to propel through that one. And, well, now we're going to go into overtime, and to be completely honest, I have no clue what to expect from this one, as this game has just been so back and forth.
Yeah, me neither. It seems that both teams have been having some struggles, whether it be at the beginning of the game or the end of the half for the CT side play. So maybe things will change a little bit, though, for Follow Esports. I'm assuming, or I'm hoping, that they're going to play a little bit more passively than those aggressive plays. They've lost 3 rounds from aggressive plays and 3 crucial rounds as well. The game could have finished 16 to maybe 10 or 9 if Follow Esports never had those 2 rounds that they pushed out of B with Desi and Hades, and another one with Wabbit.
So we're going to go into overtime, guys, and in case anybody is not already familiar, it's the pretty standard overtime format here at ESEA. It's going to be MR3, 10k start money, and we'll see how it goes, essentially, because, like I said, with how back and forth this has been, especially on gun rounds, it could go either way. But there's Roka Shuts down Rabbit right from the get-go as he, again, tries to blindly peek out. Same story from Desi. Where's the utility? No flashes or anything, and that's basically 2 free kills. It goes by the way of Roka.
They haven't learned their lesson, so Roka played the exact same spot as they did before on that round where Desi and Hades were pushing out of there, and they're peeking out one by one. So that forces them on a 2-1 stack, actually, leaving middle open. So this could be big right now for Complexity to be able to run a mid to B split if they wanted to.
Hades is also going to push forward here, too. Could get big play with that one, but he ends up falling back and throws a molly. They should know where he is by that molly, and the flash is his direction. Actually, his works out better, so he shuts down Valens, but Semph is very quickly able to respond to that, so the trades for Follow Esports not going to be enough at this point. Now they can just basically roll right into this A site with no reason to worry. And Ocean, too, he's got a flank coming his direction. Automatic can push him and easily take him down, and now he's going to be the last player, so Automatic has no reason to commit to this. There we go. He actually steals the kill away from Sanks, but still, Complexity with a nice strong start to this one will get the lead coming in the first round of overtime.
Well, again, not with the AWP this round. So they just want to play for, okay, they're going to drop it from somebody else. Ocean had enough. He's going to buy a knob, drops it for his teammate. Wabbit's going to pick that up. He did have a spawn to try to push towards the drop at B if he wanted to, but he misses the pickup. So that's going to slow things a bit and give a better positioning there for the T's as they take over mid.
And Semphis is actually going to find a very good opening shot once again there, shutting down L's right from the get-go here. Wabbit actually not going to be back over on B where he was pushing before. And Desi 2 here is push forward on top of the box right now. Maybe trying to find Roka inside of Useless Room, but still. Now he's actually going to use a flash to get out that corner this time, or at least retreat, but doesn't spot all these other players from Complexity lining up to potentially work their way into that site. But the bomb isn't committed to this one either, so no reason to panic on the side of Follow Esports here, go for any sort of jerk rotation, but they're already down a player, so that's definitely going to add some edge to this one on their end.
Oh yeah, Semphis had the great spawn to just run out. Before any smokes bloom, he could actually look out towards Z. Got the first kill onto Else. So knowing that one guy's weak towards mid, they could focus more on a B take. So here comes the smokes and flashes. Hades rotated though. Desi gets caught by Roka, who's doing a great job in this overtime for Complexity so far. And the fight will go through.
Hades is going to catch one on the way in there. Roka tried to just walk right in, but it goes right into the spray of Hades, and he lines it up perfectly. Ocean finding another one, too, but there's Automatic with the trade. Wabbit's able to respond to that, though, with an op shot, and that leaves it into a 2-on-2 as Hades potentially waiting for the retake. He's got to be very careful with Wabbit, though. He's only at 5 HP, as he might be creeping right down here over the next few moments.
Oh, he flashes himself to let his teammate come out of these towards main. Nice side peek there onto Valens. Now it's a 2 versus 1, and he takes out Sanks as well. Wow. So
they're going to go, and they got the kits, obviously, this time. They didn't forget that, and Follow Esports are going to tie it up. And well, that's another round that, I'm going to be honest, potentially should not have happened.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Some good play that comes up for Follow Esports. This game just goes back and forth again. And we don't really have any clear frontrunner as of yet.
No, for sure. At least one guy you know at least is stepping up in this game so far is Roka. In terms of getting the openings on T side for Complexity, to at least get a victory on the first round and a bomb plant on the second round. Now in this third round, come big again, you might see Complexity taking the lead, actually, for the first time in the game. Or maybe it hasn't been the first time, sorry.
Semphis again finds the opening kill from Complexity as he shuts down Wabbit, the Opper from Follow Esports. It's going to be another duel he wins in that respect. And now the rest of the team, too, going to follow suit upon this one. Semphis is inside of A main, safely behind the box for the time being. The rest of the team's slowly going to be working in from behind him, so this will be a commitment. You can also see right now Valens slowly creeping in too, but oh no, Semphis is completely flashed. Thankfully, Sanks is right behind, is able to come in, so that's a bit of a mess up there from Hades. He should have easily had that kill, but he doesn't claim it. Now that's another free kill that goes by the way of Complexity that won't get traded out as they finally go for the sentry. The rotation's coming in, but it's happening so faster. Valens with another one. Ocean looking to respond, but Desi will pick up the kill. Unfortunately, now he's going to get caught out in the open, and Ocean, he's not even assisting right now. He's just stuck behind Toxic, and now he's in a 1-on-4.
Yeah, Roka's not even needed that round. Just a great execution for Complexity to move inside the site. They get the last kill onto Ocean, and they're going to take the lead in this matchup moving into the second half.
It'll be the 2-1 advantage now here from Complexity. This means, in case, again, anybody that isn't super duper familiar with how most overtimes work in CS, 19 is the magic number here to win in overtime number 1. So if they pick up this, if they're going to be able to pick up this next one here, or these next 2, I should say, then they will come out. But if they only make it to 18 and Follow Esports trade it back with 2, then we go into a second overtime. I'm assuming most people know that, but just in case there was anybody. So we look at the
for me to know.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you didn't know that?
No, I did.
All right. Well, the vibes, again, pretty straightforward as far as we expect from both sides. Nobody doing any crazy double op setups or auto sniper vibes or anything like that. So Nothing ridiculous to start things off here in this half, but we do see a little bit more of a proactive mid position being taken up here by the players from Complexity, specifically Valen's, pushing forward here. Gonna push himself probably into the vents and re-smoke garage, of course, and watch out from that. But follow eSports will spread their wings as far as their positioning is concerned, to try and find any opening picks, any opening aggression from Complexity, and then once they figure out exactly what they're going to do, they'll make the take to the site of their choice, which, at least for now, is going to be potentially to take mid control at the beginning of this one, but that could shy away from that one very quickly.
Well, Hades is trying to make a lot of noise right now inside that sunroom. I just saw him throw a molly towards that rail side, pushing one guy out. He actually forced a rotation with a 3-guy towards B, but after seeing nothing there, Semphis rotates back towards main. So he's going to be opping it from the white truck. But again, it's still very slow from Follow Esports, so I'm wondering if they're going to go for a fake-to-fake and then back to B, but you can see from that minimap they're going to go for that split after all. It looks like they will be committed for A.
Alright, Hades finds the opener for Follow Esports as he rolls right into this site. There's another one back in the corner. Desi's also going to shut down Semphis there as he pushes his way, but Sank's finding a response. Unfortunately, Automatic and Quadcore isn't able to pick anything else up, and it's just super clean here with the exception of one. Roka, though, gets a touchdown, able to take out Ocean at the very least, but now he's stuck, and Desi there gets a little bit of an edge on the smoke, takes him down, and Follow Esports strike back once again here now on their T side.
That's an amazing entry for both Dizzy and for Hades at the same time. Hades lurking towards middle and not playing the flanker. He was actually lurking to get entries. He got a nice pick, and it was a flick actually killed towards Z, while Desi fought long range from his A main towards Semphis, who, better for Desi, he learned his lesson from how Semphis was playing that off spot. Again, Semphis was an op-in from the white truck. He was op-in out in the open, and he actually wins it with an AK-47.
Hades with this pop flash here too, but oh, Semphis completely blinded by that one. Shuts down Hades anyway, takes him down. I'm pretty sure he was blinded anyway by the little icon above his head, but that's a pretty good deny to start that one off. Now Complexity have the edge here on this round.
And Semphis actually gets a good position for him to look back towards B main. After that, definitely slowed down the pace of how Follow Esports wanted to play that. But look at that minimap. We have one that's actually posted up towards Close Highway, and that's Desi, who could actually make it work to lurk inside to B. So they're going to have to try to make a lot of noise, but Roka's just waiting around the corner. Can Roka win this one? He will.
That, again, there's going to be another pickup here from Complexity to this point to strike back. Wabbit and the rest of the team try to find their way back in here. They know Valens is sitting over there behind the left barrel.
Oh my god,
going to meet him. Semphis with another shot in it.
Oh my god.
Roka just jumps down, and Semphis cleans up 2 additional kills there at the end of it. So that's a big run from him, and Complexity now take back the lead once again. When they're only one more away from winning this match.
Semphis got that kill blinded, and in the second one, half blinded. He was coming off the blindness, saw the leg through that little corner of that smoke that actually had another opening there. It wasn't actually a good smoke for CT spawn, but Semphis had some great reaction times for that hold.
So this could be it, guys. Our final match of the night, and potentially our final round of the night here. If Complexity come out on top, and we've been surprised before, so I wouldn't say it just yet, especially with Wabbit getting a mean shot like that, but there's Semphis with the response, so 1 for 1 to start it off. And the operator is going to end up getting dropped on Follow Esports' side. And
they're going to slow down the pace again this time. It's a 4 versus 4, and Else is actually, look at his position there. He's actually playing all the way from T-spawn to look to see if there's going to be a push B. That could be Roka does it aggressively before, and then they're pushing towards blue doors. So now this time it's mistakes coming in for Complexity who are trying to play aggressively to look for some information. So that actually weakens a bit the A hold, but they still have 2 guys watching it with the op from Semphis at truck. So it could be good for them to try to sell that thing back and go towards B for the terrorist team.
That's a good response from Sanks there as he shuts down one of those kills. Takes a heavy duel because of it, and again is going to even things out, but he's dropped to 6 HP. So now the rest of the team now, they're going to rotate over towards the B site here and try to see if they can make the take there. They've actually given these players from Complexity a lot of time, and obviously with the smokes and whatnot coming in there and that one player just jerking his way out, they're pretty much going to know that this rotation is on the way. So Roka can get himself into heaven, smokes come in, so not really going to directly challenge anything, but if they go up onto the site and he's able to catch them, then that could be a good pickup. But a nade to the face is going to bring him down to 52 HP, and they do sneak around that corner just being safe. Meanwhile, L's also picking up a kill on a Sanks, and Roka misses his chance. He's not going to be able to shut down that player on site, so the plant will come in now, and Sevens is going to be a monster again as he rounds this corner. Looking in, that smoke's going to get in his way no matter what he does. He just wraps this, and he's going to go in, but immediately shut down, and Ocean as well is going to finish off Roka with the Burning Man.
Okay, so we're going into double overtime, ladies and gentlemen.
We're not done yet.
Yeah, actually, it was still a great round, though, from both teams. Just from the trades at the beginning of the round for the way that they want to take control of middle. So they had the right positioning from Follow Esports by peeking out towards that boost. And then also having the Opera from Complexity side playing from the Z. So you have one guy playing towards headshot box trying to get information. So they look for a lot of coverage for the CT side on mid this time. So they played basically a 2-2-1. And at the end of the day, it came down to the last few rounds where Roka is just able to hold the site long enough for his teammates to rotate through, but just not enough for Follow Esports as they had better positioning after that post plant.
Yeah, and that was the thing too. There, as we saw, obviously, as you mentioned here too, Follow Esports is where we we saw that they were trying to rotate in time in order to stop that take from happening, but they toyed around the middle for a pretty large amount of time, hoping there would be a presence there to just catch any flankers off guard or something like that. But it didn't happen. All three just rushed into the site, and there's only that one player from Heaven, I believe that was Roka, that was there to hold it. And obviously, he can't just blindly peek three players there without any utility to work with. So he has to sit in the corner, hope he catches some players that are just blindly walking up the ramp. But they're aware of this. They just play smart and work it over towards Generator, and then get up onto the site that way. And the other players that try to work in from the other angles, those are already being covered by the members of Follow Esports, so they just shut it down nice and easy from that point forward, and they don't give them any more access to the site on the retake.
So big players that we saw actually in this second half, you gotta give credit where credit is due for Semphis with the AWP, Roka with the way he's holding out to T side, playing it patiently with the AK-47, preventing fellow esports to get anything done, or Follow Esports, sorry. But then again, Desi and Hades played some great rounds there on T side as well for the openers with the AK. So if they're going to be playing T side once again for Follow Esports, I don't expect to see Wabbit with an AWP. I mean, I'm expecting to see all AKs, Desi and Hades playing aggressively and quickly, and try to get the early rounds, and then help their team basically set up a position towards the B bomb site, where you don't really need an op to actually cover it out.
We're just waiting at this point.
No, I was gonna say, or you don't need an op for an opening.
So we are just waiting at this point, guys, for those ready-ups to come in for these players. I imagine the game going on as long as it has one or two of these guys might be AFK for a bit of a bio, and from Hades' current position, that does look like it's probably true. So we're just waiting for those guys to get themselves back into the mix here as far as the game is concerned, and then we'll jump right back into the game here and see which one ends up coming out on top. But might wanna go grab some popcorn or something, because if this game continues on like it has been, I'm gonna be honest, we might be here for a while, and there might not be just 2 overtimes, but I could be surprised.
Yeah,
maybe I'll finally get to go eat dinner.
Just make sure you guys don't have to go to bed right after if you're eating the popcorn, because you might get stomach aches.
But since we got time for this, if you do have to go right now, and if you're wondering how this match does end up, you can go ahead and check that out on the Score Esports app, which is available over on the iOS App Store or on Google Play. We do have a nice little feature on that app where you can actually keep up with the scores, not only just here in North America, but on Europe's Pro League as well, along with plenty of other CS tournaments. They've also got news and all that coming in, so be sure to go ahead and check that out.
All right, good plug there as we're about to start the first half of the second overtime. Complexity on the CT side versus Follow Esports on T side, and they actually do have the op in the hands of Wabbit, so they're going to try to possibly go for a boost. No, they are. No, they're not. My minimap has screwed me over. They're actually just going to try to go for an entry pick inside the A side with 3 guys at main, 1 guy at squeaky door, so a little more of a faster execute for FE.
And they're going to roll right into it here. Sank's back on highway. He's got to reposition. They're going to have him on the open, but thankfully there's a flash to cover him that came up from one of his teammates, so he's actually able to get to that pretty clean. Jumps over the molly, and there's Wabbit pick up the first kill. Ocean with a second, and this has gone nowhere. Valen's just now catching on to like, oh, this is actually an A-take. That rotation was so slow. I think he was obviously waiting in mid to see if there's going to be any rotators moving in a little bit late that may have been lurking towards B, but it's not happening, and now they've got nowhere to get back into this site. Roka's going to have to come out in an absolutely monstrous way to find a way back in, but he does find the first one. Takes out Ocean. Wabbit's there with the trade, though. And now Valen's trying to come back into this. He picks up 1 kill over there on a Desi, trying to find the way back in, and Semphis is still in this play here at this point too, but he's way back over by Truck, still trying to take out Wabbit there. L's shut down his teammate in the meantime, and now as he pushes back in, timer's way too low. There's no way he's going to make this happen. And it's probably going to be the first round going, by the way, of Follow Esports.
Oh, for sure, and after that, the only things Semphis wanted to do is waste the economy of having the last 2 guys blow up to force a buy after, but you win a round, you get a lot of money on T side, so you're looking good there, and I gotta say, they did go for a 5-man push towards that A site, and they actually had the opera of Wabbit run in as well with the team, so that's why I said maybe a 5 AK setup was better, but he got a great close range cannon right in the face of his opponent, and then ran back to mid to cover the bomb to help out, so the op actually did come in their favor after all.
And again, now Follow Esports lead the way, and in terms of, again, in case anybody isn't able to count, the magic number here in Overtime 2 is going to be 22 rounds. 4 needed in order to come out on top this time. So Follow Esports, they do lead the charge at this point. We pick up the first one. I imagine Complexity is going to restructure themselves and try to figure out how exactly to pick up that 19th one themselves and strike right back into the heart of this one. Molly comes in, though. Valence has no spot on middle, and now that's open. Another Molly, too. Valence burning alive. Man, you're not safe there.
Peace.
Oh, and that's a great combo Molly play there. It comes in for both L's, along with whoever tossed that over from middle, too. But he's not expecting Semphis to also still be screwing around in there, so he does get the trade.
Yeah, you always have to expect Semphis with the re-peek. He's never scared. So he ties it up on a 4-4 situation, which could actually make it big for CTs to still hold this round. Looks like we're committing towards this A site, but great positioning for them at quad and site.
Roka picking up another kill there, too. And as the Semphis, so that's going to shut down all this offensive here. And Semphis, man, going absolutely crazy with those frags. Ocean just like, well, I guess this isn't going anywhere. He tried to rotate to B, but obviously Semphis there shutting down the mid push.
He almost shot his own teammate in the face. What are you doing, Semphis?
That would have been interesting.
Would have been awesome. But it's going to make it 19-19 now, turning things around, and this is going to be the round where you're going to see a full buy from both of these teams, and there you go. Not enough money. Alright, they did have enough money to go for an op if they wanted to, but they're going for a 5 AK, so I expect an aggressive push here from Follow Esports. Actually, they're dropping bomb and playing it passively, I guess.
I would agree with you on the aggressive aspect of it, though. Without the op, it's kind of been the key to them holding back and playing things slower, is they've used that op to pick up the opening kills, and then they would obviously go for a much more delayed take, but with just AKs, it seems they want to play it a lot more straightforward and just go right in. The smoke, though, not going to go exactly where it needs to. Obviously blocks off the checkers angle there, in case anyone wants to peek them from, in terms of heaven, they're still wide open, as well as the site, too. But here they go. Roka caught completely off guard by that push, and Ocean picks up the 2 opening kills. They're just in this site to start things off. And now for Complexity, still waiting on the rotate from them to begin with here. Valence gets shut down as he attempts to casually walk his way in through the vents, and unfortunately for Automatic and Sengs, there's not a lot of hope left for them in a 2-on-5, with pretty much everybody on Follow Esports still being a full HP for the most part.
Yeah, virtually right there. And Automatic peeked out by Els, who's playing at the lower corner. And it's a flawless victory, actually, to bring that morale back up for Follow Esports in the second half. So we're going to ready up very soon for this half there, but that entry that they got for Follow Esports working as a team, they actually committed that without doing any flashes, so they wanted to play with the element of surprise, not giving away their positions, so they just body peeked from checkers and from B main, where actually Semphis wasn't really positioned to try to get an op pick, or because it was smoked towards B main.
Obviously, there too, a big key as to why they got in so quickly was because they don't. Complexity, I think, was trying to relocate, specifically Roko, as they were caught completely off guard by that take to begin with. So they kind of just walked right into the site. Roko was I believe trying to walk towards checkers, and they basically just ran right into him there, and he wasn't ready for it. Yeah. So they were able to pretty easily get themselves on the site. So the timing on that was absolutely flawless from Follow Esports. They get a little bit lucky in that regard, but still, it works out great.
Oh, that's for sure. And it looks like we're about to start things off here on this second half, and we switch roles, of course. We're going to have Complexity on T side, Follow Esports on CT side, and things are a little bit differently for Complexity, as they want to focus here to try to get some boosts and some information up at middle.
Follow Esports 2 rounds away from closing things out here in the double overtime. If we can see if they can hold this, same story from Complexity, though. They need to win just, 2 more themselves in order to keep things in contention, or all 3 in order to win it outright here. So they're going to push themselves out, potentially over towards A, and it's looking pretty straightforward to start it off. Automatic will still be keeping his eyes on the flank here in case anybody rotates in directly through the back B halls over onto the site. And for the rest of these guys, they're going to go directly for it. They're just waiting out the smokes and whatnot right now. Not taking any chances on picks or anything like that. So it's going to be all pressure here on the Follow Esports as the take will begin. But Wabbit finds the opening shot, shuts down Automatic. Now they're going to try to push in here, but the flashes as well coming in from the teammates. Hades picks up a second kill. Senks is there to trade that back out. And as well, he pushes back over towards Quad and shuts down L. So they're finding their way in. And there's some more kills too. They just run right through it. Some trouble initially, but they clean it up immediately. And now it's just Desi and all. He's already screwed up. So Semphis jumps out, picks up another kill. And Complexity tying things up at 20 points.
Sanks just went Super Saiyan 3 now. We talked about Super Saiyan 2, I think, a map before when they were playing, but he went all out to for the entries. Because he actually never stopped running. He looked across, saw the first guy towards Forklift, got the kill, then looked back towards the MBK or the fence, but just by quad, got another kill, then a third one inside the site, which gave a huge opening for Complexity to plant. And not only that, he was the bomb planter. So, great round for Sanks there to start things off, especially when they lost Automatic at the beginning of the round at middle.
So they're going to hold it back again, just in case Follow Esports are going to want to get aggressive to spike these players a little bit here. Wabbit's still rolling with the AWP as well, as they can afford that for the second round, but they can't drop that one, otherwise it's going to go away, and that's going to hurt their potentiality here by a pretty big margin. But Complexity is still playing it back in a big way, and obviously a little bit more dynamic as well with where they position their players. Roka back over here outside of the B halls, trying to catch anybody that has tried to get aggressive. But I think Follow Esports has learned their lesson in this regard. I would be very surprised if they still pushed into this, considering how poorly that's gone almost every attempt they've made at that. And for the rest of these guys, still as well, still just screen around outside of mid in the courtyard here. There are a lot of smokes in there. They're going to put Sanks to make a little bit of progress, so that'll draw a lot of attention to it, as well as Semphis is going to get boosted up to there. And this will end up being a B take here, with a lot of mid control being taken initially.
They're doing that strat again where they put the smoke wall at mid and try to walk through it. And Ocean gets the best out of that quite easily against Sanks, and he never really had automatic there to support him to get the kill. But at least he gets a position right now for Semphis to try to get a knock pick on that door, on that box again, and he does so for a second time onto Hades. That's got to be annoying.
Automatic also finding Ocean too as he gets a little bit too aggressive, tries to pop out of Z, so that's going to shut him down. This take was going nowhere and they were stunned, so now it's been reignited in a very big way here. Valen's moving in, Els comes in too, but even blinded we can see Roka and Automatic, they take out the final 2 kills, and Complexity come out on top. Now at match point again, they pick up this one, it's going to be all over, and they'll take home the win for today. Yeah,
and the situation's changed a little bit here for this last round, and potentially the last round of this game, because FE lost 2 rounds in a row where they're going to have no money to work with. So they're going to buy Deagles, 5.7s, all flashes and smokes, not a single kit. So they are going to have to be on point with their pistol work.
And here they go from Complexity. The other big problem is, as you already mentioned, your Follow Esports, no money, nothing to bring into this round. It's all 5.7s and whatnot, so they're going to have to try and save this, and this is going to be an absolute miracle round if they can pull it off for themselves here. As Complexity might just have this in the bag at this point, but they're trying to line up a good strat at this point. Hades boosted up on top to potentially pick up some shots from the Shroud spot. The re-smoke will come in here too, but for Complexity, they're pretty much ready to go. And the only thing that would be able to stop them is his counter boost here. And it comes in from Els. He's going to drop one of them. Can't catch him, but I'm pretty sure he spotted the bomb. So now they're rotating more from Highway into the safe site to try and stop this from happening. And the shots are coming in. Hades and Wabbit and Ocean. They're still going to maintain this.
Is this happening?
It's all on his Semphis
Is
this
this happening?
And he can shut down all 5, maintain themselves, and we're going into triple OT.
Oh. No. How? With a flawless victory too, man. That's amazing for Follow Esports.
Almost a team ace as well. I think 4 players got kills that round. I think only 1 player got a double kill. Everybody else picked up at least 1 kill.
I've only seen the Shroud spot boost, and I think where Else is playing inside the site, where he actually re-smoked it, but I'm not sure where the other players played. I think they stacked towards that site, didn't they?
They caught it early too. I talked about that. The counter boost. I forget who did it, but whoever was up there on top, he spotted the push inside. So they had a couple players over towards mid. They only had 1 on B, but I think he rotated quickly as well. And they didn't even really need him. I think that was 1 player that didn't end up getting a kill. But for everybody else that was in mid and whatnot, because they had a pretty big presence there, they rotated everybody up there quickly because of that counter boost.
I did not expect this type of game for this team. This is awesome. Like, we were looking at it before. It was 8-0 for Follow Esports. Then 8-7 for Complexity. Then finished 8-7 for Follow Esports. Now it's OTs after OTs after OTs.
And don't forget at one point, it was like 13-8 or 9 in the favor of Follow Esports at one point there, too.
Man, that's amazing. Hades. They were just trying to switch things around instead of going for the... Actually, we are going to go for the counter boost. So can he get this win? No, he will not. Sanks gets the only kill.
So with that being had, their Ocean's going to move forward, looking for a trade, but Semphis is also in the play at this point, too, to try and shut him down. That's going to eliminate him, and Desi get caught by Valens. I don't even know how he got to that spot, but he actually comes out from truck and takes down Desi. Wabbit picks up another kill there, too. So this will leave things into a 3-on-2. Follow Esports have been stunned in a pretty big way. And Els, working for a big flank here, walks directly into Valens and is able to take him out. Now he's got partial control back. And keep in mind here, too, for Semphis, he's still screwing around, like, in mid-garage for some reason after this plant's come in. So if they can come in and retake this quickly enough, they can even stop Semphis from doing anything. But he's going to get himself over there towards Highway. They haven't spotted Automatic just yet, but they're going to roll right in here. Els taking some hits. They know where Automatic, generally speaking, is. And Semphis is still trying to work his way back up with the nade. Rolls in there. He picks up 1. Els pushes forward, down to 18 HP. That timer's so low. He might want to try to look to get the kill on the Semphis at the very least to drop the op. But as you can see, just going to stick the plant. And... Boop. There we go. Semphis gets the final kill. And Complexity take the lead once again.
You saw Els too. He ran back. He's like, "What the hell's that bomb?" He looked towards default spot and then ran, and basically did like a 5 a 720 somersault before he actually figured out that it was planted out in the open for highway, actually. That's the reason why Semphis was playing it passively towards that middle side. He did have an op spotted for that diffuse in case things happen that way. He was expecting also just for a 1 versus 1. That's why you saw Semphis move more towards the inside that side towards the end of the round, sorry, because his teammate, he didn't expect him to actually win that 2 versus 1 inside the site.
So, Complexity take the lead. The big question is, can they maintain it? As we've seen, you know, this overtime has been bouncing back and forth, and with like no way to predict it as well here. There hasn't been any sort of consistency or tell signs to show us, you know, who would, generally speaking, win the round. Especially with, you know, Follow Esports winning and tying it up back at 21 points there off of what was basically a full eco save with a couple armor buy-ups and a little bit of utility in the mix there, as that should not have happened. So now Complexity, I think they're out for blood at this point. They this means a lot to them, just finish this matchup. But there's Hades, picks up the first one. A little bit over aggressive though, so it's able to get easily traded out by Roka. But they do spot the bomb, and now they can rotate some of their assets off of B over to the side. And Ocean actually is caught by Automatic, doesn't catch him as he peeks at just the right time. But there's Wabbit as well. He's jumping back up, and I was gonna fall back over here, completely flashing, mistiming this one as well. But in comes the support. Great team comms comes out here. Guess he's gonna catch Automatic before he can wrap the corner and shut down Wabbit. So now they're gonna be up a man as the rest of Complexity, they're trying to switch this back up. Semphis goes towards middle, and then Roku just going to walk right into the B site. And that's a bit of the problem here, too, is Desi to come in to support, and unfortunately he's left the site wide open.
Yeah, and Desi actually heard that before. That's why I already see there's rotation coming in from the CT side. It's going to be a 1 versus 1 after that, because Desi, after that kill at Z, went back towards Upper Heaven. Upper Heaven, not Upper Heaven. I'm not French-Canadian. And actually, I am. But he saw actually Roka break that vent, or heard him break the vent, tried to win that fight, and Roka actually clutches at the end, getting a 3 kill for that round, making it 3... Well, actually 2 consecutive rounds right now for Complexity. And again, a broke situation for Follow Esports. The magic number, guys, right now is going to have to be 25.
And Complexity getting very, very close to encroaching upon that one. Follow Esports again in that same situation. 2 direct losses in a row, bringing it very close down to 1 player each time from Complexity, but not enough in order to save themselves here. So for Follow Esports, again, they're going to be, with the exception of L's, sitting with 4, 5, 7s. Everybody's got the armor buy-ups, of course. They still have that to work with at least, but Desi tries to walk forward here. Unfortunately, again, L's, that's been a problem for him, and a lot of the times he's played towards upper here, and quite a few of these members from Follow Esports, too. They don't sort of hang back in the alcove. They just sit right out in the open, and that's going to be an easy trade, despite him picking up 1 additional kill there. So now, Follow Esports, because of that, they're still going to be down a man, and they've only got pistols for this, so Semphis in the useless room, shutting down 1. Wabbit breaks his way out there of the vents. It is going to, again, get shut down, and now it's just Hades, who really can't do anything at this point.
Yeah, a little bit more different than what we expected from the last time they had 5-7s and pistol for Follow Esports, and probably that's the reason why Complexity decided to go for B instead of A, where they got totally shut down before. But now things are looking good for Complexity. We're at game point situation for them, waiting for them to ready up for this second half of the triple overtime. All they need is 1 single round, and they're playing the quote-unquote easier side now for cash. But again, I think when Follow Esports won those 8 rounds, they were playing a T side, right? Yeah, they were. So maybe we'll see a triple overtime.
I was about to ask you, what would you do if they just won 3 rounds in a row right here?
Thankfully, my bed's right behind me. I made my bed. I'm probably just gonna lay down and cash from my bed.
I don't have that luxury. mine's another floor above me. All right, so let's take a look at what happens. Obviously, Complexity being 1 round away here, they got no reason to worry at this point in time. They've at the very least secured the quadruple overtime now by picking up these 3 rounds. But Follow Esports, all the pressure is shifted to them. They absolutely have to win out all 3 of these in a row just to keep it going. And that's going to be a very hard task to mount when you're working against odds like this one. So Complexity, though, the big problem for them has been in some cases, and this is the same thing for Follow Esports, has been that overconfidence too, where we've seen these players getting a little bit too aggressive, and they've been shut down earlier on. But some good shots coming out here through Squeaky. That's going to bring Hades down to 35 HP. They don't know it yet, but still a good start for Complexity to at the very least get some health advantage in their favor before the take even starts. And Follow Esports too, you can see they're trying to figure out where exactly they want to make this push, as they have been for a lot of their actual regulation round tea time. And as we can see, they're taking it very slow, but they do end up just deciding at the very beginning of this at least to go towards middle.
That just sucks for Wabbit. You saw that molly being thrown inside the vent. They wanted to force Valence, who was inside the vents, back into checkers, and Wabbit to set up for an op pick from the useless room, as you like to call it. I call it sunroom there, but he was just badly positioned. He wasn't even there yet, and that still leaves it on 5 versus 5 and tough for them to overtake this B bomb site, or even A now.
2-for-1 trade to open it up there in the favor of Complexity. Some good damage goes on to Els here too as they work their way out automatically for kills. Can't find it though. Els is going to start to press forward here. He's picked up another one as this sank, so it's all onto Els, but that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That's the end of the game. Complexity with a barnstormer third overtime there. They pick it up 4-0 in the third overtime and a final score of 25-21 at the end of the game.
Yeah, well-fought matchup for both of these teams at the end of the day. Complexity coming out on top of it, but I don't think anybody was expecting this type of score. I thought it was going to be an easier victory for Complexity, but...
Yeah, credit where credit is due. I said 16-5 or 16-8, so I was dead wrong in that respect.
Oh, that was close. That was really close.
So, a good game for Follow Esports regardless in terms of what people expected them to perform. Unfortunately, things kind of slipped up, probably just due to the pure endurance that comes into play there in a game that long. So, I think I'm slipping up there in the third overtime after keeping it very close and after an absolutely miraculous 5-man alive round there towards the end of the second overtime where they picked that one up, and that was who the hell thought, like, we thought the game was over there, but at the very least managed to extend it into one more overtime. But I think that's gonna be about it. Anything else you wanted to add on that game, Vansley?
They kept us believing. That actually was a great game for both these teams overall. And the last thing that I'd like to add is thank you for having me back on here on ESEA. Miss you, boys. And it was good to cast with you again, Blue. But I think that ends it for me for today. And then I shall say go Jays go for the next few days. They're going to win it. They're going to come back. They're going to win this best out of 7 series. All
right, guys. Well, we'll be back tomorrow night with more action, of course, at the same time, 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. It'll be myself and Moses joining you tomorrow night. And I'm pretty sure we got 6 matches tomorrow night, too, so be sure to join us once again for that one. And be sure to check out the European games as well. But thank you all very much for tuning in, and we'll catch you tomorrow for more of the ESL, ESEA Pro League right here on